Chapter 301 Demonstrating. There are two types of water-type dimensional creatures commonly found in Pool City. Take note of the waves. If the angle of the waves is around 30 degrees, you have to be careful. They are epic electric eels. They have extremely powerful electric powers. Electricity easily conducts in water. The best way to deal with an electric eel is to stay out of the water. Having the ability to fly is the best. Otherwise, choose to jump onto a building. In short, make sure not to stay in the water unless you have the confidence of withstanding the electrocution at the epic stage with your body. If the waves are at 50 degrees, it's an epic sword fang fish. Their offensive strength is extremely high, but they have low intelligence. To epic experts, they are pretty much a bonus. Wang Fei patiently explained to Zhou Wen. She had already learned of Zhou Wen's actions in the Zhuolu battlefield from Ouyang Lan. Although Ouyang Lan was very worried about the former principal, she still mentioned Zhou Wen several times and urged her to take good care of him. Wang Fei admitted that she didn't have the ability to teach a special genius like Zhou Wen, but teaching him some practical experience wasn't a problem. After all, Wang Fei had once been a soldier and participated in many battles. Dealing with the sword fang fish is very simple. As it's quite brainless, only having high offensive strength, you just have to dodge its attack and then stab it. As Wang Fei spoke, the razor-toothed fish flew forward, arriving in front of her with astounding speed. Wang Fei's figure flashed slightly before she drew her sword and slashed upwards. After crossing the sword fang fish, waves of blood splashed out from behind her. Soon, a thin, 2-meter-long strange fish floated with its white belly facing up. It was obviously dead. It was the first time Zhou Wen had seen Wang Fei in combat. Her technique was swift, accurate, and elegant. It exuded the feeling of being fully composed while striding between life and death. She was truly an expert amongst those at the epic stage. Wang Fei sheathed her sword and turned to Zhou Wen. However, if you do that, you have to wait until it's 1 meter away from you before dodging and attacking. You mustn't give it any time to react. If you lack the confidence to dodge at such close proximity, it's best you jump onto a wall and not face it directly in battle. Do you understand? Got it. Zhou Wen nodded in response. Wang Fei's experience was obtained from actual combat. Ordinary people had to earn these experiences with their lives. Now that Zhou Wen had Banana Fairy, ordinary epic creatures couldn't do anything to him. As long as he didn't have a death wish, there wasn't much danger in Pool City. Miss Wang, where are you going? Zhou Wen asked Wang Fei, who was walking ahead. Although he had Banana Fairy, he didn't want to take too many risks. Don't worry. I'm just taking a stroll nearby. I heard that an electric eel was spotted here recently. I happen to want an electric eel companion beast, so I came to try my luck, said Wang Fei. Only then did Zhou Wen relax. As long as she didn't go to places like the poison WRM pool, nothing would happen. Wang Fei led Zhou Wen onto the roof of the buildings, but her gaze remained fixed on the water beneath as she searched for traces of the electric eel. She didn't find the electric eel, but she found another sword fang fish. Wang Fei looked at Zhou Wen and asked, "Do you want to give it a try? I heard you already have the ability to kill epic creatures." "There's no need. I'm not good at fighting in water." Zhou Wen shook his head. Although Wang Fei had already demonstrated the technique to slaying sword fang fish, Zhou Wen still felt that there was no need to gain experience by risking his life. After all, he could do the same safely in game. Wang Fei didn't say anything when Zhou Wen declined the proposal. After all, she had heard about his escapades from Ouyang Lan. And Sheng had told her, and he had heard it from Lu Yunxian. Therefore, Wang Fei felt that there was likely some level of exaggeration. After all, Ouyang Lan thought highly of Zhou Wen to begin with. After the trip to the battlefield ruins, she thought even better of him. It was quite understandable that she had embellished it a little. It's right for you to choose not to try. Killing a sword fang fish requires experience too. Watch from the side, and I'll demonstrate again. As Wang Fei said that, she jumped into the water, but stood on the water surface without sinking. Apparently, she had quite good skills and alacrity. Sensing the fluctuations in the water surface, the ripples in the water immediately rushed towards Wang Fei. It looked extremely fast and potent, making it seem as if something was a little off. Wang Fei frowned slightly, as she seemed to notice something. Splash. As the water splashed, a 4-meter-long golden sword fang fish leaped up from the water, stabbing at Wang Fei like a sharp sword. On the golden sword fang fish's body, there was a golden glow. It's a mutated sword fang fish? Wang Fei's eyes focused as she drew her sword and slashed out a beam at the mutated sword fang fish. Clang. When the sword flashes clashed, several sword flashes appeared on the golden sword fang fish's body. They split like gears, grinding Wang Fei's sword beams to pieces. Wang Fei tapped the surface of the water with her toe and dodged the sword fang fish's attack before engaging in battle with it. Zhou Wen watched from the side and realized that the golden sword fang fish was much stronger than the average sword fang fish. Its sword flashes were able to grind all sorts of primordial energy skills to pieces. Despite Wang Fei's sword techniques being highly ingenious, her sword flashes would shatter upon contact with the sword fang fish's body. She couldn't injure it in any way. However, Wang Fei's movement techniques were lithe and swift. Although the sword fang fish's sword flashes were fast, they couldn't injure her. The situation was in a stalemate. After watching for a while, Zhou Wen roughly knew the weakness of the golden sword fang fish. Although Wang Fei wasn't weaker than it, and had very high-quality companion beasts, she didn't have the ability to overwhelm the golden sword fang fish. However, Wang Fei's standard was clearly much better than the golden sword fang fish. She was definitely able to slay it given enough time. Seeing that she couldn't finish the battle anytime soon, Zhou Wen sat on the rooftop and took out his phone. As he gamed, he waited for Wang Fei to kill the golden sword fang fish. When Wang Fei noticed that Zhou Wen was sitting there playing games, it was a miracle that she wasn't angered to death by him. All she could do was vent her anger on the golden sword fang fish. However, it was quite a handful, something she couldn't finish instantly. Just as Wang Fei was feeling depressed, she suddenly saw a wave of water appear in the street a distance away. The angle of the wave was extremely small, and it was like an arrow that was approaching her. Electric eel? Wang Fei was immediately alarmed. She still had the energy to deal with a golden sword fang fish, but adding on electric eel made it a challenge. Chapter 3022 Mutated Creatures. However, on second thought, Wang Fei felt that it was also a good opportunity to educate Zhou Wen. She wanted him to learn how to fight in a disadvantaged situation, and how to eventually win despite being outnumbered 2-1. Zhou Wen also saw the new wave. Based on the knowledge taught by Wang Fei, he recognized it as the electric eel and hurriedly got up to help. However, he heard Wang Fei say loudly, "During actual combat in dimensional zones, we often encounter situations that can put us at a great disadvantage. This is especially so when we are attacked by a group of dimensional creatures. Learning how to deal with such a disadvantageous situation is very important when you explore dimensional zones in the future. Watch well. I'll now demonstrate to you how positioning and kiting can be used to deal with 2 or more dimensional creatures." Hearing what Wang Fei said, Zhou Wen sat down again. He didn't game, but stared at the battle which Wang Fei was engaging in. "Child, let me, your tutor, blow you away with my performance." Wang Fei took a deep breath inwardly, and tapped the water surface with her toe. Like a graceful fairy, she dodged the sword fang fish's sword flash, and slashed at the electric eel that was rushing towards her. The electric eel leaped up from the water, and revealed itself to be a 5-meter-long eel. Its body shimmered with silver light, as though silver electric bolts were dancing on its scales. Wang Fei's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. Normal electric eels were blue in color, but this electric eel was silver. Furthermore, the electric bolts were also a strange silver color, not the common blue. It was obviously a mutated creature. What's going on? Wang Fei felt something amiss. It wasn't easy to find a mutated dimensional creature, but now there were 2 of them. It was way too odd. The key point was that Wang Fei had never encountered mutated electric eels before. She didn't know much about them either. She had no idea if she could simultaneously deal with 2 epic mutated creatures. Boom! The silver lightning on the mutated electric eel blasted out, and clashed with Wang Fei's sword flash. The sword flash instantly shattered, as she saw silver bolts of lightning smite down from the sky. Zhou Wen watched as Wang Fei engaged in a battle with the 2 mutated creatures. He watched as she moved like a fairy, constantly dodging and ducking above the water surface, every instant in a harrowing manner. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected of a tutor, she's indeed extraordinary. These kinds of movement techniques are already better than my Dragon Gate fairy skill. It looks like I still need to work harder. Zhou Wen had never seen the electric eel before, nor did he know that it was a mutated electric eel. He thought that Wang Fei was deliberately showing him her movement techniques and ingenious positioning. Wang Fei was in a dilemma, unable to voice her suffering. The mutated electric eel was much harder to deal with than she had imagined. The silver electric bolts were extraordinary, and could spread across large areas in the water. Coupled with its incredible speed, she was unable to catch up to the mutated electric eel. She could not kill one, nor catch up to the other. Although Wang Fei was capable, she was unable to use her abilities to their fullest. All she could do was dodge the attacks of large swaths of lightning and sword flashes, without being given any chance of retaliation. Having had the intention of retreating temporarily, she recalled the words she had said to Zhou Wen. It was too embarrassing to retreat now. Wang Fei originally wanted to rely on her own abilities to find a way to kill 2 mutated creatures, but she soon realized that it was almost impossible. The mutated sword fang fish's sword flashes could be torn apart through repeated attacks, but the mutated electric eel had an escape technique with dual water electric traits. With the two combined, along with the environment of Pool City, it only took an instant to travel nearly 1,000 meters. Wang Fei had no way to keep up with its speed. She wanted to set up an array of sword flashes to stop the electric eel, but the mutated sword fang fish would rip apart whatever she set up. It couldn't be turned into something effective. Instead, the mutated electric eel's attack caused a lot of trouble for Wang Fei. Electric bolts flashed in the water, making it impossible for her to touch it. Lightning also struck down from the sky, making it difficult for her to dodge. If she was on land, she could still summon a companion beast to help, but now, other than flying companion beasts, the other companion beasts would be electrocuted the moment they entered the water. It was useless to summon them. For a moment, Wang Fei was in an extremely awkward situation. She was at a loss of whether to fight or retreat. This dilemma troubled her. Although Zhou Wen didn't quite understand Wang Fei's complicated feelings, his talent in combat was still quite good. He quickly noticed that her situation wasn't looking good. It could no longer be described as a disadvantageous situation. If this continued, Wang Fei's life would be in danger. Without having second thoughts, he summoned the banana fan and timed it just as the mutated sword fang fish leaped out of the water before fanning it. Wang Fei was just about to dodge when she saw the mutated sword fang fish charging at her, with sword flashes that resembled glowing wheels, when a strong gust of wind suddenly swept over. The water surface stirred up a wave several meters high. If it wasn't because all the water had been used, the waves might have been higher. The wind swept the water wave onto the mutated sword fang fish's body, instantly sending it flying. It flew into the sky along with some of the water, like a column that reached to the heavens. What was even more amazing was that the water column had frozen into ice, freezing in midair. Even the mutated sword fang fish was frozen in the water column. It was a very strange sight. Wang Fei was slightly taken aback as she turned to look in the direction where the cold wind came from. She saw Zhou Wen standing at the top with a green fan in his hand. When she looked over, Zhou Wen had just put the fan to his chest, looking somewhat refined. Zhou Wen really has the ability to kill epic creatures. Isn't this the power of this fanning way too ridiculous? Even among epic creatures, there aren't many who can use such a level of attack. Wang Fei's expression looked confused. However, Wang Fei was one who had been through a lot. After being startled for a moment, she immediately snapped out of her daze, and dodged the mutated electric eel's attack. Without the mutated sword fang fish holding her back, Wang Fei felt much more relaxed dealing with the mutated electric eel. Zhou Wen didn't offer any more help, but Wang Fei had already lost the mood to demonstrate to him. All she wanted was to quickly finish this mutated electric eel. It wasn't that Zhou Wen didn't want to help, but the usage of Granding Wind had already expended all his primordial energy. He needed some rest to use it a second time. However, even if it was used a second time, it would probably be useless. The mutated electric eel's dual water electric escape technique was too fast. The Granding Wind might not be able to catch up with it. Wang Fei vented all her frustration on the mutated electric eel, as she slashed out one sword flash after another, forming afterimages in the air. Soon, Zhou Wen discovered that the afterimages were not real afterimages, but remnant sword flashes in the air. The sword flashes had failed to stay in place due to the mutated sword fang fish's sword flashes destroying them, but now that there was no mutated sword fang fish left, the sword flashes formed a sword net in the air. When the electric eel slammed into it, it ended up being covered in blood. Despite finishing off the mutated sword fang fish, Wang Fei just didn't feel happy about it. Chapter 303 One-on-One. Ms. Wang, your movement technique and swordplay are truly exquisite. Can I learn from you? Zhou Wen asked Wang Fei sincerely. Wang Fei frowned at Zhou Wen, unsure if he was mocking her. Although Zhou Wen's EQ wasn't high, he could tell that there was something wrong with the way she was looking at him. He hurriedly explained. I mainly focus on movement techniques, but I'm so inferior to you. I wonder if you can tell me the name of the movement technique you used, or which dimensional creatures drop it. Wang Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw how sincere Zhou Wen was, a clear act that he wasn't being sarcastic. She had thought of so many methods in the past, hoping that Zhou Wen would learn from her, but to no avail. To her surprise, Zhou Wen ended up wanting to learn from her because of the embarrassing circumstance. This movement technique is unique to my family, so it's hard for outsiders to learn it. When Wang Fei learned that Zhou Wen wanted to learn it from her, she was thrown into a difficult position. This movement technique was a secret technique of the Wang family. It required the combination of 3 different movement technique type primordial energy skills to acquire mastery. Furthermore, the 3 primordial energy skill crystals were proprietary to the Wang family's dimensional zones. Outsiders could not obtain them. I see. Then I'll look at other movement techniques. Zhou Wen was slightly disappointed. Wang Fei's movement technique was indeed better than his Dragon Gate Fairy technique, and it was more practical. However, since it was the Wang family's secret technique, Zhou Wen had to give up. Seeing Zhou Wen's disappointed expression, Wang Fei had mixed feelings. She previously wanted Zhou Wen to study under her, but now that he wanted to do so, she couldn't teach him. You're my student, and also Uncle Ming Yuan's disciple. You can't be considered an outsider. How about this? I'll go back and discuss it with my family elders. Perhaps there's a chance, Wang Fei said after some thought. She really didn't wish to miss an opportunity to teach Zhou Wen. Thank you, Ms. Wang. If it's too troublesome, forget it. Zhou Wen didn't really want to trouble Wang Fei. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I may not succeed. Wang Fei didn't say much because she really wasn't sure if she would succeed. If it weren't for the fact that the person who wanted to learn it was Zhou Wen, Wang Fei wouldn't even attempt to win him an opportunity. After hoisting up the mutated sword Fang fish and mutated electric eel, she discovered that they each had a companion egg inside their bodies. 2 companion eggs had dropped at once. This is yours. Wang Fei handed Zhou Wen the mutated sword Fang fish's companion egg, and put away the mutated electric eel companion egg. Zhou Wen didn't stand on ceremony when he considered how he had indeed put in the effort. He put away the mutated sword Fang fish companion egg, and planned to hatch it when he returned. It might come in handy later, when he went to slay the Poison Wyrm at Poison Wyrm Pool. In Bright Prospects College's canteen, a man with short black hair was quietly eating his meal. A girl walked over and sat opposite him, speaking to him excitedly. Ming Xiao, I got accepted to be an exchange student at Sunset College. I can head over to Sunset College with you? Is it worth being so happy to go to Sunset College? The boy looked up at the girl, confused. Of course, it's something worth celebrating. It's Sunset College, the best school in Luoyang. It's not even just Luoyang. There are many outstanding geniuses in the entire league who wish to study at Sunset College. Being able to attend school there is the dream of many students, right? Saying that, the girl blinked and said, Of course, I'm so happy not because I can study at Sunset College, but it's that I can go to Sunset College with you. I want to see you defeat the high and mighty geniuses there. I want to let them know who the strongest genius is. There are many geniuses, but I've never been a genius, said Ming Xiao indifferently. I know, you relied on your own hard work, but it's undeniable that you're a true genius and the strongest genius in Bright Prospects College's history. If your father weren't the chancellor of Bright Prospects College, you wouldn't have attended this school. Famous schools, like Sunset and Covenant Colleges, are where you should have gone. You are not inferior to any of those students. You are even more outstanding. The girl looked at Ming Xiao, speaking with agitation. Outstanding? Ming Xiao shook his head slightly, and reached out to stroke the girl's head. Compared to going to Sunset College, I prefer eating the lunch boxes you prepare for me in the sun. Got it. You've said it many times. Wasn't I training hard recently to get a spot to go to Sunset College with you? I obviously didn't have the time to make lunch boxes for you. Now that I've already obtained the qualification, I'll make it for lunch tomorrow. You greedy cat. The girl said in exasperation. At the same time, Sunset College was also discussing the exchange students between Bright Prospects College and Sunset College. The two colleges had a deep relationship, so there would be certain spots reserved for students from Bright Prospects College to study for 1 semester, which lasted 3 months. Although it was an exchange, it was to let them learn advanced knowledge and theory. The teachers from Sunset College would send their students to tutor them on a one-on-one basis. These are the nominations for the student tutors this year. Look and see if you have any objections, the Vice-Chancellor said as he pointed to the documents in front of the teachers. Wang Fei picked up the name list and looked at it. She asked in surprise, Why is Zhou Wen's name on it? Aren't the student tutors always 3rd years and above? Zhou Wen is just a freshman. He shouldn't need to do this, right? The managing Vice-Chancellor smiled and said, Zhou Wen is in the top 10 of our school's comprehensive test, and he once defeated John and won honor for our school. If he doesn't qualify, few of our students qualify. Wang Fei didn't want Zhou Wen to waste his time and energy on being a student tutor. She wanted to change the Vice-Chancellor's mind, but before she could say anything, the Vice-Chancellor waved his hand and said, This matter is decided. There is no room for discussion. Seeing how determined the Chancellor was, Wang Fei had no choice but to swallow her words. After the meeting, before Wang Fei went to look for the managing Vice-Chancellor, he asked her to stay behind. Madam personally called to request this. The managing Vice-Chancellor said to Wang Fei, Sis Lan? Wang Fei was slightly taken aback. However, since it was Ouyang Lan's request, she had nothing to say. She was only Zhou Wen's teacher, but Ouyang Lan was, in name, his mother. Wang Fei picked up the name list again, and glanced at the person Zhou Wen would be tutoring. On it were 2 words, Ming Xiao. Ming Xiao, could it be the one from the Ming family? What is Sislon trying to do? Wang Fei looked at the name with an uncertain expression. Chapter 304 Poison WYRM. In the underground Pool City instance dungeon, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar and ran towards Poison WYRM Pool. There were few dimensional creatures in Pool City, so he only encountered 2 sword fang fish along the way. However, they were only ordinary ones that he easily slew. Using the characteristics of the Overlord spears ever victorious, he was able to dish out death with one strike, but nothing dropped. The Poison WYRM Pool was originally a lake built in the city. After the city was flooded, the pool wasn't fully submerged due to its higher height. The square and stone columns by the side remained above the water surface. With the blood-colored avatar standing in front of the stone column, Zhou Wen looked down and couldn't help but frown. The water in the Poison WYRM Pool was black. Even if he jumped in, there was a chance that he wouldn't be able to see anything. He first summoned an ordinary golden warrior, letting it enter the Poison WYRM Pool to test things out. He wanted to see if he could lure the Poison WYRM out. The golden warrior fell into the water and sank with a bloop. After a while, there was no reaction from the pool. However, the game indicated that the golden warrior had died. The Poison WYRM didn't appear. Zhou Wen summoned a few more companion beasts and sent them into the water, but the results were all the same. They caused quite a commotion when they sank, but they soon fell silent. However, the Poison WYRM just didn't appear. With no other choice, Zhou Wen let Ghost Bride give it a try. She had a ghostly body and wasn't affected by the poisonous liquid. She floated straight into the lake. Although Ghost Bride was unaffected, she couldn't see anything in the pitch-black pool and didn't know how deep the pool went. Despite diving several hundred meters, Ghost Bride still failed to reach the bottom, nor did she find the Poison WYRM. Ghost Bride kept diving for nearly 1,000 meters before she finally reached the bottom. The bottom wasn't very spacious, and she didn't encounter the Poison WYRM after circling the area. Strange, where did the Poison WYRM go? Has it not spawned? Zhou Wen was puzzled. This was a game, and Zhou Wen was the only gamer. That made it quite impossible for there to be spawning problems. Zhou Wen made Ghost Bride make another circle of the area, but ultimately didn't discover anything. Strange. Zhou Wen had no choice but to go to the school's database. There was quite a lot of information regarding the Poison WYRM. After all, it was a dragon-like existence. Many tutors had attempted to obtain a Poison WYRM companion beast. However, there were very few people who could kill it. The Poison WYRM was also known as a diving WYRM. It remained within the Poison WYRM pool, and wouldn't easily be tempted by external objects. As for the Poison WYRM pool, it was extremely toxic. Not only humans, but even some of the venomous companion beasts also found it difficult to survive in it. A tutor had specifically written a guide to lure the Poison WYRM out. The most important point mentioned was that although the Poison WYRM was an aquatic creature, it enjoyed eating birds, especially bird eggs. As long as one applied some beaten eggs to the stone railings, one could lure the Poison WYRM out. If one couldn't find any bird eggs, chicken eggs could be used too. However, the amount of chicken eggs required was around 4 kilograms. Drawing out the Poison WYRM was only the first step. This was because an ordinary epic expert would not be able to withstand the toxicity of the Poison WYRM. If they were to be sprayed with poisonous gas, they would most likely die on the spot. Are there bird eggs in the game? I don't have any bird eggs, but I have 1 stone egg. I wonder how long it will take before Truth Listener evolves. Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. Only objects like companion eggs could be brought from real life into the game. Ordinary objects couldn't enter. If I were to go to the Poison WYRM pool in reality, I could take the chick over and tie it up as bait. But in this game, where can I find birds and eggs? As Zhou Wen was thinking about how to get eggs, he heard a commotion outside. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to what was happening outside, but when he heard Li Xian call his name, he opened the door. He immediately saw Li Xian standing outside the courtyard with many people surrounding him. Most of them were special admission students that lived in the Four Seasons Garden. Even Wang Lu was amongst them. They surrounded Li Xian and said something, while Li Xian had a smug look on his face. Beside him was a beautiful companion beast in a leafed robe with a wooden bow in hand. It had pointy ears and a pair of wings growing on its back. Zhou Wen, what do you think of my newly acquired elf companion beast? It's an authentic elf archer from the West District's Live Forest. Although it's only at the legendary stage, it's much more expensive than the typical epic. Furthermore, due to their rarity, it's not something that can be bought with just money. Li Xian flaunted. The special admission students by his side had looks of envy, as though they agreed with Li Xian's words. What special abilities does she have? Zhou felt that ordinary legendary companion beasts were useless to him unless they had special abilities. Such a pet doesn't need any ability. It just needs to stay by my side, Li Xian said. Many students beside him nodded in agreement, feeling that Li Xian was right. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and play games. Zhou didn't see the point of having such a companion beast tag along. Li Xian hurriedly followed Zhou into the building. Old Zhou, this item is just a decoration. It's indeed useless. However, a batch of excellent grade companion eggs has recently been sent to Luoyang. This elf archer is just one of them. Someone gave it to me as a gift. They invited my Li family to participate in the companion egg auction. Are you interested in joining me? I don't have money anyway. What can I do if I go? I'll just play games at home, Zhou said with a shake of his head. Come on, man. Join me. Just treat it as broadening your knowledge. After all, it's rare seeing companion eggs from the West District. I heard there are dragons, angels, devils, and some other elemental companion beasts, Li Xian added. I'm not going, Zhou rejected. Don't be so heartless. At most, I'll pay you to attend. Li Xian knew that Zhou lacked money, so he tempted him. However, that was in the past when Zhou lacked money. He had invested enough money now, so his need wasn't that high. Why must you drag me along? Zhou asked. Li Xian chuckled in embarrassment. The last time I bought the Thunder God General was when you were with me. You helped me make up my mind, resulting in my good luck. I will definitely get a few more companion beasts this time, so if you join me, I'll feel a lot more at ease. Do you think I'm some kind of lucky mascot? I don't have that ability. If you really want to get lucky, why don't you invite Wanlu along? Zhou rolled his eyes at him. Upon hearing Wanlu's name, Li Xian said depressingly, Wanlu will participate too, but she is buying a companion egg for herself. We will be competitors. Come with me. I won't let you do it for free. If any companion beast catches your fancy, I'll buy it for you as payment as long as it's not too expensive. Chapter 305 Poison WYRM Crystal. Chapter 305 Poison WYRM Crystal. Zhou didn't accept the payment, but he still agreed to participate in the auction with Li Xian. The venue of the companion egg auction happened to be at the Shiyuan Crystal shop. Qin Shiyuan shop? When Zhou recalled the store, he immediately thought of the mysterious numbers and the locked companion beast. He thought that he could get the answer after saving the former principal, but to his dismay, he failed to find the former principal in the ruins. The Yan family had sent many experts into the temple to search, and Sheng would occasionally inform him of the progress. The latest update from Sheng was that there seemed to be a problem with the temple. According to the analysis of an expert in ancient architecture, following the layout of the temple, they should have only arrived at the outer sanctum of the temple, and there should be an inner sanctum further in. The former principal was probably trapped inside the inner sanctum. However, they had yet to find a way to enter the inner sanctum. The research was still ongoing. Zhou also wanted to enter the temple in-game. Unfortunately, he couldn't pass the underground sea, so he couldn't reach the temple. I should focus on advancing to the epic stage first. Zhou couldn't find any bird eggs in-game, not even chicken eggs. He had no choice but to think of other solutions. In the patch of reeds outside Pool City, there were some low-level avian dimensional creatures. Zhou grabbed a few of them and hung them above the poison WYRM pool stone railing and drained their blood. This actually worked. It didn't take long before bubbles popped out of the poison WYRM pool. The few avian dimensional creatures trembled in extreme fear. Splash! The surface of the water suddenly exploded. A dimensional creature that looked a little like a snake or dragon extended half of its body from the toxic pool. It opened its mouth and sucked at the bleeding birds, sucking them into its mouth. It didn't appear like a snake since it had claws, but it was not a dragon since it lacked horns. It looked very strange. Zhou wasn't in the mood to appreciate its appearance. He made the Nana fairy blow a gust of cold, raging grinding wind at the poison WYRM, sweeping it up along with large amounts of poison water before it was frozen in midair. Bam! Frozen in a block of ice, the poison WYRM landed on the square. Any ordinary epic creature would have been frozen to death, but the poison WYRM didn't die. Thankfully, the freeze remained in effect as it lay motionless when it fell to the ground. Zhou held the Overlord's spear and thrust out several times, stabbing the poison WYRM to death. It's not as powerful as the rumors say. Zhou felt that those strategies were a little exaggerated. Killing a poison WYRM was quite easy. However, it had eluded him that few people in the world possessed the mythical Banana Fairy. Without her, how could he have so easily killed a poison WYRM? Ding! The poison WYRM's body exploded as a crystal dropped. Zhou took a look and saw that it was a crystal with a poison WYRM's figure inside. It was obviously a skill crystal. My luck is in here. Zhou was overjoyed as he hurriedly got the blood-colored avatar to pick up the crystal. Poison WYRM crystal requires 21 strength and 14 poison stats to absorb. The system gave him a notification, and it was something that Zhou stats matched perfectly. He even had a slightly higher poison stat, hence, he directly chose to absorb it. The poison WYRM crystal transformed into wisps of black gas and fused into the blood-colored avatar's body. At the same time, Zhou felt a numbing pain aura circulate in his body as he cried out in pain. After a while, the feeling gradually disappeared as a new primordial energy circulation formed in his body. Absorbed poison WYRM crystal. Attained epic primordial energy skill, Poison Dragon Finger. It's not the dragon transformation art? Zhou felt depressed. It wasn't what he needed. He hadn't heard of the Poison Dragon Finger before, and on second look, he realized it was just rank 1. Zhou tested the Poison Dragon Finger, and when he used it, his left middle finger turned black. Other than that, there didn't seem to be any other changes. There weren't any strong finger beams or explosive powers. It looked ordinary and unremarkable. It was unbelievable that it was an epic primordial energy skill. Isn't this too weak? Do I even have to touch my opponent with my finger? It's already an epic primordial energy skill, yet it's still so low end? Zhou pointed at the stone column and discovered that not only was it ordinary, nothing about its effects stood out. The augmentation in strength was very lacking, making it not much stronger than the mortal stage golden finger. It really didn't live up to its status as an epic skill. Since the Poison Dragon Finger has the word poison, it likely clinches victory using poison, right? I'll try testing it on a living creature later. Zhou had no choice but to console himself and leave the underground Pool City dungeon before switching to the Zhuolu battlefield. Not long after he encountered a Qi this time, Zhou specifically used the Poison Dragon Finger to deal with it. However, when he tapped at the Qi, it wasn't damaged at all. He only left a black dot the size of a fingertip on its body. Zhou had originally hoped for the black dot to show its special effects such as directly rotting it and poisoning the Qi to death, so he kept staring at the Qi's black dot. However, not long after, the black dot disappeared. With it disappearing without a trace, the Qi remained brimming with energy as though it was completely fine. I actually believe this nonsense. Zhou was rendered completely speechless. To call this primordial energy skill an epic was an insult to the word epic. Without a solution, Zhou first tried his luck at the baby tiger and once again tried the underground sea. After successfully killing himself, he headed for the underground Pool City to grind the poison WYRM. He refused to stop until he obtained the dragon transformation art. Now experienced, it was easier for him to lure the poison WYRM out and kill it. There were no absolutely invincible dimensional creatures in this world. Even a companion beast like Banana Fairy with a mythical foundation could be resolved as long as he knew her characteristics. The principle of mutual promotion and restraint was very useful in battles between companion beasts and dimensional creatures. Only, it was unknown if Zhou's luck had really changed for the better recently. After killing the poison WYRM once again, he had another primordial energy skill crystal drop. It left him in disbelief. May the heavens bless me. It should be the dragon transformation art this time, right? Zhou hurriedly got the blood-colored avatar to pick up the poison WYRM crystal. The absorption conditions were the same as before strength and poison stat requirements. After the blood-colored avatar absorbed the poison WYRM crystal, the system gave another notification. Absorbed poison WYRM crystal. Attained Poison Dragon Finger 2. *MN, there's a sequel? Zhou felt like he was about to explode. He actually had 2 weak primordial energy skills drop in consecutive fashion. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. At this point, Zhou didn't have a solution. He killed the baby tiger with nothing to speak of, before diving into the underground sea to steal the dragon pearl. After succeeding in dying, he returned to kill the poison WYRM. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as another primordial energy skill crystal dropped. Chapter 306 Stone Armor. Chapter 306 Stone Armor. Absorbed poison WYRM crystal. Attained Poison Dragon Finger 4. Zhou felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the game notification pop out. The poison WYRM was simply exasperating. It just kept dropping Poison Dragon Finger. What the hell is this? Zhou had no choice but to treat the Poison Dragon Finger seriously. To have the Poison Dragon Finger primordial energy skill drop 3 times in a row, Zhou didn't think it was a mere coincidence. After studying the skill carefully, he realized that the Poison Dragon Fingers 1, 2, 4 weren't the same. They were 3 separate skills. Zhou believed that the first unlabeled Poison Dragon Finger was 1. When he used it, the middle finger on his left hand turned black, Using 2 and 4 turned his index finger and ring finger black. Could it be that there are 5 types of poison dragon finger that correspond to each of the 5 fingers? However, the effects of the poison dragon fingers are so weak. Even if they're used at the same time, it wouldn't be of much use, right? Zhou Wen was rather intrigued. He wanted to know the might of the poison dragon finger when he gathered all 5. After all, the poison dragon finger in its present state didn't live up to being an epic skill. Zhou Wen now felt that the poison dragon finger wasn't that simple. He checked the poison WIRM's information on the school's database mainly to see what it could drop. There was little information on such matters. Only the tutor who had previously written the method to lure the poison WIRM had mentioned that poison dragon finger would drop. However, he claimed that it was very weak and weaker than the typical legendary skill. It wasn't worth practicing. Zhou Wen didn't manage to find any information on the dragon transformation art, so he could only continue grinding. However, after killing the poison WIRM 3 times, he only had a strength crystal drop. No other skill dropped, much less a companion egg. It's so difficult to have the dragon transformation art drop. I wonder who's managed to have it drop in the past. Zhou Wen had no choice but to patiently grind the instance dungeons. The Batcave dropped the most items, but few of them were useful. The best was naturally the white shadow of poison companion egg. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen only had 1 drop. The ones he subsequently killed didn't produce any companion eggs. Next were the primordial energy skill crystals, followed by the poison crystals. In addition, the Batcave had another special use help Zhou Wen hatch epic companion eggs. Due to Zhou Wen's lack of primordial energy, he wasn't able to hatch epic companion eggs. But thanks to the large number of bats, killing them all dropped at least 7 primordial energy crystals each time he cleared the Batcave. These were valued between 21 and 36. With the help of these high-valued primordial energy crystals and the primordial energy recovery of his Dao body, Zhou Wen could barely hatch an epic companion egg. Zhou Wen had used this method to hatch the mutated stone chi now. The mutated stone chi had transformed into a grayish-white stone armor that the blood-colored avatar wore. The armor was unique. It was a full-body armor. The grayish-white stone covered the blood-colored avatar from head to toe. It was different from the crudeness that Zhou Wen imagined. The mutated stone chi in its armor form was exquisite and refined. It was on par with exquisitely forged steel armor. It even had quite an artistic feel to it. After the blood-colored avatar put on the stone armor, it looked like a stone statue. However, its face was covered with a ferocious beast helm. It looked extremely ferocious and ruthless. On the back of the armor, there was a black dragon pattern. The dragon appeared more abstract, preventing anyone from seeing its full appearance. However, the dragon's domineering aura seemed to leap out of the armor, as though it would come to life at any moment. RUL. After testing the defense of the stone chi's armor, it wasn't only strong, the armor had powerful self-healing abilities. It could instantly repair itself if it was not completely destroyed. The poisonous rays from ordinary epic poisonous bats were unable to scuff the armor. Even the white shadow of poison's poisonous rays and poisonous claws only left a few marks that weren't too deep. They failed to penetrate the armor. This is good stuff. Zhou Wen thought that, with such good armor, he might be able to withstand the black dragon's attack, but once he entered the underground sea, the stone armor and the blood-colored avatar were swallowed whole. It didn't mean anything to the black dragon. The only thing was that it was a little hard to chew. It wasn't of much use to deal with those terrifying true dragons, but the armor was an excellent grade defensive object at the epic stage. Zhou Wen liked it a lot. When the mutated stone chi fought alone in battle, it was rather powerful. It had the strength similar to the mutated stone chi which Zhou Wen had killed. It was an excellent grade pet that was good both in the offensive and defensive. After hatching the mutated stone chi, Zhou Wen took out the mutated sword fang companion egg and hatched it using the same method. Mutated sword fang fish, epic. Life providence, fish of sword comprehension. Life soul, sword flash fish. Strength, 39. Speed, 37. Constitution, 38. Primordial energy, 35. Talent skill, fang wheel sword flash. Companion form, sword. Although it only had 1 skill, the mutated sword fang fish's stats were excellent. It was all-rounded, with none of its stats lower than 35. It could be considered a pretty good excellent grade epic companion beast. The only regret was that the mutated sword fang fish was an aquatic type creature. It could only move freely in the water, so its mobility on land suffered greatly. It was basically useless. However, that didn't matter. Usually, Zhou Wen could just use it as a sword in a place without water. The sword formed by the sword fang fish, along with its sword flashes, was much more convenient than the Overlord spear. It was even mightier, it just lacked the ever-victorious trait. He brought the mutated sword fang fish to the underground sea and wanted to use its speed to snatch the dragon pearl, but it was still swallowed by the black dragon. It failed to put up any resistance. From the looks of it, I can't just rely on pets. I still have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Zhou gritted his teeth and continued grinding the poison WYRM, hoping to have the dragon transformation art drop. When it was time to meet Li Xian, Zhou applied for leave and attended the auction with Li Xian. Zhou was rather familiar with the Shiyuan crystal shop, but when he got there with Li Xian today, there were more people here than the previous few times. The people were mostly middle-aged. There were young people, but not many. Apart from Li Xian, Zhou didn't see any familiar faces. Wan Lu didn't seem to be there either. "Brother, aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?" Just as the duo arrived at the venue, they saw a young man walk over. Although Zhou didn't recognize the young man, he could guess that he was Li Xian's second brother, the man who had tried to kill him several times. Chapter 307 Tyrant Behemoth. When one wore clothing in the form of a western suit and white shirt, it made them feel formal. However, the young man wearing such attire in front of them looked natural and desultory, as if wearing those clothes was nothing but natural. He exuded a unique, indescribable charm. Zhou sized him up. He was a man in his 20s, with looks that made one jealous. His every move was filled with charm, enough to move any woman's heart. Seeing that Li Xian was merely looking at him coldly without any intention of introducing him, the man smiled and offered Zhou his hand. "Hello, my name is Li Xiaobai. My close friends call me Mabai. Since you are my brother's friend, call me Mabai as well." Zhou, Li Xian's friend. Zhou extended his hand and shook it before answering tersely. Those few words directly told Li Xiaobai that he was on the same side as Li Xian, and there was no way he would be friends with him. Li Xiaobai didn't mind. He smiled and said, "Brother's friend is naturally my friend. If we have a chance to get to know each other in the future, you'll start to understand me. Don't rush to conclusions. I have friends over there, so pardon me." Seeing Li Xiaobai leave, Li Xian pursed his lips and said, "He always looks like a gentleman when he's in front of others, but he uses all possible means behind their backs." Zhou glanced at Li Xiaobai and felt that Li Xian's second brother was rather terrifying. He had plotted to kill Li Xian, but he was still able to show his good brother image in front of others without his expressions betraying him. If it wasn't because Zhou knew the situation well, he would probably have believed that Li Xian had a good relationship with his brother. "Li Xiaobai is really scary. It's no wonder you can't beat him," Zhou said to Li Xian. "What do you mean I can't beat him? I just didn't want to compete with him in the past, but things are different now. He can forget about taking advantage of me in the future," Li Xian said with a pout. Zhou shook his head slightly. Li Xian's words had already exposed his weakness. Despite how Li Xiaobai had treated him, all Li Xian wanted was to prevent his brother from taking advantage of him. Such a harmless personality might be Li Xian's weakness, but it was precisely because of this personality that Zhou was willing to get close to him and become friends. There were many companion eggs placed in the glass cabinets on display in the exhibition hall. They were all to be auctioned, so anyone could take a careful look at them to better inform their decision on the bidding in the evening. However, it was difficult to tell if companion eggs were good or bad. Furthermore, with the tempered glass shield in the way, it blocked the aura of the companion eggs, making it even harder to make informed decisions. "Have you shortlisted your targets?" Zhou asked Li Xian. "Yes, I'd like to bid for number 47 Holy Sword Angel. What do you think of it?" Li Xian brought Zhou to the glass cabinet with the number 47 and pointed at a companion egg inside. As Zhou used his phone to take a picture of the companion egg, he asked, "What are the characteristics of Holy Sword Angel?" Li Xian described the details of Holy Sword Angel to Zhou before asking, "How's 2 million? I plan on paying 2 million to buy this one during the auction. What do you think?" "I don't think this one is too good. You should consider something else," Zhou said after some thought. He saw that the Holy Sword Angel's attributes were only average. Although they weren't bad, they weren't considered good. Its skills were also incomplete, so it was far from an excellent grade companion beast. "Then which one do you think is good? I want the kind that looks good. Can you help me choose one from those?" Li Xian pointed at the few companion eggs in the catalog. The few companion eggs in the catalog hatched angels, fairies, and demonesses. Furthermore, the prices were ridiculously high. Yet, their abilities were only average. It was unknown why Li Xian was buying them. However, since Li Xian wanted one, Zhou decided to help him take a look. There were indeed a few which had relatively good attributes, especially an epic companion egg named Spirit Drawing Demonis. The 4 basic stats exceeded the limits listed on the catalog's range, and it had all 4 skills. It could be said to be an excellent grade companion egg. Zhou secretly told Li Xian that he should spend all his funds bidding for the Spirit Drawing Demonis. Li Xian trusted Zhou greatly. Since Zhou told him to buy the Spirit Drawing Demonis, He didn't look at the other companion eggs. Zhou, we agreed that you could pick one for yourself. It'll be your payment for your help, Li Xian said to Zhou. Cut that out. Since what needs to be done has been done, I'll look around. Go around by yourself and take a look. Zhou wanted to go to the 4th level and look at the locked companion beast. He felt that it likely had something to do with the passcode that the former principal had given him. What's your problem? Just choose one. You can walk around after picking one. Li Xian forcefully pulled Zhou back. As he walked, he said, How's this nightmare succubus? Her figure is hot. Zhou had no idea what Li Xian was thinking. He remembered that the invincible Kane divine art Li Xian cultivated prevented him from losing his virginity. Losing his virginity would only make him lose his cultivation. What was the point looking at these all day? Wasn't he afraid of losing his cultivation? Since Li Xian insisted on giving him one, Zhou decided to choose a relatively cheaper one and be done with it. After flipping through the catalog, he realized that the cheapest cost at least 100,000. Furthermore, it was some boring legendary companion egg, for example, goblins or swamp monsters. These kinds of legendary companion eggs, that could only be considered ordinary in the West District, sold for more than 100,000, alluding to the saying that what is rare is dear. After all, the East District didn't have any of these companion beasts. He walked around and occasionally used his phone to take a look. As others were using phones to take photos, Zhou actions weren't too out of place. As Zhou was looking, he suddenly froze. He looked at the display cabinet beside him. Inside it was a companion egg with a name, Minotaur, written on the card. However, the phone's information was different. Zhou took a closer look at the information on the card. It wrote that it was a legendary Minotaur, which dropped from a dimensional zone called the Underground Maze in West District. It was good at using axes, having pretty good constitution and strength. However, the information Zhou saw on the phone was completely different from the card. This companion egg with the Minotaur label was listed as Tyrant Behemoth on the phone. Furthermore, it was only at the mortal stage. However, behind those words the phrase, Evolvable. That can't be? Could this be a mythical companion beast that's comparable to Banana Fairy? That shouldn't be possible. Those who are in the companion egg business are experts, especially at such a large auction. They must have been appraised by many experts. Why would they make a mistake between a Minotaur and a Tyrant Behemoth? Zhou found it unbelievable, but the phone's information was clear. This was a Tyrant Behemoth companion egg. Chapter 308 Exchange. The procedures were strict, so how could there be any room for mistakes? Mythical companion eggs were just too rare. Would anyone mistake it for other companion eggs after obtaining it? Zhou definitely wouldn't be mistaken. Regardless of the reason for the screw-up, there's no reason not to get something this good. Zhou pointed at the companion egg with the Minotaur label and said to Li Xian, I'll take this. Minotaur? I say, old Zhou, you sure are a little hardcore. There are so many companion eggs to choose from, but you have to choose something this ugly. Even if you want to save me money, that's not how you do it, right? Let's do it this way. I'll decide, and I'll get you that nightmare succubus tonight. I guarantee you that you won't regret it. Li Xian looked at the introduction on the card as he said, No, I want this. If you aren't going to bid for it, I'll do it myself. Zhou said, You're really odd. There are so many beautiful companion beasts, but you want none of that. Instead, you insist on something so ugly. Forget it, it's fine as long as you like it. Li Xian said helplessly. After all, Zhou had been a weirdo from the beginning. He wasn't too surprised. Zhou and Li Xian, you two sure came early? Wang Lu walked over and stood in front of them. Wang Lu, do you think Zhou is odd? He doesn't want all these beautiful companion beasts and insists on having an ugly Minotaur. Li Xian said with a smile. What Minotaur? Wang Lu asked. Li Xian pointed at the display cabinet beside him. Wang Lu looked over and saw that the serial number was 107. She looked at Zhou in surprise and asked, You wish to buy this companion egg? Yes. Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he felt something amiss. What a coincidence. Wang Lu took out a note from her pocket and handed it to Zhou. What's this? Li Xian craned his head to look at the note with great curiosity. He saw the number 107 written on it. Wang Lu said with a smile. I originally didn't want to come, but the organizer of this auction is a good friend of my family's elders, and I'm the only one in Luoyang, so I had to attend. I never thought of buying any companion beasts, and couldn't be bothered perusing the catalog, so I randomly wrote a number. I planned on bidding for the companion beast with that number this evening as a way to please the auction organizer. Li Xian found it rather coincidental when he heard that, but Zhou was alarmed. Wang Lu's luck was just too good. To be able to randomly select a mythical companion beast made her a humanoid mascot. Don't tell me the two of you plan on bidding for this Minotaur? Li Xian looked at the two of them and asked. Since the two of them had chosen the Minotaur, they would only benefit the seller if they got into a bidding war. Since they were all fellow students with a good relationship, there was no need for that. Wang Lu looked at Zhou Wen and said, I don't plan on giving up. What about you? Same here, Zhou Wen said. I really don't understand you. There's no need to fight for a Minotaur. There are plenty of them in the West District. If you really want one, I'll get someone to get you a few. There's no need to strain your friendship. Li Xian tried to mediate. My decision never changes once I've made up my mind, but what Li Xian said is right. There's no need to strain our friendship for a companion egg. How about this? I'll bid for this companion egg, and you'll bid for another companion egg. After the auction is over, we can exchange them as a gift exchange. That way, I wouldn't have changed my mind, and you will obtain the companion egg you want. Isn't that fair? Wang Lu said after some thought. Fair enough. Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. He felt that if he really engaged in a bidding war with Wang Lu, there was almost no way he could beat her. Her suggestion would be for the best. Be it money or luck, Zhou Wen was no match for Wang Lu. I'm going to the organizer to say hello. I'll see you at the auction tonight. When an attendant came to invite Wang Lu over, she had no choice but to leave. Zhou Wen continued surveying the companion eggs in the exhibition hall. Although Wang Lu had willingly made the exchange, Zhou Wen still felt a little uncomfortable. He couldn't give up on a mythical companion beast, but he should try his best to find a good companion beast for Wang Lu. In a private room on the top floor of Shi Yuan's shop, a middle-aged man knocked on the door carefully. When the door opened a sliver, he immediately entered the room. In the private room, an old man sat on the sofa, smoking as he asked, Have you done what I told you to do? Sir, it's done. I've already switched the companion egg. As long as you bid for the companion egg at the auction, you can take it away without anyone noticing. The Zhang family definitely won't be able to notice it in such a short amount of time, said the middle-aged man nervously. Well done. What's the serial number of the companion egg? The old man put down the cigarette as his eyes shone with a fiery light. Sir, you promised me that as long as I settle this matter, you'll let me regain my freedom and send me back to the sea, my home, the middle-aged man said to the old man, his tone slightly anxious. I'll naturally do what I promised you, the old man said with a frown. I've worked for the Zhang family for so many years, and finally managed to achieve my current position today. If what I did was discovered by them, there's no way I can survive. It's all because of your order, so you must keep your promise. Please send me home. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot, his hands clenched tightly. I said that I will definitely fulfill my promise. Don't worry. What's the serial number of the companion egg? The old man stared coldly at him and asked again. 107, 107. That companion egg greatly resembles a Minotaur companion egg. I did something to the companion egg, so even expert appraisers wouldn't notice any problems ahead of time. Besides, no one will pay attention to a Minotaur companion egg. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a shadow that looked like a devil appeared behind the old man. The shadow spewed out smoke at the middle-aged man, engulfing him before he could react. Very soon, the smoke swirled back. When it landed on the old man's fingers, it had transformed into a cigarette. The old man struck a match and lit the cigarette. He sucked it deeply before exhaling a mouthful of smoke. He said calmly, Don't worry, I'll scatter your cigarette ashes into the sea. It can be considered as returning home. Zhou Wen walked around the exhibition hall for quite a while, but he couldn't find a satisfactory companion beast. They were either too expensive or too inferior. He couldn't afford the expensive ones, and he felt a little guilty buying the inferior ones. He was almost done checking out all the companion eggs except for one. Zhou Wen took one final snap. However, he couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the results. Chapter 309 4-Leaf Clover. 4-Leaf Clover, Legendary. Life Providence, Lucky Grass. Strength, 0. Speed, 0. Constitution, 3. Primordial Energy, 20. Talent Skill, Exorcism. Companion Form, Hair Clip. This was the information that Zhou Wen saw, and the name on the card was a 3-leaf clover. It was said to be a plant-type companion pet that could soothe one's mind. However, according to the information Zhou Wen saw on his phone, it was a 4-leaf clover. Its attributes were extremely weak, virtually trash among those at the legendary stage, and exorcism was a common skill in the West District. Furthermore, it was a passive skill, so it wasn't of much use. The 4-leaf clover looked ordinary, with nothing noteworthy. However, its Lucky Grass Life Providence astonished Zhou Wen. Lucky Grass Life Providence. Luck plus 3. It was a simple and direct introduction. Zhou Wen had seen this back when Wang Lu's lucky baby tiger hadn't hatched. However, the lucky baby tiger added 5 luck, 2 points higher than Lucky Grass. This was understandable. After all, the baby tiger was at the epic stage, while this 4-leaf clover was only at the legendary stage. Wang Lu's luck is amazing. This is the one. Zhou Wen decided to bid for the 4-leaf clover companion egg. Having a luck stat was just too rare. Many people wanted it, and Zhou Wen was no exception. However, recognizing it as Wang Lu's luck, he believed Wang Lu deserved getting the 4-leaf clover since he was getting a tyrant behemoth. He couldn't have his cake and eat it. Furthermore, Zhou Wen felt that wearing a hair clip didn't suit him. There were many people who knew Li Xian, so Li Xian had to entertain them. Zhou Wen didn't like such socializing events, so he went to the 4th level to see the lock companion beast. However, Zhou Wen soon discovered that other than the independent elevator he had taken before, there weren't any other ways to take him to basement 4. And the elevator he had taken previously was closed, with no way to open it. Zhou Wen was puzzled. With so many tycoons from Luoyang and the surrounding cities here, as well as wealthy foreigners especially coming to participate in the auction, shouldn't the shop open up basement 4 and sell the pets inside? Instead, it had been sealed. Qin Shiyuan's actions puzzled him. After he made an inquiry, an attendant told him that basement 4 required the boss to escort someone down. Even they couldn't take Zhou Wen down there. Zhou Wen had no choice but to give up the thought. After he visited the other floors of the store, he realized that the Shiyuan crystal shop was indeed a well-established shop in Luoyang. It had plenty of crystals and companion eggs. It had also launched several new products, testimony that the Shiyuan crystal shop had a very broad supply chain. When the auction was about to begin, Li Xian took Zhou Wen to a private room on the 2nd floor. Wang Lu was already waiting inside. It's all thanks to Wang Lu this time. Otherwise, young people like us wouldn't be able to touch a private room at all. Li Xian grinned and sat on the sofa. Wang Lu smiled and said, This room isn't prepared for me either. It's only because they are taking my family's elders into account. I'm just a representative. The 3 of them chatted for a while before the auction began. The first auction was for legendary companion eggs. They were considered desserts before the main courses. The final epic stage companion eggs were the main course. Legendary companion beasts were sold with a starting bid of 100,000. Their quality was much lower than the batch show when obtained last time. However, those who could participate in the auction didn't care about the chump change. All they did was buy something they liked. Every item had a bid, but most of them weren't high. The highest closed at 230,000. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that serial numbers were sold in reverse order. The larger the number, the earlier they were auctioned. The 13th item was the Minotaur numbered 107, and it also had a starting bid of 100,000. Wang Lu very calmly pressed the button to raise the bid to 110,000. The room was sealed and isolated, equipped with one-way mirrors, so it was unlike the people in the hall below. They needed to use a bidding device instead of raising their hands. Otherwise, the auctioneer wouldn't be aware of bids from the private rooms. There were 2 people interested in the Minotaur. Soon, the bid raised to 160,000. Then, Wang Lu raised it to 170,000. The 2 bidders on the first floor had already given up. Wang Lu originally thought that she could be the winning bidder, but someone else suddenly increased the bid to 200,000. 200,000 for a Minotaur was an astronomical price. It appeared that the other party was determined to win the Minotaur. Looks like someone wants to compete with you. You don't have any enemies in Luoyang, right? Li Xian said with a smile. Wang Lu shook her head and raised the price to 210,000. Isn't it tiring adding 10,000 each time? Just raise it to 300,000 and see if he wants to carry on bidding. Li Xian said like the rich man he was. Money still needs to be conserved. Every bit counts. Wang Lu said with a smile. At that moment in another room, an old man who was smoking frowned. He originally believed that it wouldn't be a problem winning the companion egg with 200,000. He never expected someone to engage in a bidding war with him. Could it be that the news was leaked? Or did that guy leave a backup plan? The old man pondered for a moment. He felt that both cases were possible, but it didn't seem like it. Unable to figure out the reason instantaneously, and seeing how no one was bidding, with the auctioneer already calling 210,000 once, the old man decided to bid. The money spent was trivial as long as he could get it. He didn't wish to attract too much attention, so he planned to add 10,000 to test the other party's reaction. However, when his finger pressed on the bidding device, there was no reaction. It seemed to have broken. The old man was stunned. He quickly reached out his fingers and pressed it several times, but there was no reaction at all. It was as if it had really broken. Sweat seeped out from his forehead, and he pressed continuously, but there was no reaction. Calling thrice. 210,000. Sold. The Minotaur was sold for 210,000. The auctioneer was satisfied with the number, and had called out very quickly. The old man in the room fumed with anger. He had considered everything, making all the necessary arrangements, only to fail because of a damaged bidding device. He could not help but be enraged. He called the staff over and launched a tirade. However, when the staff checked the bidding device, they found that all the buttons were working normally. There were no problems at all during the subsequent attempts. "Sir, were you too excited just now? Could it be a mishandling of the controls?" the staff member asked in an extremely polite manner. The old man hated that he couldn't immediately turn the staff in front of him into smoke, but this was Luo Yang. If he did that, he would definitely be targeted, and this wouldn't solve any problems. "Who won 107? The old man could only suppress his anger and ask. "Sir, I'm sorry. Unless the client is willing to make it public, we need to keep our client's information confidential," the staff member said as he bowed slightly. The old man held back his anger and let the staff leave. His expression darkened. He did not know if it was a coincidence or if he had already been targeted. If someone had targeted him, he would be in danger. Chapter 310 Tyrant Behemoth. Zhou Wen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Lu had succeeded in bidding for the Tyrant Behemoth. This kind of companion beast that had a chance to advance to the mythical stage was just too precious. There was nowhere in game he could grind for them, like ordinary pets, which he would eventually obtain given time. To have something fall into his lap just like this, he doubted that there would be a second opportunity. Moments later, a staff member sent the item over. After letting Wang Lu confirm that the item was right, Wang Lu directly paid the bill with her card and obtained the Tyrant Behemoth companion egg. Wang Lu turned to face Zhou Wen with the companion egg in hand. He extended his hand to receive it, only to have Wang Lu retract her hand and hug the companion egg. She smiled at Zhou Wen and asked, "Since it's a trade, where's your companion egg?" "The companion egg I chose hasn't begun the auction," Zhou Wen said. "Then I'll trade with you when you get it." Wang Lu hugged the companion egg and sat back on the sofa. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush as he waited for the auction to continue. After a few more auction items, he finally saw the 4-leaf clover being auctioned. There weren't many people bidding for the 4-leaf clover since the card's information stated that it was a 3-leaf clover without any combat strength. It was basically a supplementary item that made one clear-headed. The effects were not much different from medication oil, so few people had any interest in it. Only one person started it off with the opening bid, allowing Zhou Wen to buy it for 130,000. "Let's swap the goods at the same time." Wang Lu held the companion egg with one hand and extended her other hand in front of Zhou Wen. "All right." Zhou Wen placed the 4-leaf clover companion egg in Wang Lu's hand before taking the Tyrant Behemoth companion egg. "I finally got it." Holding the Tyrant Behemoth companion egg, Zhou Wen felt extremely excited. This pet had the chance of advancing to the mythical stage in the future. Behemoths were a type of dimensional creature that was terrifying in Western mythology. Legend had it that it ate mountains on a daily basis, and due to its huge appetite, God, who had originally created a pair of behemoths, was afraid that their descendants would end up devouring the entire world. Hence, he killed the female behemoth, leaving behind only the male behemoth. It was ultimately a legend, but the attributes of Tyrant Behemoth made it clear that it was extraordinary. Tyrant Behemoth, mortal, evolvable, strength 11, speed 11, constitution 11, primordial energy 11, talent skill, mountain devouring, companion form, boxing glove. It was a classic 411-pointer all-rounder. Like Banana Fairy, it only had one single skill. This disappointed Zhou Wen a little. The companion form was a boxing glove, something that he would figure out after hatching it. The auction continued. In the end, Li Xian managed to win the Epic Spirit Drawing Demonis for 3,200,000. It was much more expensive than the market price, making him feel the pinch. However, he still insisted on winning it. Once the auction ended, he rushed back impatiently, planning to think of a way to incubate Spirit Drawing Demonis. "I know there's a dessert shop nearby that has pretty good desserts. Want to try it before we head back to school?" Wang Lu asked Zhou Wen after leaving Shiyuan. "I'll pass. I don't really eat sweet stuff." Zhou Wen was speaking the truth. Besides, he was in a rush to hatch the Tyrant Behemoth, so he wasn't in the mood to eat. Waving his hand as a farewell, Zhou Wen summoned his mutated lotus flower ant and rode it back to school. "He's really not gentlemanly at all. What a dimwit. Drive," Wang Lu said angrily and ordered her driver to drive her to the dessert shop. After the car left, an old man walked out of a nearby alley. He looked in the direction of the car with a complicated gaze. Someone from the Wang family won that companion egg. It looks like something happened. That guy probably leaked the news. The old man felt that he was in a very dangerous situation. He had to leave immediately. Otherwise, it was possible that the Wang family would silence him. After all, it was the Zhang family's mythical companion egg, and the Hero King's family was not to be trifled with. In order to not provoke the Zhang family, the Wang family might have very well eliminated all those who knew about this. Damn the Wang family. Counted my loss this time. The old man didn't dare to stay any longer. He sneaked into the darkness and left. Highly nervous, he constantly observed his surroundings to prevent anyone from the Wang family from pursuing him. After Zhou Wen returned to his dorm, he hatched the tyrant behemoth. After all, it was still at the mortal stage. With the amount of primordial energy Zhou Wen currently had, it was rather easy to hatch it. Before long, a tattoo that looked like a bull's head appeared on the back of Zhou Wen's hand. It was completely black, resembling the silhouette of a bull's head. He summoned Tyrant Behemoth. He originally imagined that it would be massive like its namesake. After all, the behemoth was the largest mythical creature, a terrifying existence that fed on mountains daily. But the tyrant in front of him was only half the height of a human. It had a bull's head and a thick curved horn on it. Its body resembled an ape, and its claws were sharp. The tail on its back curled up, and its fur was black and luscious like black silk. It did look like a miniature one. When Tyrant Behemoth turned into a boxing glove, a black boxing glove immediately appeared on Zhou Wen's right hand. Strangely, there were two horns at the front of the glove. If Zhou Wen wanted to punch someone, the horns would definitely be the first to make contact. This fellow is still at the mortal stage. No matter how strong he is, he can't be that strong. I wonder how long it will take to evolve to the level of Banana Fairy, Zhou Wen thought. Zhou Wen soon discovered that Tyrant Behemoth did indeed live up the legends about it eating mountains. Banana Fairy and Truth Listener, together with the other companion beasts that needed to be fed, didn't eat as much combined. Not long after he fed it, the phone would notify him that Tyrant Behemoth was in a hungry state. Furthermore, it wasn't picky. Be it companion eggs or companion beasts, it could swallow them whole. Thankfully, Zhou Wen now had the epic poison bats that he could kill in mass numbers. After getting a few epic poison bat companion eggs for it, the system's notification silenced. It can eat so much at such a young age. If it really evolves to the epic stage, will I be able to raise it? Zhou Wen was already beginning to worry. Apart from the time he spent studying at Wang Mingyuan's place, Zhou Wen kept grinding daily. What he wanted the most was Lucky Baby Tiger, and the Poison WYRM's Dragon Transformation art, followed by that Dragon Pearl. Zhou Wen, come to my office. Wang Fei sent him a text. Zhou Wen thought that the Wang Fei had finally convinced her family to allow him to learn the Wang family's movement techniques, but to his surprise, he learned that the school wanted him to be a student mentor. It had been arranged that he would take care of a student from Bright Prospects College. Zhou Wen would be responsible for his learning and day-to-day living for the next 3 months at Sunset College. Isn't this the responsibility of a tutor? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. Don't forget that you're a student at Sunset College. To the students of the other colleges, you have the right to be their mentor. That's why you are called a student mentor. Do a good job, and don't disgrace our Sunset College. Wang Fei said to Zhou Wen with a solemn expression. Zhou Wen wanted to decline, but Wang Fei told him that this was the school management's decision. He couldn't decline it unless he dropped out of school. Chapter 311 Challenge. Chapter 311 Challenge. Dropping out of school was naturally just a joke. No one would drop out of school because of this. Furthermore, the school gave corresponding rewards for the student mentors, allowing them to obtain special permits to certain special dimensional zones. Instead of calling it mentoring, it was actually being a guide to allow the students of Bright Prospects College to quickly integrate into Sunset College's curriculum and lifestyle. After all, they were only here for 3 months, unlike Zhou Wen and company who could live here for 4 years and could take things slowly. Bright Prospects students, who were mentored on a one-on-one basis, joined their mentors in the same class. Naturally, their homework missions were the same. The only compulsory thing for student mentors was to team up with their ments and guide them in completing their homework missions. After Zhou Wen saw the responsibilities of a student mentor, he thought nothing much of it. After all, it was just taking another person along for his homework missions. It wasn't anything difficult since he had to do the homework missions too. When Zhou Wen saw his mentee, he learned that his name was Ming Xiu, a handsome youth around his age. He didn't know why, but Ming Xiu looked rather lazy despite looking sunny and chipper, as though he wasn't interested in anything. The school had already allocated Ming Xiu and company their dorms, but Zhou Wen was needed to take them there and help them familiarize themselves with the situation on campus. These weren't too troublesome for Zhou Wen. Although the school was large, students usually only had a few places to go to. They would be able to familiarize themselves with the campus in half a day. Once that was finished, Zhou Wen was done with his responsibilities until homework missions were assigned. He just needed to take Ming Xiu along when that happened. Although Zhou Wen was learning from Wang Mingyuan, his tutor was still Wang Fei in name, so Ming Xiu's tutor was also Wang Fei. Ming Xiu, This is your dorm key. Shall I take you to the dormitory first? After the school management had delivered their speeches, Zhou planned on taking Ming Xiu to his dorm to settle him in. Thank you, just give me the key. We're all adults. I can do such trivialities myself. There's no need to trouble you, Ming Xiu said politely. Sure, this is my phone number. Call me if you need anything. Zhou handed over the dorm key and his phone number. Thanks. By the way, who was first in Sunset College's comprehensive test this year? Ming Xiu asked after taking the key and paper slip. I believe first place went to Senior Wei Ge. Zhou had a good memory, but that was on matters he wanted to memorize. If he wasn't interested, he often didn't pay much attention. He really didn't care who was first. He just knew that he was in the top 10. Wei Ge is the current president of the student council, right? Ming Xiu nodded, as if he had heard of this person before. Yes. Do you know where to find him? I really don't know. You can go to the student council's activity room to take a look. Even if you can't find Senior Wei Ge, you can still find the key members of the student council there. Zhou then told him where the student council was located. Thanks. After thanking Zhou once again, Ming Xiu turned around and prepared to leave. Zhou didn't stop him. Seeing how independent the Bright Prospects student was, he felt gratified. Besides, Ming Xiu was right. They were already adults, and didn't need others to watch over them. Many things could be figured out if one put in the effort. There was no need to have someone to seek advice from. This was in line with Sunset College's education policy. It was best not to restrict a student's wishes and development. It only gave them guidance in particular directions, and provided them with knowledge and the ability to learn. What they made out of that depended on the students themselves. Independence was what determined if a student could truly grow. After Ming Xiu left, Zhou turned around and returned to his dormitory. He hadn't managed to obtain the dragon transformation art. He planned to continue grinding before heading to Wang Mingyuan's place for learning. Ming Xiu walked to a trash can and, without looking at Zhou's paper slip, he threw the folded piece of paper into the recycle bin. Ming Xiu had no intention of coming to Sunset College to learn anything, nor did he need the companionship of a student mentor. Wei Ge had been in a rather good mood recently. He was originally worried that Zhou would become the second Hui Haifeng and might even compete with him to be the next student council president. However, after some observation, he realized that Zhou was not much different from the other weirdos in school. His lack of interest in such matters relieved Wei Ge. Zhou seldom appeared, and he didn't participate in group activities. What was worse was that Zhou often requested a leave of absence to leave campus. Wei Ge automatically defined Zhou as a rich and powerful Silent. With Zhou's personality, he probably wouldn't compete with him for the position of president of the student council. Wei Ge was studying a dimensional zone guide when he heard the door being pushed open. He looked up at the person who had entered and couldn't help but frown. His memory was very good, especially when it came to faces. However, he could not remember where he had seen this handsome boy before. The exchange students from Bright Prospects College arrived today. This boy should be one of them, right? Wei Ge guessed Ming Xiu's background and thought to himself, why is the new exchange student here at the student council instead of in his dorm? Hello there, I'm the president of the student council, Wei Ge. Is there anything I can help you with? Wei Ge said to Ming Xiu in a friendly manner, like he was a political figure greeting the poor in the countryside. In Wei Ji's heart, Bright Prospects College was a third-rate college. Therefore, their students weren't much different from the poor and needy. Permitting their entry into Sunset College was a form of charity. Ming Xiu looked at Wei Ge and said, You are the president of the student council, Wei Ge? That's me. Wei Ge nodded with a smile. He looked extraordinary, and secretly he felt smug. Even a Bright Prospect student knows of me. As expected, I'm already famous elsewhere. Can you spar with me in real combat? I want to know how strong the strongest student at Sunset College is. Ming Xiu directly explained his purpose for coming. Wei Ge smiled and said to Ming Xiu, Are you an exchange student from Bright Prospects College? Ming Xiu nodded slightly and continued. You decide on the time and place. Young kid from a third-rate school, eager to prove himself. What a pity that he's overly ambitious. He wants to challenge me, the president of the student council, the moment he's here. He's still too young. Wei Ge was experienced in handling such matters. While maintaining his smile, he took out a coin and placed it on the table. Then, he said to Ming Xiu, Well, there's no need to go through all that trouble. See this coin? I'll do something to it. If you can do the same, you'll be the winner. Okay. Ming Xiu agreed without hesitation. Chapter 312 Disciple Accepts the Challenge. Chapter 312 Disciple Accepts the Challenge. Wei Ge reached out his palm and casually pressed down on the coin on the table. Then, he removed his hand and smiled at Ming Xiu. Saw that? Ming Xiu's gaze landed on the coin, and saw a needle-like hole in the middle of the coin. He reached out and picked up the coin. The coin had been pierced, but the table below wasn't damaged at all. Condensing forces into a needle? Ming Xiu said as he placed the coin on the table. You have quite a keen eye. You can give it a try as well. Wei Gu was very pleased with himself. His ability to condense forces in his palm into a needle was something he was most proud of. Furthermore, he could control this technique easily and freely. It was impossible for the average person, even if they worked hard for more than a decade. It had nothing to do with one's strength, because it was a manifestation of one's control of their strength. Otherwise, no matter how powerful one's force was, even if it could smash a coin, it wouldn't just leave a hole the size of a needle. With this technique, Wei Gu had made many challengers retreat without a fight. He was already used to it. Ming Xiu didn't say anything. He only reached out his palm and pressed it on the coin. Then, he removed his palm and said to Wei Gu, Now can you spar with me in real combat? Wei Gu looked at the coin and was shocked. He saw a hole on the coin that was smaller than the hole he had left behind. Picking up the coin and seeing that there was no damage to the table, Wei Gu thought to himself, It's surprising that a third-rate school like Bright Prospects College would have such an expert at strength control. This guy looks like a handful. It's necessary I beat him, but there's no benefit to it. But if I were to lose, wouldn't my reputation be ruined? With this thought in mind, Wei Gu suddenly had an idea. He smiled at Ming Xiu and asked, How should I address you? Ming Xiu. Ming Xiu answered. Ming Xiu, you obviously can challenge me, but I have to clarify one matter first. Are you trying to challenge me, the president of the student council, or the #1 expert of our Sunset College? Wei Gu asked. Is there a difference? Ming Xiu asked. Of course there is. Although I'm the president of the student council, the publicly recognized #1 expert in our school is someone else. If you want to challenge the #1 expert, I'm afraid you have gotten the wrong person. Wei Gu said. Who's the strongest? Ming Xiu asked. Our school's #1 expert is Hui Haifeng, who's known as the Invincible Fist. Wei Gu directly sold Hui Haifeng out. After all, he and Hui Haifeng were rivals. Getting Ming Xiu to cause trouble for Hui Haifeng was the best option. Where can I find him? When Ming Xiu heard the impressive title of Invincible Fist, he didn't think that Wei Gu was lying. If he wasn't that strong, he wouldn't dare mention Invincible in his title. Furthermore, as the president of Sunset College's student council, it was unlikely Wei Gu would spout nonsense. Wei Gu wasn't spouting nonsense. Hui Haifeng had such a nickname, but it was just one used in jest. Wei Gu used to hate Hui Haifeng's nickname, but it was a perfect opportunity to use it now. Wait a minute. Wei Gu made a phone call and quickly found Hui Haifeng's whereabouts. He then said to Ming Xiu with a smile, He should be in Dragon Gate Grotto. It's not difficult to find the area. Just ask around on campus or use your phone's navigation. Thank you. Ming Xiu turned around and left. After Ming Xiu left, Wei Gu looked at the coin again. The needle hole was not only small, but also very round. It was much more intricate than Wei Ji's. This guy is quite impressive. If I fought him, I might not be able to win. How did a third-rate school like Bright Prospects College produce such a freak? Wei Gu was puzzled. A student like him should have been able to enter a prestigious school. However, thinking about how he had brought huge trouble to Hui Haifeng, Wei Gu felt happy again. If Ming Xiu really defeated Hui Haifeng, it would be amusing. Zhou Wen went to Wang Mingyuan's place to study. Just as he arrived at Dragon Gate Grotto, he saw Ming Xiu standing at the intersection, looking down at his phone as though he was hesitating on which path to take. Stop looking. The GPS is useless here in Dragon Gate Grotto. Where do you want to go? Zhou Wen walked to him and asked. Seeing that it was Zhou Wen, Ming Xiu asked. I'm looking for Hui Haifeng. I heard he's in Old Dragon Cave, right? Why are you looking for Hui Haifeng? Zhou Wen asked curiously. Wei Gu said he's the #1 expert in Sunset College, so I wanted to see how strong the #1 expert of Sunset College is, said Ming Xiu. Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless when he heard that. He had sent Ming Xiu to Wei Gu, and Wei Gu ended up sending him to Hui Haifeng. You know Hui Haifeng? Ming Xiu sized up Zhou Wen and asked. We're under the same tutor, so we're considered fellow disciples, Zhou Wen said, as he considered how he could resolve the trouble that was Ming Xiu. Zhou Wen, what are you doing here? Hui Haifeng asked as he walked out of Dragon Gate Grotto before Zhou Wen could think of a solution. This is Ming Xiu from Bright Prospects College. He wants to challenge you. Zhou Wen had no choice but to introduce Ming Xiu to Hui Haifeng. Ming Xiu, why do you want to challenge me? Hui Haifeng didn't panic at all as he asked with a smile. Someone said that you are the #1 expert at Sunset College. I want to know how strong Sunset College's #1 expert is, said Ming Xiu. That's right. That person has a keen eye, but Ming Xiu, If anyone can challenge me as you do, as the #1 expert of Sunset College, wouldn't I be busy all day? Just accepting challenges would tire me to death. Hui Haifeng then changed gears and pointed at Zhou Wen. Let's do this. He's my junior and ranked the lowest among our tutor's 4 disciples. He's also the weakest. Try defeating him first before I consider accepting your challenge. Zhou Wen nearly spat out the water he had just drunk. Hui Haifeng was too shameless. Ming Xiu looked at Zhou Wen and gestured for him to launch an attack. I'll be troubling you. Zhou Wen was a little depressed. He didn't have the time to fight with Ming Xiu. He still had a few questions to ask Wang Mingyuan. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking, Feng Qiuyan saw him and ran over, immediately asking, Coach, I've already figured out what you taught me the last time. When is the next lesson? Zhou Wen pointed at Ming Xiu and said, Ahem. Feng Qiuyan, let me introduce you. This is Bright Prospects College's Ming Xiu, an exchange student who's just come to our school. He's very strong. You can spar with him. It's a way to test you on your recent improvement in strength. All right. Feng Qiuyan agreed immediately, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 313 Ming Xiu's Decision. Ming Xiu revealed a look of displeasure. When he heard Feng Qiuyan call Zhou Wen Coach, he thought that Feng Qiuyan was just a student trained by Zhou Wen. He felt that Zhou Wen was looking down on him, asking him to spar with someone like that. Feng Qiuyan's strength is no weaker than mine. As long as you can beat him, you can directly challenge Senior Haifeng. Zhou Wen hurriedly directed the problem back at Hui Haifeng. When Ming Xiu heard that, his expression softened, and he looked at Feng Qiuyan. This spectacular scene finally unfolded, as they exchanged looks, and immediately went to the arena. Ming Xiu originally imagined that he could easily defeat Feng Qiuyan, who wasn't famous at all, but he failed to gain an advantage once the battle began. Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques already had the inklings of a master's. He freely struck with verve, his spirit and courage becoming stronger as he fought. His saber landed like roiling heavenly rivers that prevented his opponent from catching his breath. Ming Xiu could not help but become serious. He used his incredible life providence powers, and fought with Feng Qiuyan with all his strength. But even so, it was only a draw. He found it difficult to clinch victory. Ming Xiu's shock was indescribable. His life providence was peerless twins. He learned everything much faster than others. He took days to master something that others might need a year for. He just needed one look at concepts that eluded others to quickly understand them. Among his peers, he had never experienced the feeling of having an opponent. He originally believed that Sunset College was only a little more famous, and their students were nothing much. It was impossible for them to be stronger than him. However, he never expected that he wouldn't be able to defeat Feng Qiuyan despite giving his all. And since Feng Qiuyan called Zhou Wen Coach, it was obvious he had been trained by Zhou Wen. Furthermore, Hui Haifeng claimed that Zhou Wen was the weakest among the 4 students of their tutor. Sunset College is really filled with hidden talents. Ming Xiu, who had originally thought that it would be boring being an exchange student at Sunset College, suddenly changed the glint in his eyes. The two of them had been fighting in the arena for more than an hour, but there was no victor. Both ended up exhausted with no energy left. Is that Zhou Wen really your coach? Ming Xiu didn't believe that a person who could fight him to a draw would be trained by someone their age. Yes, Feng Qiuyan answered honestly. Then, is it like what he said? Your strength is about the same as his? Ming Xiu asked again. I don't know Coach's strength, but it's only because of his 3-pointers in the past 2 to 3 months that I have reached my current realm. Before this, I wouldn't have been your match. I would have been defeated within 10 moves. Feng Qiuyan believed that he was telling the truth, but even he himself didn't know that Zhou Wen hadn't given him any serious pointers. He had figured everything out himself. However, those words sounded completely different in Ming Xiu's ears. It was unbelievable that a person who couldn't even withstand 10 of his attacks previously could now tie him with just 3 pointers from Zhou Wen. Feng Qiuyan looked like a rigid and focused person. He didn't look like someone who would lie. There's actually such a genius in this world. I had such a narrow view of the world before. It looks like I made the right choice to come to Sunset College. Ming Xiu suddenly laughed. Life without an opponent and goal was too boring for him. Now with someone like Feng Qiuyan and Zhou Wen appearing, he felt as though he had come alive. Tian Jinjin had arranged for the Bright Prospects students to gather at the canteen. She would occasionally glance at the canteen's entrance, but she didn't see that familiar figure. Jinjin, we've already asked around. Sunset College's top student for this year's comprehensive test is the president of the student council, Wei Ge, but he's not the most famous one. It's a freshman named Zhou Wen. He got into the top 10 at the mortal stage. Not long ago, he defeated John from Covenant College and helped the army defeat the Sky Spiders. A Bright Prospects College student recounted Zhou Wen's antics in Sunset College with great familiarity. Although Zhou is very strong and much stronger than us, he's definitely not Ming Xiu's match, Tian Jinjin said confidently. Of course. No matter how strong Zhou is, he's only a slightly stronger student. How can he be comparable to Ming Xiu? He's our Bright Prospects god. Another Bright Prospects student said matter-of-factly. The other students also agreed. Ming Xiu was too dominant in Bright Prospects College. He was a god in the hearts of all the students. Even the tutors believed that Ming Xiu could have a chance at being in the top 10 of the entire league. Since Zhou is so famous, let Ming Xiu challenge him first so that he can become famous in one battle. Let those arrogant fellows from Sunset College know what true geniuses are. Tianjin was brimming with confidence. She seemed to be able to foresee how all the students of Sunset College would be stunned when Ming Xiu defeated Zhou. While they were chatting, Ming Xiu walked over. Ming Xiu, why are you so late? Tianjin hurriedly invited Ming Xiu to sit beside her. Something cropped up, Ming Xiu said. Ming Xiu, we've already asked around. Now, Sunset College. Before Tianjin could finish her sentence, Ming Xiu interrupted her. Jinjin, before coming, my mom must have secretly given you quite a bit of money, right? Ming Xiu looked at Tianjin and asked. Andy prepared it for you just in case. It was in the event that you urgently required money, Tianjin said, embarrassed. Give me 20,000, said Ming Xiu. What do you want the money for? Tianjin asked as she transferred the money, puzzled. I want to hire Zhou to be my personal coach. I would like him to give me some pointers and cultivation guidance, Ming Xiu said excitedly. Having had a long chat with Feng Qiuyan, he increasingly found Zhou unfathomable. It was truly worth it to be able to hire someone like Zhou to teach him for 20,000. Ming Xiu was a top genius who could learn anything quickly, but this also made him lose direction. He didn't know what he should learn. It felt like he could learn anything and everything, but he had the nagging feeling that he wasn't good at anything. This was a horrible feeling. Before today's battle, Ming Xiu still felt that it was just loneliness derived from invincibility, but after his battle with Feng Qiuyan, he realized that he had yet to find his own path. After Feng Qiuyan's repeated recommendations, Ming Xiu decided to hire Zhou to come up with a cultivation plan for him, and to guide him out of his confusion. Feng Qiuyan had informed him that each class cost 20,000. Tianjin was dumbfounded when she heard that. She stared at Ming Xiu in a daze. Her mouth was agape for a long time. She didn't even realize that she had dropped the food she was eating. They had just been discussing how Ming Xiu could defeat Zhou and how he could become famous in Sunset College, but in the blink of an eye, the god in their eyes actually wanted to hire Zhou as a coach. He even wanted him to guide him in his cultivation. Silence fell at the table with only Ming Xiu speaking in excitement. Chapter 314 Talent at Playing Cards. Ming Xiu, do you have a fever? Tianjin touched Ming Xiu's head and asked curiously. Ming Xiu pushed Tianjin's hand away. Of course not. Then why do you want to hire Zhou to be your coach? Shouldn't you defeat him, thus becoming famous in Sunset College? Tianjin said. I've already fought with a student he trained, said Ming Xiu. Shouldn't your opponent be him? Why would you be fighting with his student? What happened in the end? Tianjin asked 3 questions in a row. It was a draw. I couldn't beat him even when I used all my strength. That person saber technique is too powerful, said Ming Xiu excitedly. Tianjin and the students from Bright Prospects College were alarmed. Ming Xiu was such a strong person, yet he only managed to draw with Zhou student. It was hard to believe how powerful Zhou was. Ming Xiu continued. That student only attended 3 of Zhou's private classes. According to him, he wouldn't have been strong enough to take 10 strikes from me about 3 months ago. What? Tianjin and the rest felt that their brains were lacking. The person could fight Ming Xiu to a draw with just 3 private classes. To them, this sounded like a fairy tale. Ming Xiu, is what you said true? Tianjin was in disbelief. It can't be wrong. A person like Feng Qiuyan wouldn't lie. Furthermore, Zhou is only ranked last amongst his tutor's 4 students. He's the weakest. Is this the famous Sunset College? What kind of monsters are they? Tianjin and company were dumbfounded. To them, the invincible Ming Xiu didn't seem that outstanding in Sunset College. However, Ming Xiu was very excited. I thought that it would be a boring trip, but I didn't expect it to be the right choice. Sunset College lives up to its name. There are so many powerful students here. This feeling is great. In Wang Mingyuan's laboratory, only Zhou and Zhong Zia were around. The 2 of them were playing cards facing each other, and there were several paper slips pasted on Zhou face. Zhou had originally come to ask Wang Mingyuan some cultivation questions, but Wang Mingyuan had yet to return from Dragon's Well. Zhong Zia had suggested playing cards, since they had nothing to do. Zhou Wen refused at first since gaming was better than playing cards. However, Zhong Zia said that if Zhou Wen could defeat him at cards, he would give Zhou Wen an epic movement technique crystal. Although Zhou Wen wasn't good at playing cards, he believed that card games between two people depended on 30% skill, 70% luck. Even if his skills weren't good, he could win as long as his luck was good. However, he never expected that Zhong Zia would want to play reverse with him. As soon as he made one mistake, he lost. The 3 pieces of paper on Zhou Wen's face were punishment for him throwing out the wrong card. Zhou Wen had seen his 3 seniors play reverse before, so he had an idea how to play it. However, watching was one thing, but playing it was a whole different matter. It was very easy to throw the wrong cards in this game. Zhong Zia threw out cards in the normal order, while Zhou Wen threw out cards in the reverse order. For example, if Zhou Wen threw a 7, Zhong Zia needed to throw an 8 or higher. However, Zhou Wen couldn't throw a 9. Instead, he had to throw a card smaller than 8 to be lower than Zhong Zia's 8. Such a form of playing was very special. It was Zhou Wen's first time playing it, and he had to play the cards in reverse. Zhong Zia spoke to him while playing, making Zhou Wen throw out cards in the normal manner. That was how he lost all 3 matches. It had nothing to do with his bad cards. As Zhong Zia threw his cards, he smiled and said, "Junior, reverse isn't that easy to play. When Jiang Yan taught me and Hui Haifeng, both of us had lots of paper slips on our faces. Just count it as tuition money. I already know what to do." "Again," Zhou Wen said. "You can play however many rounds you want," Zhong Zia said with a grin. It was not easy to change habitual thinking. Having lived for more than 10 years and playing cards in the normal manner, to have someone play it in reverse order made it easy for one to throw the wrong cards. When he started, Zhong Zia had also spent quite a bit of time adapting to this kind of reverse thinking process. It definitely wouldn't be easy for Zhou Wen to get used to it immediately. Furthermore, Zhong Zia deliberately spoke to Zhou Wen, diverting his attention in the conversation. That made it easier for Zhou Wen to make mistakes. Back when Zhong Zia started playing reverse, he didn't dare speak to Jiang Yan. He made mistakes the moment he was distracted. Only after a long period of time was he able to play cards and chat with Jiang Yan and the company. Hui Haifeng's situation was similar to his. The only person who could play reverse and chat with him without any mistakes was Wang Mingyuan. Zhong Zia didn't know if Wang Mingyuan had played reverse before, or if there was another reason. In short, he had never seen Wang Mingyuan make a mistake while playing reverse. Zhong Zia had never seen Jiang Yan, who had suggested reverse, make a mistake either. However, since Jiang Yan was the one who suggested it, he reckoned that she must have been experienced, so it wasn't strange. Zhong Zia originally thought that Zhou Wen would definitely need some time to get used to it, or that he wouldn't speak to him. He would focus on playing cards and slowly think to avoid mistakes. However, Zhou Wen didn't do that. He continued chatting as he played. The speed at which he threw the cards was also normal. He didn't deliberately slow down to think. From the 4th round, Zhou Wen stopped making any mistakes. Although he still lost in the end, it was because his cards weren't good as well as the lack of skill required in comparing thrown cards. How did he get used to it so quickly? Zhong Zia found it unbelievable and continued playing a few more rounds with Zhou Wen. He soon realized that Zhou Wen had really gotten accustomed. No matter how much he talked to Zhou Wen or how distracting his topics were, he couldn't make Zhou Wen commit mistakes. This guy's talent in this aspect might be better than me and Hui Haifeng. Zhong Zia was slightly surprised. Seeing how Zhou Wen was no longer making mistakes, and how his technique was improving, Zhong Zia was really afraid that he might fail at this simple task. Hence, he said with a laugh to get himself out of it, "I'm not playing anymore. How boring. Let's play another 2 rounds. I won't take your crystal if you lose." Zhou Wen had just gotten the hang of it, and found it interesting, so he naturally wouldn't let Zhong Zia off. Zhong Zia had no choice but to agree to 2 more rounds. By the time Wang Mingyuan came out of Dragon's Well, Zhong Zia and Zhou Wen had a lot of paper slips on their faces. This surprised Wang Mingyuan slightly. From what he knew, it was probably Zhou Wen's first time playing reverse. Yet, he was able to play it well with Zhong Zia. It seemed like he was quite talented in this area. Chapter 315, I like your teaching method. Chapter 315, I like your teaching method. Drop my baby tiger. Zhou Wen had killed the tigers in Binong Cave countless times in game, but he was once again disappointed. There was still no companion egg. Is it really that hard to get pets that add luck? Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless. He remembered that Wang Lu had gotten a lucky baby tiger the first time she came. Why was it so difficult for him? He headed to Poison Wyrm Pool once again. Thankfully, it gave him a pleasant surprise as a primordial energy skill crystal dropped. After Zhou Wen absorbed it, the system notified him that he had learned Poison Dragon Finger 5. Now, Zhou Wen had 4 types of Poison Dragon Finger, he was only lacking Poison Dragon Finger 3. Actually, a few Poison Dragon Finger crystals had dropped previously, but they were repeated. There were more than 1s, 4s, and 2s. 3s and 5s seemed especially rare, but he had finally managed to have a 5 drop today. Yet, there was still no sign of a 3. He didn't have Dragon Transformation Art drop either. The drop rate was similarly low. Out of options, Zhou Wen could only grind slowly. After all, he had plenty of opportunities. It just took time. Ding dong! Just as Zhou Wen was about to go to the underground sea to commit suicide, the doorbell suddenly rang. He opened the door and saw Ming Xiu. Why are you here? What's the matter? Zhou Wen looked at Ming Xiu puzzled. This fellow was rather independent. Even if something happened, he probably wouldn't look for his student mentor. Zhou Wen, I want you to be my personal coach. 1 private lesson costs 20,000, right? Give me your account details, and I'll transfer it to you now. Ming Xiu said bluntly. He had previously thrown away Zhou Wen's phone number, and had no choice but to look for him himself. After asking around for a while, he finally found out where Zhou Wen lived. Don't listen to Feng Qiuyan's nonsense. I'm just a student like you. How can I be qualified to be your personal coach? Zhou Wen immediately guessed what Feng Qiuyan had said when he heard the 2 keywords. Because I'm a bright prospect student? Ming Xiu misunderstood and thought that Zhou Wen didn't want to be his personal coach because he wasn't a student at Sunset College. No, that's not it. I really don't have the qualifications to teach you. Zhou Wen shook his head and explained. Ming Xiu lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Just as Zhou Wen imagined that he was about to come to his senses, Ming Xiu looked up and said to Zhou Wen, I remember you should be my student mentor, right? It's also your responsibility to tutor me, right? Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss for words. What's your phone number? Add me as a friend. It'll be easier to contact you in the future. Ming Xiu asked Zhou Wen as he took out his phone. Let me make it clear. I really don't have anything to teach you. There's no need for the money. Let's study together. Zhou Wen helplessly took out his phone and added Ming Xiu. You don't have to be so humble. I heard about what you've done from Feng Qiuyan. Your way of teaching is really unique and leaves a deep impression. I hope you can use that method to teach me. After Ming Xiu added Zhou Wen as a friend, he immediately transferred 20,000 to him. What did Feng Qiuyan say to him? Zhou Wen's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. Who knew what kind of inane teaching method he had? It was not something Zhou Wen knew anyway. You can do whatever you like. I don't have time today. Tomorrow is the day Ms. Wang will assign homework missions. Let's complete the mission together when it's out. Zhou Wen didn't explain, nor did he bother to explain. Teaching through actual practice. You're just like Feng Qiuyan said. Ming Xiu nodded in satisfaction, and ignored Zhou Wen's reaction before turning to leave. Zhou Wen gaped at Ming Xiu's departing figure. After a long while, he muttered to himself. Is he nuts? When he went back in, he saw an unread message on the phone. It was a message from Ensheng. They had made a new discovery in the ruins and found the inner sanctum's entrance. However, the inner sanctum situation was terrible. A few groups of people had died with unknown causes. Not a single person had walked out alive to date. Ensheng and the rest were thinking of various ways to study the secrets of the inner sanctum, hoping to find old Mr. Ouyang as soon as possible. He would inform Zhou Wen if there was any news. Zhou Wen sent a text to Ensheng, but he didn't receive any reply. He didn't know if Ensheng had entered an area without a signal, or if he was too busy to reply. I have to quickly think of a way to pass the underground sea and reach the temple. It's better using the blood-colored avatar to explore the inner sanctum than letting those warriors sacrifice themselves for nothing. Zhou Wen was afraid that the former principal had already died in the inner sanctum. If that happened, whatever he did now would be meaningless. The next morning, Zhou Wen received a message from the class group. It was the homework mission assigned by Wang Fei. It's just killing a golden warrior. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw how simple the homework mission was. He needed plenty of time to grind. He didn't have the time or effort to spend time doing research on other matters. It was best if he could complete his homework mission easily. Coach, where are you going to do the homework missions? Zhou Wen was just about to wash when he received a message from Ming Xiu. The homework mission needed to be completed in 10 days. Zhou Wen originally planned on going in a few days. But it would only be more troublesome if Ming Xiu messaged him daily. Therefore, Zhou Wen thought about it, and decided to do his homework mission today to prevent Ming Xiu from looking for him again. They arranged to meet at the Myriad Buddha Cave, and when he arrived, he realized that Ming Xiu was already waiting for him there. Coach, what do you plan on teaching me today? Ming Xiu asked. I've told you that I have nothing I can teach you. Today, we are just going to do the homework missions kill a golden warrior, Zhou Wen said as he walked. Kill a golden warrior. Ming Xiu revealed a pensive expression, as if he was thinking about something. Golden warriors had very high defense, and their drop rates were low. Therefore, few people came here. As for the other students, who received the mission to kill a golden warrior, they were most likely still studying the materials pertaining to the golden warrior, and would come in a day or two. Therefore, when Zhou Wen and Ming Xiu entered the Myriad Buddha Cave, there was no one else there. Are you confident in killing the golden warrior? Zhou Wen turned to ask Ming Xiu. Yes, I've already read up on the golden warrior. It's not difficult for me, answered Ming Xiu. Then you go first. I'll do the recording for you, Zhou Wen said to Ming Xiu. Recording a video to hand it in to Wang Fei was the way of providing evidence that they had completed the homework mission. It couldn't be anything else, but when Ming Xiu heard it, there was a whole other meaning. He wants to create a targeted cultivation plan only after understanding my abilities and traits? Ming Xiu decided to showcase his strength to let Zhou Wen understand his current situation. Chapter 316 Your Destiny. Chapter 316 Your Destiny. Zhou Wen watched Ming Xiu battling the golden warrior as his eyes constantly twitched. Ming Xiu was indeed impressive. In terms of combat skills, he wasn't inferior to Zhou Wen. Furthermore, he was skilled and proficient in all sorts of techniques. However, no matter how strong he was, what was the point in thrashing up a golden warrior? Ming Xiu had already spent more than an hour battling with it. He could have easily killed a golden warrior, but he would always ruthlessly strike only to land it gently. It was unknown how many times the golden warrior had been hit by him. It was terribly beaten, but still short of being beaten to death. Even Zhou Wen couldn't stand it any longer. Although it was a dimensional creature, he didn't have to torture it in such a way. If you want to kill it. Otherwise, just leave. What's the point of torturing it for more than an hour? Are you a sadist? Zhou Wen didn't have an imagination like Ming Xiu's. He believed that Ming Xiu was flaunting his skills and abilities. Ming Xiu, on the other hand, was very excited. He displayed all the things he knew. However, Ming Xiu was simply too talented. The breadth of what he knew was just extensive. He showcased them one by one until he broke out into a sweat and exhaustion. However, Ming Xiu felt that it was necessary. Otherwise, Zhou Wen wouldn't understand his situation well. How then was he to tailor a cultivation plan for him? If this were in the past, Zhou Wen would be able to locate Ming Xiu without even looking, thanks to Truth Listener. If not for the need to record him, Zhou Wen would have been gaming. Now that Truth Listener was still incubating, Zhou Wen wasn't able to record Ming Xiu accurately if his eyes remained peeled to the screen. Therefore, he could only patiently do the recording. However, he was already feeling a little impatient waiting. This was basically wasting his time. He waited until Ming Xiu finally felt that he was done with his demonstration and killed the golden warrior. Even Zhou Wen felt aggrieved for it. It's your turn to record, Zhou Wen said to Ming Xiu, who was wiping his sweat. All right. Ming Xiu nodded and pointed the phone at Zhou Wen before following behind him. Zhou Wen was feeling anxious from all the waiting. He rushed forward the moment he saw a golden warrior. He took out his bamboo blade and diced up the golden warrior before glancing at Ming Xiu unhappily. He then turned around and walked out. I can finally return to gaming, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Ming Xiu looked thoughtful when he saw Zhou Wen slice up the golden warrior. It's a clean and straightforward saber technique, but there's nothing special to it. It's just that the saber is so sharp. Hold on, it's definitely not that simple. Feng Qiuyan said that Zhou Wen loves to integrate what he wants to say in his actions. He must have been hinting at something when he looked at me with such a strange look in his eyes. There must be some secret hidden within the saber move. It's just that I haven't understood it yet, Ming Xiu thought. Let's end it for the day. I'll contact you again when the next homework mission is available, Zhou Wen said to Ming Xiu as he left Myriad Buddha Cave. Hearing these words, Ming Xiu was even more certain of the secret behind Zhou Wen's saber move. Otherwise, there was no way Zhou Wen wouldn't tailor a plan for him and allowed him to leave after he paid the 20,000. Coach, don't worry. I'll definitely gain some insights before the next homework mission, Ming Xiu said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered to waste his time with him and let Ming Xiu return by himself. Instead, he went to Wang Mingyuan's lab to listen to his especially interesting lectures. Wang Mingyuan always talked about random things that appeared useless, as though he was telling a story or a joke. However, when one encountered a particular situation, one would suddenly discover that one of those stories seemed applicable to the situation they were in. It made Zhou Wen feel that he could treat the situation from a third party's perspective, and not be limited by his biases. Therefore, Zhou Wen was very willing to listen to Wang Mingyuan's random lectures. However, Wang Mingyuan didn't have much time. Occasionally, he would give the four of them lessons, but most of the time, he would assign them homework missions. Zhou Wen's main job was still to pull the chain that had sunk into Dragon's Well. Although Zhou Wen's strength had improved significantly, it remained tedious pulling the chain. The coldness coming from the chain was just too overwhelming. It indirectly proved the White Dragon's terror. After Ming Xiu returned to his dorm, he kept thinking about what Zhou Wen wanted to tell him, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what special meaning the ordinary saber strike had. This left Ming Xiu vexed. After some thought, Ming Xiu began to suspect that Zhou Wen was just fooling him. The time came for him to meet Feng Qiuyan for sparring, as they previously arranged. Afterward, Ming Xiu shared his doubts with Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan frowned in thought when he heard that. Then, he said with a confirmatory tone, "Coach's saber move definitely has a deeper meaning. It's only because you're lost to your biases that you didn't understand. You understand what that strike means?" Ming Xiu's eyes lit up as he asked Feng Qiuyan. "Of course, the more I think about it, the more I feel that Coach's strike is brilliant and exciting. Only a person like Coach can come up with such a brilliant idea to remind you," Feng Qiuyan said to Ming Xiu in all seriousness, almost slapping his thigh in amazement at his coach. "Tell me, what exactly does he want to tell me with that strike?" Ming Xiu clearly didn't have as good an imagination as Feng Qiuyan, nor could he figure out any deeper meaning to the strike. Feng Qiuyan looked at Ming Xiu and asked, "What do you think your biggest problem is right now?" Ming Xiu thought for a moment and said, "I've learned too many things that I'm not sure what I'm truly good at. I'm puzzled about my future path." "That's it." Feng Qiuyan nodded and said, "You are currently in a state of confusion over your future path. You feel that you are capable of everything and can do anything. However, you fail to really master anything. Therefore, Coach used the most ordinary saber strike to tell you that the most ordinary and direct attack that can hit a vital spot is most suitable for you." "What is the most ordinary and direct attack?" Ming Xiu was still confused. "Buddhists talk about the myriad interpretations in the world. A person's life and energy are limited after all. It's already a great blessing to be able to study one thing fully during one's entire life. Coach's strike is telling you not to be blinded by appearance. Use your own heart to feel what you need, and don't care about what others think. Even if it's an ordinary path, that's your choice, a path that will allow you to reach greatness. You just need to keep advancing forward without end." The more Feng Qiuyan spoke, the more agitated he became. "Ask yourself. You must have some most ordinary and most direct thought. Let's use women as an example. No matter how many women stand together, no matter how your heart feels, your eyes will automatically look at the one you think is the prettiest. It's the same with practicing martial arts. No matter how much you know, there must be one thing that you will be willing to learn first. That is your true intention. That's your destiny." My true intention. My destiny. The first thing that I'm willing to learn. Ming Xiu felt his mind explode as he thought of what had happened when he was young. It was a past that he could never forget. Chapter 317 Metal War Wagon. Chapter 317 Metal War Wagon. When Ming Xiu was young, a breakout creature had attacked their residence. His father fought with his sword, risking his life to kill the creature and protected the young Ming Xiu. In the young Ming Xiu's heart, his father was the greatest person in the world. His sword technique was also the strongest one in the world. He yearned to learn his father's sword technique when he grew up and become someone like his father. However, when he finally grew up, many people told him that his father's sword technique was too ordinary, and there was no value in learning it. There was no chance for him to reach the pinnacle mastering it, and it wasn't on par with a genius like him. They advised him to learn more powerful sword techniques. Ming Xiu refused to believe the naysayers, so he continued learning his father's sword technique. However, the truth was just as those people had said. His father's sword technique was just something he considered very strong when he was young, but in reality, it was far inferior to the sword techniques that everyone knew. Ming Xiu was able to master his father's sword technique easily, and he found that it really wasn't that strong. Although Ming Xiu knew that his father's sword technique wasn't strong, he had always had a soft spot for it. Even though it was far inferior to those of the world's best sword techniques, Ming Xiu still couldn't forget it. However, he subconsciously didn't use it. Deep in his heart, there was an indescribable emotion regarding this matter. Today, Feng Qiuyan's words had awakened the deepest feelings Ming Xiu had. He felt as though his brain had been struck by lightning. That's right, why did I give up? So what if my father's sword technique is ordinary? In my heart, that is the strongest sword technique in the world. If it's not strong enough, and the world doesn't agree with that, I'll try my best until it becomes the most powerful sword technique in the world, so that everyone will acknowledge it as the strongest sword technique. Ming Xiu's heart burned with passion. Feng Qiuyan, you're awesome. Thank you, I now understand. Ming Xiu hugged Feng Qiuyan tightly, almost as though he wanted to carry him to the heavens. Feng Qiuyan said calmly, Coach is the one that's amazing. I'm only telling you what Coach wants you to understand in words. I don't know if that's right or not. In fact, you should figure it out yourself. That's right. Coach is really amazing. He saw through my problems at a glance. He used such a method to remind me, but I actually failed to comprehend it. I'm really silly. I used to believe that I was a genius, but now I know that I'm a pig when compared to Coach. Having resolved the knot in his heart and feeling happy, Ming Xiu found beauty in everything and realized that Zhou Wen was just awesome. If Zhou Wen were to hear their conversation, he might be able to stuff a duck egg into his agape mouth. Then, he would give Feng Qiuyan a thumbs up and say, "You're the one who's freaking awesome." Zhou Wen naturally didn't know of these matters. He was in his dorm grinding the poison WYRM pool. He had already lost count of how many times he grinded at poison WYRM pool. Zhou Wen heard a chime when he slew the poison WYRM again. However, he was already numb to the sound. The poison WYRM often dropped primordial energy skill crystals, but they were always the poison dragon fingers 1, 2, and 4. However, when he looked at the crystal this time, he realized that there was something different about it. In the past, the poison WYRM inside the poison WYRM crystal was black in color, but the one that dropped was red. It looked like the poison WYRM had been skinned, making it look extremely strange. Zhou Wen hurriedly controlled the blood-colored avatar to pick it up before absorbing it. A numbing and itchy force flowed out of the phone and rushed into Zhou Wen's body. It made him feel extremely itchy under his skin, as though he was about to shed it. Of course, this was just an illusion. Zhou Wen didn't shed his skin. After the feeling completely vanished, another notification popped up in the game. Absorb Poison Dragon Crystal. Attained Epic Primordial Energy Skill, Dragon Transformation Art, Rank 7. Although he wasn't the strongest Rank 9, Rank 7 was already rather high. In fact, as long as he could have it drop, Zhou Wen would be rather satisfied. This thing had a very rare drop rate. Finally, I have the Dragon Transformation Art. Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he took in the information that surged into his brain, digesting all it. Since there was water everywhere in Pool City, Zhou Wen immediately sensed the difference after trying it in the water. In the past, he used to feel that water was water. This meant needing to overcome the powerful resistance when moving in it, but now, Zhou Wen felt different when he entered the water. It was as though the water was propelling his body. When he swam underwater, he moved much easier and faster. The Dragon Transformation Art is really good stuff. Zhou Wen realized that instead of calling it a movement technique, it was a skill that allows one to sense the water's flow characteristics. It allowed Zhou Wen to use the water's strength rather than resist it all the time. With the Dragon Transformation Art, this was only the beginning. After obtaining it, Zhou Wen's speed in the water became much faster. However, he still needed to practice using the various movement techniques underwater for combat. Thanks to the Dragon Transformation Art, Zhou Wen's movement technique underwent modifications. He was no longer severely restricted in underwater battles. After familiarizing himself with the benefits brought by the Dragon Transformation Art, Zhou Wen eagerly headed to the underground sea. He wanted to see if he could break through the Black Dragon's protection and obtain the Dragon Pearl. When he reached the underground sea again, Zhou Wen acted according to his usual method. He first lured the 9 dragons over from the air before using the white shadow of poison as bait to attract their attention. As for himself, he instantly charged into the sea with ghost steps. The moment his body entered the sea, Zhou Wen felt a little different from before. It was as though the surrounding seawater was flowing merrily around him. A light stroke was enough to send his body traveling a long distance. He swam faster than a fish as though he was a humanoid WYRM. In fact, the Dragon Transformation Art was not a movement technique, but a transformation technique before a WYRM transformed into a dragon. And since WYRMs were aquatic beasts, they became kings of the water after transforming into a dragon. Thus, the Dragon Transformation Art allowed one to sense the water element and receive its help. It could greatly increase one's speed underwater. It was not wrong to call it a water elemental movement technique. Zhou Wen was delighted as he swam in the direction of the metal war wagon at a speed many times faster than before, and he soon arrived in front of it. At that moment, a dragon finally rushed over and opened its mouth to swallow Zhou Wen. It sucked a large amount of seawater into its mouth, forming a huge maelstrom. If this were in the past, Zhou Wen would have been sucked in without any way to put up a fight. However, this time, Zhou Wen followed the vortex's forces and circled around it before rushing out of the vortex to head for the war wagon below. The metal war wagon was already close to him. This was the first time Zhou Wen had got so close to the metallic war wagon, having previously died so many times. However, he was beneath the metal war wagon. The Dragon Pearl was on the roof of the war wagon. Zhou Wen had clung close to the war wagon's bottom to avoid the Black Dragon's line of sight. He swam towards the rear of the war wagon, planning on climbing onto the roof from behind. Chapter 318 Movement Technique Enlightenment. Chapter 318 Movement Technique Enlightenment. The 9 dragons had already returned to the sea and were swimming over from different directions, in an attempt to devour the blood-colored avatar below the war wagon. Unfortunately, their bodies were chained together, restraining their every move. Otherwise, the blood-colored avatar would have long been devoured by them. With the war wagon shielding him, Zhou shuttled through the seaweed and coral bushes on it, dodging the attack several times. Finally, he arrived at the back of the war wagon. With a flip, he tore towards the top of the war wagon and somersaulted over. Zhou remembered that the Dragon Pearl was placed nearer to the front. Seeing that the Dragon Pearl was now right in front of him at a distance less than 5 meters away, he continued forward. The blood-colored avatar ended up being swallowed by a black dragon that rushed over from his side. The game screen immediately turned black. Zhou took it in his stride. In fact, he was delighted. He was now able to get close to the Dragon Pearl, proving that he had a chance of obtaining the Dragon Pearl. As long as he did everything better, he would definitely be able to obtain it. However, he soon realized that he had counted his chickens. The black dragons were indeed true dragons. Although they were chained, inconveniencing their movement, they were still much faster than he was. Zhou could somersault several times on the roof, but he ultimately failed to get close to the Dragon Pearl. He was always just short by a few meters. Zhou originally wanted to use the demonic astral wheel to suck the Dragon Pearl over, but after a few attempts, all he managed to suck was seawater, seaweed, and coral. The Dragon Pearl remained motionless. After some thought, Zhou had no choice but to think of a way to dodge the black dragon's attacks to obtain the Dragon Pearl. He was already very close to it, but he lacked the final necessary sprint. Hence, Zhou deliberately observed the movements of the black dragons underwater, as well as their actions and modus operandi, hoping to find a way to break through them. However, after staring for quite some time, Zhou suddenly realized that the movement techniques of the black dragons were truly marvelous underwater. There was some kind of truth in it, one that Zhou felt he could reference from. It was naturally impossible for an ordinary person to mimic the black dragon's movement techniques, but Zhou, who had mastered the dragon transformation art, didn't find it that difficult. After further study, Zhou realized that the 9 black dragons looked identical, but in fact, they were slightly different. Their stances were somewhat different as well. Every black dragon had its unique water stances. These stances allowed Zhou, who had mastered the dragon transformation art, to mimic them a little and became more agile in the water. He was like a fish in water. The more Zhou studied it, the more he felt that the black dragon stance was marvelous. He listed down each of the 9 black dragon stances and felt that he could combine them into a movement technique. The more he studied the black dragon stances, the closer he got to the Dragon Pearl. There had been a few instances when Zhou was only an arm's length away from it. Zhou had a feeling that he would soon be able to obtain the Dragon Pearl. He was already extremely familiar with the stances of the 9 dragons. His movement technique had also taken in all the traits of 9 dragon stances. It could be considered perfect. However, Zhou still felt that something was lacking. It was as though he hadn't really gotten the essence. Once he figured out the final conundrum, he could use the movement technique he gleaned from the 9 dragon stance to obtain the Dragon Pearl. What exactly is the difference? Zhou planned on heading to Wang Mingyuan's place to show him the movement technique he had figured out and get advice on what the movement technique lacked. The number of times Wang Mingyuan descended into Dragon's Well had increased in recent times, and the time he spent inside grew longer. When Zhou arrived at the laboratory again, he didn't see him. Jiang Yan was the only one there.
Zhou, do you remember that you still owe me a favor from when we killed the mutated fairy?
Jiang Yan said when he saw Zhou walk over.
I do. What help do you need?
Zhou asked. He rarely saw Jiang Yan now, so he had no idea what he was doing.
There's something I need your help with. If you have the time, accompany me to Xixiang Kiln.
Jiang Yan said.
Why are we going there? To see the Dragon Gate 20 pieces?
Zhou asked in puzzlement. 19 of the Dragon Gate 20 pieces were in ancient Yan Cave. Only one was at Xixiang Kiln. Zhou had previously gone to see it as well, but Jiang Yan was just going to look at the tablet text. There was no need for Zhou to accompany him. According to what Zhou knew, Xixiang Kiln only had legendary snake-type dimensional creatures. Although there were many of them, with Jiang Yan's strength, it would not be difficult for him to avoid them. Jiang Yan said.
It's to see the Dragon Gate 20 pieces. I've already been a few times, but every time I looked at it, I was disturbed by those snakes, losing all my mood and feelings. This time, accompany me and help watch over me. Don't let those pesky snakes disturb me.
Zhou looked at Jiang Yan with an odd expression. This fellow actually wanted someone to clear the area while he looked at the tablet text. He even used the favor Zhou owed him. Zhou really couldn't understand what he was thinking. However, since Jiang Yan had suggested it,
Zhou Wen naturally wouldn't reject it, and accompanied him to Xixiang Kiln. Xixiang Kiln had changed thanks to the dimensional zones. It was much bigger, and there were linked caves and stone caverns everywhere. Many snake-type dimensional creatures entered and exited here. However, they were different from the overlord snakes in Snake Cavern. These snakes were poisonous snakes. If one was bitten by them, even epic experts would be in trouble. Hence, not many people came here. As there were so many venomous snakes, and they typically hid in stone grooves, it was impossible to kill them all even if one wanted. Jiang Yan ignored the venomous snakes and directly dodged their attacks, heading all the way to Dragon Gate 20 pieces tablet text. I'll be reading the text here. Help watch me. No matter what, don't let them disturb me. Jiang Yan said to Zhou Wen before standing there and focusing on the tablet text, completely ignoring everything behind him. The venomous snakes in Xixiang Kiln were called Dragon Pattern Snake. However, they did not have any dragon patterns on their bodies. They only had some patterns similar to the tablet's inscriptions. Together with the Dragon Gate 20 pieces tablet text here, this was how the snakes got their name. The dragon pattern snake was very poisonous, and there were quite a number of them. Soon, several dragon pattern snakes swam towards them. Moreover, there were also quite a number of dragon pattern snakes that stuck their heads out of their nooks and crannies, ready to rush out at any moment. Since I have nothing better to do, I'll just practice my movement techniques. Zhou Wen didn't use his companion beasts. He drew his bamboo blade and circled around the dragon pattern snakes with his movement technique while killing them. He wasn't afraid of the venom of the dragon pattern snakes, so it didn't matter even if he was bitten. He himself had a decent poison stat, and with Dr. Darkness's fight poison with poison, the dragon pattern snakes posed no threat to him. The speed of the dragon pattern snakes was very fast, especially when they jumped up for the strike. It was like a WRM leaving its hole, fast and accurate. However, compared to Zhou Wen's new movement technique, they were naturally much weaker. It wasn't difficult for Zhou Wen to dodge their attacks, but after watching them attack, he suddenly had a strange feeling. The snake's stances seemed a little similar to his new movement technique. Chapter 3:19 Double Enlightenment. From Zhou Wen's careful observations, he found that the dragon pattern snakes were only acting on instinct. They were very different from the enlightenment he got from the stances of the dragons. However, for some reason, Zhou Wen found them somewhat similar. As he killed the dragon pattern snake that approached Jiang Yan, he wondered why. Zhou Wen thought for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up as though he understood something. A snake cultivates for 1,000 years and transcends the tribulations to become a WYRM, and a WYRM cultivates another 1,000 years to transcend the tribulations to become a dragon. The dragon transformation art is about transforming a snake into a dragon. That means it's not a dragon, so it naturally still retains a snake-like nature. I had forcefully imitated a dragon stance with dragon transformation art, so it didn't succeed. I always felt that my movement technique was lacking something. So this is what is lacking. Zhou Wen suddenly understood the problem of his movement technique. Since he knew where the problem was, he now had to resolve it. It was not like before when he had no clue where to start. To truly remove the influence of a snake and become the stance of a true dragon, I can only touch on the fundamentals. I need to make dragon transformation art shed its mortality until it reaches the dragon transformation realm. As Zhou Wen engaged in battle with the snakes, he constantly used dragon transformation art and kept trying to figure out the truth behind it. There were two ways to raise a primordial energy skills rank. One was to use primordial energy skill crystals to raise it. As long as the primordial energy skill crystal had a high rank, the absorption could directly raise the rank and reach rank 9. Another method was to increase one's familiarity and insight regarding the primordial energy skill to raise the rank to a max of rank 10. Doing so was very difficult and slow. Apart from a few people like Lance, who was extremely talented and could comprehend the truth behind a primordial energy skill until it reached rank 10, the average person needed a lot of time to study and gain insight into it. It was much slower than using primordial energy skill crystals. Dragon transformation art had a very low drop rate. To hope for a rank 9 dragon transformation art to drop would take ages. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to wait. Furthermore, what he needed wasn't only rank 9, but an extraordinary rank 10. Only by doing so could he truly match up to a dragon stance, allowing him to take on the stance of a true dragon. As Zhou Wen observed the dragon pattern snake's actions, stance, and habits, he recalled the stances of the 9 black dragons and made comparisons. Gradually, he understood the differences between dragons and snakes. Zhou Wen discovered that there were indeed many similarities between a dragon and a snake's movement. It was no wonder snakes were called baby dragons in the East District. However, even though they were so similar, when humans saw a dragon, they would never mistake them for snakes. Apart from the differences in size, the most important difference between the two was the sublimity. Zhou constantly felt the difference between the sublimity of a snake and a dragon. It was a feeling that was impossible to describe using words. It could only be sensed with the heart and soul. With the insight Zhou gleaned, the way he moved didn't change much. However, there was a slight difference in his movements. Every move seemed to have a flair to it. Jiang Yan was focused on reading the tablet text, furrowing his eyebrows from time to time as if he was confused. Other times, he would reveal a look of enlightenment, appearing exhilarated. However, not long after, Jiang Yan's eyebrows furrowed deeper and tighter until they finally relaxed. As Jiang Yan read the tablet text, he muttered to himself.
The Dragon Gate 20 pieces is representative of Chinese calligraphy from the Northern Wei Dynasty, a classic piece of work from the Wei Dynasty. It is forceful with its vertical and horizontal strokes, sharp like the edge of a blade. However, it's not as squarish as a regular script. The words written on the top half and bottom half are in different scripts, and the sublimity in it is most difficult to grasp. Just changing the thickness of the stroke changes the script. To figure out something from the Dragon Gate 20 pieces and turn it into a technique is just too difficult. Just missing out part of the sublimity would make it lack greatly.
Jiang Yan thought about it, but was unable to accurately grasp its sublimity. Feeling a little impetuous, Jiang Yan knew that he couldn't continue. Otherwise, with this mentality, he couldn't reach a pure state of mind even if he had gained some insights. Jiang Yan retracted his gaze and planned on resting for a while. He could read the tablet text again when his mind completely calmed down. If he couldn't calm down, there was no harm in coming some other day. He turned around and sat on a rock beside him. He took out the tea set that he had brought along with him. There was even a small brass charcoal furnace. When he lit the charcoal furnace and heated the water, he brewed 2 cups of tea. Just as he was about to get Zhou to drink it with him, his gaze landed on Zhou and he couldn't move his eyes away. He even forgot to take back his hand that was pouring tea. The tea in the teapot had overflowed the teacup, but Jiang Yan didn't notice anything and just watched Zhou fight with the dragon-patterned snakes. Instead of saying that Zhou was fighting the dragon-patterned snakes, it was more like a solo dance. His movement technique was vigorous and extraordinary with an indescribable sublimity to it. Jiang Yan watched as he suddenly threw down the teapot in his hand and ran to a stone wall. He reached out his finger and drew it across the stone wall. His finger was like a blade as it tore through the wall. He wrote one word after another on it. The words looked like works from the Wei Dynasty, but they were different. Every stroke was like a knife slice, but they didn't appear exceedingly sharp. They were straight and carefree.
8,000-year-long path for snakes, 10,000 years for a WIRM. The moment they show themselves, they would be flying dragons in the sky.
When Jiang Yan finished writing the last word, Zhou happened to let out a long cry as his body flew through the air, rising to the heavens like a dragon. His entire body seemed to have undergone a certain transformation. The surrounding dragon-patterned snakes retreated, as though they were trembling. For a moment, no snake dared to attack Zhou. Again, although he didn't take a look at the in-game information, Zhou was certain that his dragon transformation art had already broken through and reached rank 10. That feeling was indescribable.
Junior, thanks to you, I managed to grasp something today,
Jiang Yan said with a smile. Zhou turned his head and saw the words Jiang Yan had carved on the wall. Although he wasn't a connoisseur of calligraphy, he found them exuding a sense of familiarity. On careful thought, he understood that the words contained the insights of the movement technique he had just figured out.
These words?
Zhou asked with an odd expression as he looked at the words.
This was what I wrote from observing your movement technique and the words on the Dragon Gate 20 pieces. It's rather interesting. In the future, I'll use it as my foundation and match it with the Dragon Gate 20 pieces to come up with a technique. Half the credit is yours. Why don't you give it a name?
Said Jiang Yan.
I'm not good with names. It's best you name it.
Zhou shook his head.
There's the word dragon in Dragon Gate 20 pieces. Your movement technique has the bearing of a dragon, so it's naturally necessary to have a dragon character. Together with our names, let's call it Dragon Wenyin.
As Jiang Yan spoke, he reached out and wiped away the characters carved on the stone wall. Chapter 320 Door Opening.
What are you doing? Why are you wiping away perfectly fine words?
Zhou thought it a pity and hurriedly grabbed Jiang Yan's hand.
Although these are the best words I have written so far, their existence will restrict my past. I only seek the future and don't want to look back. Therefore, I won't keep them,
said Jiang Yan.
It's best not to wipe them away. I'd still want to take a look, so keep it for now.
Zhou felt that the concepts in the words were a little too similar to his insights, but also somewhat different. Therefore, he wanted to take the time to compare the differences.
If you want it, I'll let it stay for now. However, after you're done, you should wipe it away. It's not a good thing to leave words on the same wall as the text the ancients left behind.
Jiang Yin paused before saying, "When the Dragon Wen Yin is perfected, I'll send you a copy. You can take a good look when the time comes." "All right." Zhou Wen looked at the words on the stone wall. The first two lines had been wiped away by Jiang Yin, leaving. The moment they show themselves, they would be flying dragons in the sky. After leaving Old Dragon Cave, Zhou Wen returned to his dorm and eagerly switched on his phone before entering the Zhuolu Instance dungeon. This time, he was in no mood to pay attention to the dimensional creatures as he flew forward on White Shadow of Poison towards the underground sea. He wanted to see if he could obtain the Dragon Pearl with his new movement technique. In the blood-colored avatar's information column, not only did Zhou Wen's Dragon Transformation art advance to rank 10, but its name had changed to Nine Dragons art. Zhou Wen had clearly obtained the phone system's approval after fusing the Nine Dragon stance and the Dragon Transformation art into one. I should be able to obtain the Dragon Pearl with a rank 10 Nine Dragons art, right? After much difficulty, Zhou Wen finally arrived at the underground sea. Shortly after, the waves surged as black dragons tore out of the surface and extended their dragon heads to devour the White Shadow of Poison and Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen leaped up and dived into the sea, instantly swimming hundreds of feet. It didn't feel like he was swimming, but like seawater was propelling him forward. His speed was much faster than before. He somersaulted onto the war wagon in one fell swoop and, before the black dragons could stop him in a timely manner, Zhou Wen had already arrived at the roof of the strange war wagon. He didn't need to hide underneath it like before to avoid the attacks of the 9 dragons. The 9 black dragons finally stormed over as they roared and attempted to devour Zhou Wen. However, Zhou Wen had an extremely special feeling today. It was as though he was connected to the 9 dragons' mind. He could predict their every move in advance, allowing him to easily dodge them. Zhou Wen knew that this wasn't really telepathy with the dragons. It was only because he had figured out the 9 dragons' stance and knew how they moved like the back of his hand. As he moved around, the seawater did not resist Zhou Wen, it even aided him. After dodging a series of attacks from the 9 black dragons, he finally rushed in front of the Dragon Pearl and grabbed it with one hand. Zhou Wen was excited. He finally had the Dragon Pearl in his hand. It felt very heavy, but before he could think further, the 9 black dragons' second round of attacks came. He yanked it with a jerk, hoping to take the Dragon Pearl away. It was true that the Dragon Pearl had been pulled up by the blood-colored avatar, but when it was about a meter away, it couldn't be pulled any further. To Zhou Wen's surprise, there was a thin thread beneath the Dragon Pearl. It was like a strand of hair that was translucent. There was no way to notice it underwater without careful inspection. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly, as he suddenly realized that something was amiss. He pulled a few more times, but the thread was extremely resilient. He was unable to break it with the blood-colored avatar's strength. Crack! At that moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the war wagon. It was as if a sealed gear had started to spin again. Due to the lack of lubricant, the sound of metal grinding could be heard. What was even more bizarre was that the 9 black dragons, who had been desperately attacking Zhou Wen, didn't lunge forward again. They landed on the seabed, trembling while they prostrated onto the ground. Seeing that he couldn't take the Dragon Pearl away, Zhou Wen hurriedly released his hand and retreated. He left the war wagon, but he didn't go too far. Since the blood-colored avatar could respawn, Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of death. He wanted to see what changes the war wagon would undergo. As the gears in the war wagon began to move faster and faster, a metallic wall began to fall from one side, revealing a door. Zhou Wen looked into the war wagon and saw that it was pitch black inside. It was like a world without light. Any ray of light that reached inside seemed to be severed. Nothing could penetrate it, not even his eyes. Boom! Boom! Zhou Wen was surveying the situation in the war wagon when he heard a continuous series of metal rupturing. He saw the black metal chains around the black dragons crack one by one, giving them freedom once more. The 9 black dragons were instantly overjoyed. They soared into the sky excitedly and instantly broke through the sea. It was unbelievably fast. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the reason he was able to survive under the attack of the 9 black dragons wasn't that he was strong, but because the 9 black dragons had most of their strength suppressed by the black chain. The strength they used to fight him was completely lacking. At this moment, the 9 black dragons escaped. The power they exuded was not anything that their past could use as a reference. In the next second, the 9 black dragons charged back into the sea and roared at Zhou Wen, widening their mouths in a clear attempt to devour him. How heartless. I was the one who liberated you, but you are now returning kindness with ingratitude. What a beast, Zhou Wen cursed under his breath. However, he also knew that his current strength was impossible for him to fend off the 9 true dragons, who had escaped. Gritting his teeth, he controlled the blood-colored avatar to rush to the door that opened up half the war wagon's holdings. Before the 9 dragons devoured him, he rushed into the darkness. Although the war wagon's carriage was huge, It was still a carriage. Space was very limited, but when Joe rushed inside, he felt as though it was an empty darkness that stretched out endlessly. In that darkness, there was a white cocoon emitting a strange light. Another cocoon! Joe was slightly taken aback, but the next second, he was overjoyed. There was actually a cocoon here, so there was a chance for him to break through in his final stat. Without any hesitation, he summoned his Overlord Spear and, combining it with the augmentation of Ever Victorious, he thrust his spear at the white cocoon in the void. However, this thrust turned Joe's expression nasty. Chapter 321 Inner Sanctum. The white cocoon didn't seem far, but when he thrust out the spear, it felt like there was an infinite distance between them. The tip of the spear couldn't touch it. Activating Ghost Steps, he instantly traversed 100 meters. However, the distance between the tip of the spear and the white cocoon remained as far away as before. What's going on? Joe was secretly alarmed, but the black dragons outside had already rushed in. Immediately, they sucked at the blood-colored avatar with a terrifying black hole-like suction force. The blood-colored avatar was sucked into a dragon's stomach without putting up any resistance. The game screen went black, mirroring Joe's expression. The cocoon was right in front of him, but for some reason, he couldn't touch it. He dripped his blood and respawned again. When he reached the underground sea again, the black dragons and the war wagon had returned to their original states, the former chained, the latter closed. However, Joe knew that the dragon pearl was not the black dragon's egg, but a mechanism to open the war wagon. In a new attempt, the blood-colored avatar rushed into the carriage again, but it still failed to touch the white cocoon. It was so near yet so far. Joe used all sorts of abilities and companion beasts, but he still failed to touch the white cocoon. Despite being stumped for a solution to penetrate the white cocoon and obtain the blood of the creature within, at least Joe was now able to cross the underground sea. He planned on heading to the temple to take a look. The white cocoon in the war wagon definitely couldn't be reached with brute force, so Joe didn't waste any more blood on futile attempts. He had to figure out what kind of power the white cocoon possessed to crack it. The 9 black dragons were unable to catch up to Joe when chained. After Joe charged past the underground sea, he passed the mountain and arrived at the location of the longevity tree. He hoped to know its situation in-game. But when he arrived at the stone temple, he couldn't find the longevity tree. The back of the temple was empty except for a stone drum. The longevity tree isn't here? What's going on? Joe was alarmed. If the game was different from reality, Joe would have to be even more careful when he entered dimensional zones in the future. Even if he had a strategy to clear the game, it didn't mean that he could randomly enter. Otherwise, something bad could easily happen. However, this was the first time Joe had encountered something in-game that was different from reality. Joe thought of a possibility. If the longevity tree wasn't something that originally existed in the dimensional zone, then its non-existence in the game became self-explanatory. Joe was momentarily unable to determine the reason. It was just a guess. He had originally wanted to experiment with a longevity fruit in-game, but now he had to give up on this idea. After circling the stone temple and passing through the cave at the bottom of the vault, Joe followed the map Shung had given him and arrived at the other end of the temple. It wasn't much different from what Joe had seen previously. There were 2 stone statues in front of the temple's entrance. They were identical to the stone statues at the entrance to the ruins. Joe turned the stone statue and opened the temple door. With the detailed method Shung and company used to enter the temple, the blood-colored avatar quickly arrived at the innermost sanctum. There were no dimensional creatures inside, only some special trap mechanisms. As long as one didn't trigger any traps, there wouldn't be any danger. What was truly terrifying was the inner sanctum that Shung and company had just discovered. When Joe arrived in front of the altar, he saw the spot where the former principal had left a marking. Of course, there wasn't any marking on the altar in-game. However, the altar was key to opening the inner sanctum's entrance. Joe looked around and found 7 stone furnaces in different spots in the temple. He placed the stone furnace in front of the desk in a certain position before hearing a rumble. The innermost wall of the temple began moving as it slowly rose, revealing the space behind it. As the situation in the inner sanctum hadn't been explored to date, Shung had provided him with very little information. All Joe knew was that there was a stone statue in the inner sanctum. No one who entered the inner sanctum and passed the stone statue had left alive. All of them had vanished. When the stone wall completely rose up, it revealed the stone tunnel behind it. It was squarish with a depth of about 30 to 40 meters before reaching the end. Then, it split into 2 forks. And in this T-junction, there was indeed a stone statue. The stone statue was ancient and Spartan. It was only about the height of a person, and it resembled a cloaked person standing there. However, the statue's face was carved somewhat strangely. It only had a mouth, no eyes, nose, or eyebrows. Its mouth was slightly open, as if it wanted to speak, but it didn't say anything. The stone statue gave off a stifling feeling. It made one have the urge to shut its mouth or open its mouth to finish what it had to say. Zhou walked in front of the stone statue and carefully observed it. The more he looked at it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He decided not to study it, and instead looked at the two forks. It was pitch black inside the squarish tunnel. It led to the unknown. The Yin family had tried many times, but it was the same whether they chose left or right. No one who entered came out alive. Zhou allowed Dr. Darkness to possess him, as he used light of penetration to look at the left fork. After the light of penetration shone into the left tunnel, it was as though it had vanished. He couldn't see what was inside at all. 2. How odd. Could it be that the tunnel is under the influence of spatial forces? That prevents light of penetration from shining in? Zhou thought for a moment, and summoned a few companion beasts to enter the left fork. The moment a companion beast stepped into the left fork, it immediately lost its connection with Zhou. It was unknown if it was dead or what had happened, but it was the same as the news Sheng had sent. Since no one from the Yin family could enter, there was naturally no news. Up until now, no one knew what was going on inside the tunnel. Zhou summoned Ghost Bride, but she shared the same outcome. He lost contact with her the moment she entered. It was unknown if she was dead or alive. Even ghosts don't work? Zhou frowned slightly. There was only one method left, to let the blood-colored avatar enter to take a look. Even if he died, he could still get some information out. Taking a deep breath, Zhou controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk towards the left tunnel. He definitely wouldn't have done so in the real world. Therefore, Zhou really admired the soldiers. Even though they knew that there was almost no chance of survival, they still pressed forward if they were given the order. If he could understand the secrets in the tunnel and reduce the sacrifices of those soldiers, it would be a great help. The moment the blood-colored avatar stepped into the left tunnel, Zhou's body involuntarily shivered as he felt an ominous feeling. The originally dark tunnel lit up as soon as the blood-colored avatar stepped in. Chapter 322 Stone Statue. The originally squarish tunnel suddenly changed. At this moment, the tunnel became oval-shaped, and the tunnel curved. There were also many glowing horn crystals on the stone wall that resembled rows of sharp teeth. When he turned his head, he realized that the T-junction and the stone statue were nowhere to be seen. Behind him was the same oval-shaped tunnel embedded with many sharp crystals with no end in sight. Ghost Bride floated over from somewhere unknown to Zhou, but the other companion beasts had vanished. Just as Zhou was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt the tunnel shake violently. Instead of calling it shaking, the entire tunnel was shrinking. The inner walls of the tunnel even spun. The sharp crystals became a terrifying weapon akin to a grinder due to the spinning. As the tunnel constricted, the space that the blood-colored avatar could stand on decreased. Zhou hurriedly summoned the Overlord's spear, hoping to tear open a huge hole into the shrinking tunnel. However, when the Overlord's spear thrust out, it sunk all the way into the handle. It failed to tear open the stone wall to another space. It was unknown how thick the stone wall was. The spinning stone wall made Zhou lose his grip of the Overlord's spear, and it was instantly swept away. Thrown into the air, Zhou summoned the banana fan. He kept fanning the grinding wind at the tunnel, but it wasn't of much use. The strong winds blew through the tunnel for an unknown distance without touching anything. The tunnel eventually tightened so much that it closed completely into itself. The blood-colored avatar was also strangulated, and the game screen went black. Zhou's expression turned nasty. If the former principal and company had entered the tunnel and encountered the same situation, the chance of them surviving was nearly zero. Ghost Bride wasn't ground to death by that strange tunnel because she's a ghost, but she loses contact with me after entering. It's useless to survive inside. Zhou thought for a moment, and opened the Zhuolu Instance dungeon again. He wanted to see what happened if he took the right fork. If the right tunnel was the same as the left one, he could basically give up hope of rescuing the former principal. When Zhou reached the tunnel once again, he decisively chose the right fork. When he stepped into the tunnel, he couldn't help but shudder again. An extremely ominous feeling rose in his heart once more. The tunnel on the right was somewhat different from the left fork. This was still a squarish stone tunnel, but there were no sharp crystals. However, Zhou discovered many strange texts on the stone walls. Some of the text looked similar to hieroglyphics, but not quite the same. All in all, Zhou didn't recognize the words. He turned around and realized that the crossroads from where he entered had also disappeared. Zhou felt a little more at ease. Although he found it ominous, there wasn't any lethal danger. If the former principal and company had chosen the right tunnel, they could still be alive. Zhou controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk forward. For some reason, he had a nagging feeling that there were many pairs of eyes watching him, but he found none of them when he observed his surroundings. As he walked, he felt something amiss. The feeling of being spied on grew stronger. Is it those words? Zhou frowned slightly as he stared at the strange text on the stone walls. If there was anything in the tunnel, it had to be those strange texts. Zhou summoned the Overlord's spear and stabbed at one of the words on the stone wall. Overlord's spear's ever victorious showed its effects as it directly stabbed into the stone wall, impaling a text. Zhou felt a tearing pain in his left ear as blood spewed out from the blood-colored avatar's ear. In the next second, Zhou saw all the strange text transform into small monsters with tails. Their bodies were oval, and text was engraved on them. However, inside the text were eyes. They bared their sharp teeth and flapped their wings like a bat, biting at the blood-colored avatar. Zhou brandished his Overlord spear to attack the monsters, but every time his spear stabbed a monster, he suffered a rupture in his organs. After killing a few monsters, the blood-colored avatar's body could no longer take the damage. Summoning the banana fan, he used the Great Yin Wind at the group of tiny monsters. It immediately blew them away, and their bodies froze in pieces. Almost at the same time, the blood-colored avatar's body turned into ice before shattering on the ground. The game screen also turned black. What strange things are they? Attacking them ends up rebounding onto me? Zhou naturally noticed the strangeness of the monsters, but even though he could figure it out, he couldn't think of a way to resolve the problem. No matter which path I take, it seems to lead to death. The former principal and the others are probably in grave danger. Zhou sighed inwardly. Based on the present situation, grim possibilities plagued the former principal's fate. Zhou tried a few more times, but even if he didn't provoke the monsters formed from words, they would still pounce on him and bite him. Even if he wore the stone cheese armor, he wouldn't be able to withstand the teeth of the monsters. It was as though they could bite through anything. Both tunnels eat people. It's impossible to pass through them. Zhou thought to himself as an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait. Eating people. He thought of the stone statue at the T-junction, the one that only had a mouth and no other facial features. It made one feel extremely uncomfortable looking at it. Since the outcome of entering either tunnel meant being eaten, this seemed connected to the statue to a certain extent. When Zhou came in front of the stone statue again, he didn't enter the two tunnels. Instead, he carefully observed the stone statue, hoping that he could tell what was amiss. However, he couldn't tell what was so strange about the stone statue. Desperate, he immediately pulled out his Overlord spear and aimed it at the stone statue's head. But in the next second, Zhou saw an extremely terrifying scene. The stone statue opened its mouth and swallowed the blood-colored avatar and spear together. The game screen instantly turned dark. The problem does lie with the stone statue. Zhou didn't enter the game again, but gave Sheng a call. The phone rang a few times until it finally got through. And Sheng's voice sounded. Young Master One, is there something wrong? Ah Sheng, have you checked the stone statue in the inner sanctum? Zhou asked. It has been inspected in detail, but we didn't find any trap mechanisms. And Sheng said. And whose likeness is the stone statue carved in? Did you figure that out? Zhou asked again. We hired some experts to study and verify it. They believe that it's highly likely to be alien a monster in mythical legends. Its body looks a little like a person's, but it has immense strength and it enjoys eating brains. And Sheng explained the conclusion from the expert's analysis in detail. Chapter 323 Sacrificial Items. Ah Sheng, no matter how I think about it, the problem lies with the statue. Get someone to examine it in detail again, but be careful. I have a nagging feeling that the stone statue's appearance in a place like that is a little too bizarre. It might take the life of people. Zhou couldn't explain his discovery in-game, so he could only tactfully tell Sheng. Okay, I'll send someone to check the stone statue again. And Sheng answered seriously. After hanging up, Zhou entered the game again and continued attempting to attack the stone statue in-game. This time, Zhou learned his lesson and distanced himself from the stone statue before sending a gust of Great Yin Wind over. The Grand Yin Wind hit the stone statue, causing it to actually open its mouth and swallow the Grand Yin Wind. The terrifying Grand Yin Wind entered what seemed like a bottomless pit. And that was it. Even the Grand Yin Wind is useless? Zhou frowned slightly. He knew that to deal with the suspected alien statue, he couldn't use force. He needed to think of a way. And use. I remember the ghost stories Grandpa told me when I was young. In ancient times, humans believed in ghosts and gods. Often, they held rituals to offer sacrifice to the ghosts and gods. Some ignorant and evil people would even use living people as a sacrifice. With that alien statue placed there, could it be that it needs to be offered sacrificial items? Although Zhou found the idea a little ridiculous, he didn't have any other solutions, and could only give it a try. Zhou didn't have the ability to use living humans as a sacrifice. Even if he was capable of doing it, he he wouldn't. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to capture 2 poison bats, and take them to the Alien statue, and offer them as a sacrifice to the Alien. However, there was no reaction from the stone statue when Zhou delivered the 2 poisoned bats to the stone statue's mouth. Do I really need to use living people? Zhou thought for a moment, and smashed the head of the poisoned bats before delivering it to the stone statue again. This time, the stone statue had a reaction. It opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the 2 poisoned bats that had their heads opened. Up. After swallowing the poisoned bats, Zhou felt that the 2 forks were somewhat different. However, he couldn't put a finger on the differences, as he hurriedly ran towards the left tunnel. After stepping into the tunnel, he realized that it was still a square stone passageway. It didn't turn oval, nor did the sharp crystals appear. He couldn't help but feel delighted as he rushed deep into the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't long, spanning about 100 meters. Soon, Zhou reached the end and found that there was a stone door. Pushing it open, he found a palace inside. Before he could carefully observe the palace, a terrifying dimensional creature lunged forward. Zhou was only able to see its shadow before the blood-colored avatar was smacked to death. The monster resembled a tiger or wolf with 2 tails. It was a monster that emitted black flames all over its body. With his ghost step speed, he wasn't able to dodge the monster's attack. Even if it wasn't at the mythical stage, it was probably close to one. Zhou didn't give up. He went to the stone statue again and sacrificed the 2 poisoned bats before using the right fork. Indeed, the right tunnel had become safe as well. There weren't any strange text monsters. At the end of the right tunnel was another palace. The moment Zhou opened the door, he saw a strange snake standing erect like a dragon as it spewed out black smoke at the blood-colored avatar. Zhou hurriedly summoned his remaining purple air bell, and sucked all the black smoke in. Then, he shook the bell, sending the black smoke back at the strange snake. Like a tide of black smoke, it instantly drowned the monster snake's massive body. The snake opened its mouth and inhaled, and the black smoke was sucked back in. His actions failed to damage it. Then, Zhou saw the black gas rise from the strange snake as though an ancient demon god was enveloping it. Zhou cursed under his breath as he turned around to escape. The snake's eyes turned into a mirror that reflected the blood-colored avatar's figure. Not long after the blood-colored avatar ran out, it collapsed to the ground and died. The game screen went black again. Zhou didn't even know how it had died. Don't tell me the creatures in the 2 palaces are at the mythical stage? Zhou was secretly alarmed. Just as he was about to probe further, he heard his phone ring. Zhou immediately picked up the call when he saw that it was Sheng. Young Master One, as you expected, the stone statue is problematic. And Sheng said directly. What did you discover? Zhou asked. During the inspection, the stone statue was completely normal, and we didn't discover any problems with it. Later, an expert attempted to put a mechanical arm into its mouth to investigate, but it was swallowed. After that, there was a brief change in the 2 tunnels. Our men were able to enter the tunnel without disappearing. However, it wasn't for long. In less than an hour, the passageway returned to normal. And Sheng said calmly. However, Zhou could tell that plenty of sacrifices had been made. From the looks of it, the stone statue needs sacrifices. Why don't we try using dimensional creatures as sacrifices? If it's really alien, it might be interested in the brains of dimensional creatures. Zhou said. I'll get someone to try it now. And Sheng paused before saying. At the end of the 2 tunnels, there are doors to a palace. But I didn't get them to open the palace. Young Master One, any thoughts on this? Since the alien guarding the tunnels is already so terrifying, a powerful dimensional creature will definitely guard the palace's interior. It might even be a mythical creature. I think it's best to be careful. Don't open the door hastily. Zhou could only provide warnings. He couldn't possibly say that he had entered the palace in game, and that there was a terrifying existence suspected to be a mythical creature inside, right? I share the same thoughts too. If there really are mythical creatures inside, it's not something we can deal with. We can only seek the Overseer's help. And Sheng thought for a moment before saying, Young Master One, it's all thanks to you that we can make progress so quickly. Unfortunately, you're still too young. In a few years, if you can advance to the epic stage, I might have a chance to fight alongside you. I have no intention of joining the military. After I graduate, I plan on opening a crystal shop for a living. Zhou said. You aren't that kind of person. And Sheng didn't wait for Zhou to say anything before saying, I'll hang up now and report our progress to the Overseer. Sheng, if you aren't confident, make sure not to enter the palace at the end of the tunnels. I have a feeling that there will be terrifying dimensional creatures inside. Zhou exhorted again. Don't worry, Sheng said before hanging up. It was unknown if he would listen to Zhou. Chapter 324 Map. Zhou had been trying to figure out the dimensional creatures inside the two palaces, but they were too powerful. The blood-colored avatar could last for a very short period of time without gleaning much information. However, Zhou wasn't discouraged. He persisted and studied their abilities and habits. This wasn't only for saving the former principal. Zhou also thought about the possibility of using their blood to enhance his final stat to 21 points if he could injure the mythical creatures. Therefore, he didn't hold any hope of killing them. All he wanted was to obtain 1 or 2 drops of blood. Of course, this was only Zhou's idea. He did not know if it could work. He still had no way of touching the white cocoon in the war wagon. That power that caused an infinite gap between them left Zhou helpless. Old Zhou, I heard that another new dimensional zone has been discovered in Luoyang City. The college plans on getting students to explore it. Li Xian ran over and said to Zhou excitedly. Shouldn't the military be exploring a new dimensional zone first? Why would they let students explore it? Zhou asked in puzzlement. Li Xian said with a smile. The newly discovered dimensional zone is a town god's temple. Many of the ancient districts in the East District have such dimensional zones. They are basically all the same and not dangerous. It might be very beneficial. When Zhou heard Li Xian say that it was a town god's temple, he immediately understood why the college was sending students to explore it. In ancient times, a town god's temple was a place of worship that revered the guardian of a city. It was a place that ensured the city's safety. After the dimensional storms, various ancient city districts had town gods' temple zones. Typical temple zones had no wild dimensional creatures, so they didn't bring harm to anyone who entered the town god's temple. However, inside one, there would usually be some special dimensional creatures that were worshipped. These dimensional creatures had immortal bodies. Humans could challenge them at places that they were enshrined. If they defeated them, they might receive benefits from the town god's temple. Has Luoyang's town god's temple only just been discovered? Zhou asked in puzzlement. For an ancient city like Luoyang, it was almost a certainty that a town god's temple existed. Logically speaking, it should have been discovered long ago. The big town god's temple has long been explored. It enshrined 4 guardians. Legend has it that they are the ancient heroes Han Xian, Peng Wan, Zhou Yu, and Luo Cheng's embodiment. It's currently under military control, so ordinary people won't have a chance of entering. The newly discovered temple is the town god's temple of the former county city. It's not that famous and rather small. Recently, it was discovered that it has become a dimensional zone. Li Xian paused for a moment before saying, How about we visit it before that it's brought under military control? Zhou hadn't made much progress in his endeavors, so he felt that it wasn't a bad idea to take a look. Perhaps, he could download a town god's temple dungeon from there. Li Xian and Zhou had just stepped out of the door when they met Wang Lu. Upon hearing about the new development, Wang Lu was also interested and quickly joined them. The school posted an announcement indicating that there would be a truck that would take interested students to the newly discovered town god's temple. It wasn't mandatory if one wasn't interested. The 3 of them got into the truck and saw that there were more than 10 students in it. This was just one of the trucks. A few had already set off. It looked like there were quite a number of students heading there. The truck drove all the way to West Luoyang. Just as it was about to leave the city, they finally saw the legendary town god's temple. It was much smaller than Zhou would imagined. From a distance, it was nothing more than a small ancient building. It had 2 side halls and a main temple. At the top was a signboard with the words, Town God's Temple, written. There were plenty of students outside Town God's Temple. There were also some independent hunters and residents who were also there to join in the buzz. From the fact that even ordinary passers-by dared enter the temple, it was testimony that the Town God's Temple posed no danger. After the trio entered the temple, Li Xian looked around and said in puzzlement, That's strange. Why aren't there any guardians inside this town god's temple? Wang Lu also nodded and said, This town god's temple is really too young. Usually, they will honor a famous general in history as a guardian, but there's none here. Only the main temple honors a generic city god. I wonder what this god's name is. If there's no guardian, what's the point of coming here? Li Xian said gloomily. He had originally wanted to test out his skills to see if he could defeat the incarnation of a famous general in history, but who knew that there was no consecrated target here. A student who had just come out of the side hall heard Li Xian say that and added, Although there are no consecrated generals here, the side hall enshrines the Earth Lord. It might be beneficial for you to enter and pray to him. What benefits? Li Xian asked in interest. Earth temples were usually built independently. Yet, this town god's temple also consecrated the Earth Lord. It was quite obvious that it wasn't very orthodox. The scale of Earth temples that enshrine the Earth Lord was usually smaller. Even though he was an immortal who was in charge of land, he was considered a deity of a lower rank in the Taoist pantheon. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong would stomp on the ground whenever he wanted, pulling out the Earth Lord by his beard. Even demons would bully the Earth Lord, evidence of how low his status was. The student said,
"If you catch the Earth Lord's fancy, he will give you a map. Dig in the spot indicated by the map and perhaps you might be able to find treasure." "That's nice."
Li Xian was excited. He looked like he was planning on going in big and getting several treasure maps to dig out treasures. However, the student said,
"However, Earth Lord is a local god. You have to be a local and bow to him to obtain a map. In addition, it's only possible for you to obtain the map when paying respects to him for the first time. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu, you aren't locals, right?"
Li Xian was delighted when he heard that. He said to Zhou Wen and Wang Lu with a smile,
"See that? There are benefits to being a Luoyang local. I am registered as a resident of Luoyang. Tough luck for the both of you."
To his surprise, the student said to Li Xian,
"Li Xian, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Although Luoyang locals obtain a map after bowing to Earth Lord, he likes to pull pranks. There might not be a treasure as indicated on the map. One student obtained a map that led to dog feces. Don't worry. I, Li Xian, am blessed. How can I dig up dog feces? Even if I don't get a huge treasure, I can still dig out antiques."
Li Xian was filled with confidence. The three of them entered the Earth Temple, and saw that it enshrined a rich-looking old man with white hair and beard. Just then, an ordinary citizen was kneeling in front of Earth Lord. The middle-aged man kowtowed, and something magical happened. After the middle-aged man raised his head, there was a small wooden sign that had a simple map drawn on it. Chapter 325 Digging Treasures. The middle-aged man held a small wooden tablet and ran away happily. Another person ran over and bowed to the Earth Lord. Soon, he got a small wooden tablet with a map engraved on it.
"This Earth Lord sure is magical."
Li Xian's eyes widened when he saw this. Wang Lu said with a smile,
"Although Earth Lord doesn't have a high status among immortals, he is quite capable. He knows everything about the land under his jurisdiction. He knows all the good things buried underground too. He also knows where there's danger and the things not to be done. It can be said that he's omniscient in a particular region. In ancient times, Earth Lord had a name Kitchen God. That was a real god, and he enjoyed a very high status."
The trio wasn't in a rush. After everyone was done paying their respects, Li Xian walked to the statue of Earth Lord and plopped to his knees before kowtowing. Indeed, Li Xian also received a small wooden token.
"Sir and madam, how about that? Are you regretting not being born in Luoyang?"
Li Xian flaunted the wooden tablet to the duo.
"Earth Lord is most merciful. If I beg him, he might give me a map too."
Wang Lu walked to the statue of Earth Lord and bowed to the statue before saying,
"Earth Lord, how benevolent are thee? Please give me a map too. If begging works, what's the point of having a household register? Besides, you aren't being sincere. You didn't even kowtow. All you did was bow. What's the use of?"
Li Xian curled his lips. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a small wooden tablet grow out of the ground. Instantly, his mouth dropped agape as he was at a loss for words. Wang Lu happily took the wooden tablet and said to Zhou Wen,
"Why don't you try to? Perhaps Earth Lord might show his benevolence and give you a map too?"
Zhou Wen thought that it made sense. After all, Guide City, where he was born, wasn't too far from Luoyang. Perhaps this Earth Lord had a greater area under his jurisdiction, so was Guide City also under his management? He didn't really suffer any losses bowing even if he wasn't given a map. Zhou Wen mimicked Wang Lu and stood in front of the Earth Lord statue. He pressed his palms together and bowed slightly at the statue.
"I can ignore Wang Lu's good luck, but I just don't believe that you can get a map like that,"
Li Xian said. When Zhou Wen bowed, he suddenly heard the sound of rocks grinding. He saw the statue of the Earth Lord drift horizontally 3 feet away.
"What's happening?"
Li Xian's eyes widened as Wang Lu wore a look of surprise. Zhou Wen didn't know what was happening either, but when he saw a wooden plaque grow out of the ground, he reached out to pick it up.
"It looks like Earth Lord is quite a swell guy. He gave me a map too."
Zhou Wen took the wooden tablet and said to Li Xian with a smile,
"It looks like your Luoyang's registration isn't of much use." "Absurd."
Li Xian looked at the Earth Lord statue that had moved 3 feet to the side, feeling extremely alarmed and puzzled. Regardless of how one looked at it, it appeared as though the Earth Lord statue didn't dare receive Zhou Wen's bow. That was why it had moved away. Wang Lu also sized up the Earth Lord statue, and Zhou Wen in puzzlement. The three of them walked out of the temple, and were about to head to the main temple hall, when they saw a group of soldiers enter the town god's temple. The soldiers informed them that the area had been sealed by the military, and ordered them to leave in an orderly fashion. The trio had no choice but to leave Town God's temple. Li Xian looked at the wooden token in his hand, and saw that the map on it was very vague. It had the general terrain of rivers and mountains. Then, there was a red dot which labeled the treasure location. If it wasn't for a Luoyang native, who was well versed with the Luoyang terrain, it wouldn't be easy finding the location on the map.
You definitely won't be able to tell where the map is pointing to. I'll help you take a look,
Li Xian said to Zhou Wen and Wan Lu. Zhou Wen and Wan Lu handed their wooden tablets to him. Li Xian was quite an expert in identifying the local terrain. He quickly helped them find the location. Furthermore, he marked it on the phone's map app, making it convenient for them to seek out the treasure.
Are we going to dig for treasures together or do we do it individually?
Li Xian asked.
Let's go together. These places all require us to exit the city. It'll be safer for us to be together,
Zhou Wen said.
Alright. Mine is the nearest, so let's dig mine first,
Li Xian said, as he summoned his companion beast mount. Zhou Wen only had the white shadow of poison to ride on, but it was a little odd seeing it in broad daylight. Li Xian's ox-type mount was rather large, so there was room for Zhou Wen. Wan Lu summoned her tiger, sat on it, and followed behind. The three of them passed through the city, and attracted the envy of many ordinary citizens. After leaving the city, Li Xian dug for quite a while in a small forest in the suburbs. Li Xian dug a hole that was 4 to 5 meters deep and finally found something. It was a ceramic container that looked rather ancient.
Could there be gold hidden inside by the ancients?
Li Xian said in excitement as he held the jar.
It's possible. Who knows, there might even be jewelry. Quick, open it and take a look.
Zhou Wen was somewhat curious as he urged Li Xian to open it. Li Xian didn't hesitate to open the jar. He saw that it was filled with copper coins that were in a badly rusted state. He took out one and pinched it, instantly shattering it from the decay.
How did this happen?
Li Xian was extremely depressed.
Don't ruin it. Those copper coins are likely to be antiques, right?
Zhou Wen said.
Antiques might be valuable in a peaceful era, but in this era, who would spend money to buy antiques? With money, one would buy dimensional crystals and companion eggs. Besides, these copper coins are way too inferior in quality. They are almost deformed,
Li Xian said. However, he had gained something after all. Li Xian still kept the jar in his bag. It wasn't big and fitted his backpack perfectly. Following that, they dug for Wan Lu's treasure. Her treasure wasn't too far from Li Xian's treasure. So with Li Xian as an experienced local guiding them, they quickly arrived at the location. It was by a small stream. Wan Lu flipped through the area a few times, and when she flipped open a cobblestone, she immediately discovered a gem the size of a longan. It was crystal clear, like a cat's eye.
How beautiful!
Wan Lu was very fond of it. She washed it in the stream and played with it in her hand. Zhou Wen's map pointed to a forest beside the mountainous area. The trio traveled more than 5 kilometers before they reached the spot. Due to the dimensional zones nearby, the trio walked very carefully and deliberately circled and made a detour to avoid a dimensional zone.
This is it,
Li Xian said as he looked at the map and pointed to a bush. Zhou Wen saw that there were only some weeds and nothing else. He planned on digging to see what he could dig out. To their surprise, just as Zhou Wen approached, white smoke suddenly spewed out from the bush. It frightened the trio, and they couldn't help but retreat as they cautiously stared at the spot where the white smoke was emitting. Chapter 326 Baby. A cute, chubby baby jumped out of the white smoke. The baby's fair and tender body was wearing a red piece of cloth that only covered his chest and belly, and there was a braid sticking upwards on his head.
Who abandoned this child here?
Li Xian couldn't help but mutter when he saw how adorable the child was. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was amiss. The child was only the size of a baby, yet he could actually walk on his own. Furthermore, he was extremely agile. No baby was this amazing. The baby stared at them with his big eyes, seemingly furious. He seemed to be warning them not to come any closer.
Could this be?
Wan Lu's expression changed slightly when she saw the baby.
Wan Lu, do you know what this baby is?
Li Xian hurriedly asked.
I once entered a dimensional zone in Changbai Mountain to hunt dimensional creatures with my family's elders. There, I saw a plant-type ginseng baby that resembled a human baby. He wore such clothes, and he had a few ginseng leaves growing on his head. He does resemble this baby, but there are some differences,
Wan Lu said as she sized up the baby.
Ginseng baby? Isn't that the ginseng spirit spoken in legends that is extremely nourishing?
Li Xian's eyes glowed as he stared at the baby. The baby seemed to sense the evil intentions in Li Xian's eyes, as he glared at Li Xian, and with a turn of its body, he vanished.
Oh no, retreat quickly.
Wan Lu's expression changed slightly, as she immediately retreated. Although Zhou Wen and Li Xian didn't know what was happening, Seeing Wang Lu's seriousness, they also retreated. However, just as Li Xian moved, he suddenly felt as though something had tripped him, and he fell down with a plop. The baby appeared not too far away, and clapped in glee as he looked at Li Xian. He looked extremely happy.
Little imp, do you think I'm powerless against you? I don't care if you are a ginseng baby or something else. I'll teach you a good lesson.
Li Xian crawled to his feet and summoned the Thunder God's sword before cleaving at the baby. The Thunder God's sword reached the baby in an instant, but he suddenly vanished. The lightning sword beam blasted a huge hole in the ground, but it failed to hit the baby. Plop! Li Xian felt his legs being tripped by something again, and fell to the ground with a thud once more. When he turned his head, he saw the baby extend half his body from the ground and jump out. He clapped his hands and grinned at Li Xian, his face filled with mockery. Li Xian had never experienced this before. He lunged forward to grab the baby, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't catch him. Instead, he kept tripping thanks to the baby. He was in a sorry state.
Wang Lu, is this really a ginseng baby?
Zhou Wen asked as he sized up the baby in surprise.
I don't know, but he does resemble a ginseng baby. He's proficient in escaping through the earth and can travel for thousands of miles underground. Even top epic experts would find him difficult to catch if he escaped.
Wang Lu paused for a moment before continuing.
Back then, my grandfather used a puppet companion beast to lure the playful ginseng baby over. Then, he used his intrinsic lock to catch him by surprise and lock him up before successfully capturing him. We don't have those things. Is there any way to catch him?
Zhou Wen knew that Ghost Steps would be useless catching up to him, after seeing the baby's ability to escape through the earth.
Perhaps, but I don't know.
Wang Lu shook her head helplessly.
Ginseng babies have the nickname of Little Earth Immortal. As long as he's on the ground, I'm afraid no one will be able to catch him. This baby might be a ginseng baby, but from his ability to escape through the earth, he's in no way inferior to the one I've seen before.
When the two spoke, Li Xian had already been teased into a rage, but he couldn't touch the baby no matter what. He was like a clumsy bear, as he was led by the nose by the baby. Li Xian slashed with the Thunder God's sword in his hand, and even summoned several companion beasts. Even the spirit-drawing Demoness that he had just obtained was summoned. Yet, he still couldn't do anything about the baby. The little child suddenly phased into existence, like a tiny sprite that could continuously teleport. He was toying with Li Xian and his companion beasts.
Old Zhou, Wang Lu, aren't you going to provide some help? Quickly grab this little fellow. I have to spank him.
Li Xian had been tripped several times again, making his face turn livid with anger. Zhou Wen felt that the baby's escape technique was very interesting. Furthermore, he didn't seem to have the intention to harm others. All he did was tease Li Xian. With a thought, Zhou Wen activated Ghost Steps as his figure seemed to teleport. He appeared behind the baby and reached out to grab the baby's arm, but the baby vanished instantly. Wang Lu guessed the location of the baby. She flashed over to grab him, but she failed. The trio used all sorts of methods to grab hold of the baby, but they ended up in circles. In the end, they fell to the ground, exhausted. They no longer had the strength to grab hold of the baby, who kept clapping nearby as he mocked them. Li Xian couldn't take it any further and chased after him once more. However, Zhou Wen and Wang Lu were truly exhausted, and they sat on the ground without getting up.
What's the level of that ginseng baby you encountered? Is his ability to escape through the earth that powerful?
Zhou Wen asked Wang Lu.
I don't know what level he is.
Wang Lu shook her head and said,
Just as my grandfather captured the ginseng baby, a terrifying creature in Changbai Mountain suddenly appeared. It almost killed us. The ginseng baby was taken away by the creature. I never expected the map given by Earth Lord would be something like this. Even if we find it, we don't have the ability to take him away.
Zhou Wen looked at the baby with a frown and didn't say a word. He really didn't have the ability to grab him unless he could make the baby's body leave the ground, preventing him from burrowing through the earth. Zhou Wen secretly held the banana fan in his hand and waited for an opportunity. Li Xian pounced here and there, but he didn't even touch the baby's clothes. Instead, he slashed out craters on the ground. After Li Xian fell again, the baby clapped his tiny hands in delight as his chubby calves jumped up. He looked excited. Right now. At the instant the baby's feet left the ground, the banana fan Zhou Wen was holding stirred up a gust of cold wind, sending the baby flying.
Ha ha! Let's see where you can flee to now.
Li Xian was overjoyed as he pounced forward, hoping to grab the flying baby in midair. Chapter 327 Rat Rabbit. When the baby was swept up by the grinding wind, he really couldn't escape through the earth. White frost formed on his body, as Li Xian rushed forward to grab his arm. The baby's body was ice cold. His eyes were closed, motionless. Even his brows were covered in white frost, as if he had been frozen.
There's no heartbeat. Did he have to be frozen to death?
Li Xian couldn't help but stare at the baby when he didn't feel his heartbeat. Although he was a dimensional creature, he looked like a human baby. Furthermore, he had only been teasing the trio without truly harming them. Li Xian wasn't really planning on killing him.
Don't tell me he dies so easily.
Zhou Wen touched the baby's neck. Indeed, there wasn't a pulse.
Are the two of you dumb? If he's really a creature of the same class as ginseng babies, he's a plant. How can there be a heartbeat?
Wang Lu rolled her eyes.
Then take a look. Is this baby dead?
Li Xian handed the baby to Wang Lu. Wang Lu was about to reach out to grab the baby when he suddenly opened his eyes. Taking advantage of the loss in grip while handing him over, the baby forcefully struggled to escape before landing on the ground and disappearing. When he appeared again, he was more than 10 meters away. He stood on a rock and made funny faces at the three of them.
This baby is very scheming.
Li Xian was about to rush over, but was stopped by Zhou Wen.
Forget it. Let him go.
Zhou Wen really couldn't bear to kill such a creature. It would be useless even if he caught him. Li Xian nodded and said with a smile.
At least Wang Lu and I benefited. You didn't manage to obtain anything from this map. From the looks of it, our luck is indeed better. By the way, Wang Lu, what powers does a ginseng baby companion beast have when dropped? I heard that ginseng baby companion beasts have very strong primordial energy regeneration abilities. They also have healing type primordial energy skills. It enhances one's combat strength greatly, but they are just too rare. Changbai Mountain has more ginseng babies, but most of them are at the legendary stage. Their abilities are relatively weaker. Epic ginseng babies are very rare. According to my grandfather, if one has an epic ginseng baby companion beast, they can basically use primordial energy skills indefinitely.
Wang Lu looked at the distant baby and said,
However, there should be ginseng leaves on the head of a ginseng baby, and this one doesn't have any. I don't think he's a ginseng baby, just some kind of plant-type dimensional creature. Since ginseng babies are of such great use, we really have to make a trip to Changbai Mountain in the future to obtain some.
Li Xian said.
How can it be that easy? The dimensional zones in Changbai Mountain have dimensional creatures that aren't offensive, but there are even more terrifying dimensional creatures. Ignoring the epic ginseng babies, just obtaining a legendary ginseng baby isn't an easy task. One might even lose their life. Quite a number of people risk their lives to enter Changbai Mountain to hunt for one. A legendary ginseng baby companion egg can be sold at an astronomical price.
Wang Lu clearly didn't believe that entering Changbai Mountain was a good idea.
Are there any better companion beasts that possess healing powers other than the ginseng baby?
Zhou Wen had always wanted a companion beast with healing abilities. They were extremely rare.
Those with healing abilities are relatively rare to begin with, so a ginseng baby is already considered one of the better ones. Although there are others, it's not that easy to obtain them. For example, Lycidum horses are even rarer than ginseng babies. It's even more difficult to hunt them. There are also some which naturally have the healing abilities. For example, some angels from the West District and alchemical cauldrons in our East District. They are similarly difficult to obtain.
Wang Lu said after thinking for a moment. The three of them spoke as they walked, intending to return to the city. When the baby saw that they were leaving, he tunneled through the ground to appear around them. Then, he made funny faces at them, and clapped as if provoking them. However, Zhou Wen and company didn't wish to kill him. They ignored him, and continued walking ahead. Seeing the trio ignore him, the baby was very disappointed. Like a child that had lost his beloved toy, his face was filled with disappointment as he stared blankly as Zhou Wen and company left. Boom! As they were walking, they suddenly heard an explosion. They turned around and saw a hole in the ground where the baby was standing. A black-furred monster looking like a rat or rabbit that was about half a person's height bit onto the baby's arm as it dragged him into the hole. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. He activated Ghost Steps and slashed out with Demonic Astral Wheel, cutting off the rat-rabbit's retreat into the cave. The rat-rabbit reacted quickly as it exerted strength in its legs and actually dodged the Demonic Astral Wheel. It dragged the baby and ran into the bushes. Li Xian also slashed with his Thunder God sword, smiting a bolt of lightning that forced the rat-rabbit to change its escape trajectory. Wang Lu's tiger also pounced forward to stop the rat-rabbit. The rat-rabbit was abnormally fast. Zhou Wen used Ghost Steps to chase after it, but it managed to dodge him several times, as though it also had a primordial energy skill that enhanced its speed. However, after using it a few times, the rat-rabbit's primordial energy seemed to be unable to keep up with its expenditure. It was almost struck by the lightning from the Thunder God sword. It let go of the baby and escaped into the forest.
Look after him. I'll be right back.
Zhou Wen chased after the rat-rabbit. The rat-rabbit was likely at the epic stage, but its ability was a little special. It wasn't a dimensional creature with relatively stronger offensive abilities, so there might be some special rewards capturing it. Furthermore, this wasn't a dimensional zone yet. Its appearance here made it a breakout creature, so it was best to eliminate it. The rat rabbit ran very quickly, but its lacking primordial energy eventually gave Zhou Wen a chance to kill it when it ran into a mountain valley. When he saw a crystal inside its body and took it out, he realized that it was a skill crystal. Zhou Wen picked up the primordial energy skill crystal, and was about to leave when he saw a figure flash across the ground. The baby had appeared. His arm that had been bitten by the rat rabbit had healed. He was fine. The baby looked at the dead rat rabbit, and then at Zhou Wen. He seemed to hesitate before running in front of Zhou Wen, and pulling at Zhou Wen's trousers with his tiny hands.
Be careful in the future. No one will save you next time.
Although Zhou Wen wouldn't be fooled by his adorable appearance, this fellow looked too much like a human child. He really couldn't bring himself to killing him. The baby didn't let go as he tugged at Zhou Wen's trousers. He made sounds like he was trying to say something as he pointed into the valley with his tiny finger.
Don't tell me you want to trick me.
Zhou Wen naturally understood what the baby meant. He was trying to get him to walk into the valley. It was unknown if the baby understood him, but he kept pulling Zhou Wen's trousers and pointed at the valley while speaking. After some hesitation, Zhou Wen saw that the valley wasn't a dimensional zone. Furthermore, the valley had just a one-way path, so there shouldn't be too much danger. After some thought, he walked in, hoping to see what the baby was up to. Chapter 328 Baby's Gift. When the baby saw Zhou Wen walk into the valley, he loosened his grip on Zhou Wen's trousers and skipped ahead. The valley wasn't deep. After walking less than half a kilometer, they reached the end. The baby pushed aside the grass in front of the mountain wall and revealed a hole half the height of a person. If you want me to enter, I definitely won't burrow in it, Zhou Wen thought to himself as he watched the baby vanish before him. Zhou Wen waited for a while, but the baby didn't appear. Instead, he heard Li Xian and Wang Lu who had followed his tracks.
Zhou Wen, that baby ran away on its own. What are you doing here?
Li Xian asked curiously when he saw Zhou Wen standing in front of a mountain wall, not fighting any dimensional creatures.
I met the baby. He led me here and then burrowed into the hole himself,
Zhou Wen said as he pointed at the hole in the grass. Just as Li Xian was about to say something, he saw the baby poke his head out of the hole. He seemed to be dragging something with both hands, his face flushed red from the strenuous activity. After pulling a few times, the baby finally dragged something out of the hole. The three of them stared at the thing that the baby held onto. They saw a vine or root of some unknown plant. The baby pulled the vine out with all his might. It was taut as if there was something very heavy attached to it. Seeing this, Zhou Wen reached and helped the baby pull the vine out. He was immediately alarmed. He originally imagined that it was because the baby had limited strength which made the pulling difficult. However, when he tried, he realized that it was very heavy. Despite using all his strength, he was barely able to move it forward. They pulled the vine out by more than a meter, but still failed to see what was inside. Wang Lu and Li Xian came forward to help, and the four of them finally pulled the vine out. They saw something tied to the other end of it.
What's this?
Li Xian looked at the item they had pulled, but he couldn't tell what it was. He turned to look at the baby. The baby gestured as it made all kinds of utterances, but the trio still didn't understand what he meant. Zhou Wen carefully observed the thing tied to the vine. It looked like a huge walnut that was about the size of a soccer ball. Its exterior looked like a walnut, but it seemed as though it was made of dark gray metal.
Is this thing a walnut?
Li Xian tapped the hilt of the Thunder God's sword on the item twice. When he heard a metallic sound, he looked at Wang Lu and asked,
Wang Lu, do you know what this is?
Wang Lu also shook her head.
It looks like a walnut to me as well, but I've never heard of metal that looks like a walnut.
As the three of them were studying the object, the baby pointed at Zhou Wen and then at the walnut as it garbled.
Do you want to give me this?
Zhou Wen asked the baby with a guess. Seeing that Zhou Wen finally understood, the baby hurriedly nodded.
All right.
Although Zhou Wen didn't know what it was, it appeared to be quite important. Since it was a free gift, it was a waste not to accept it. However, the thing was just too heavy. Zhou Wen summoned the mutated stone chi. The few of them worked together to move the metal walnut onto its back before letting the mutated stone chi carry it back. After the trio walked out of the valley, the baby looked at them from afar with no intention of following them.
This little fellow is rather interesting, but too bad it's a dimensional creature.
Li Xian shook his head. Although there were people who raised dimensional creatures were different from companion beasts. They weren't able to completely control their actions. Once they were allowed to enter human society, any problems would result in serious consequences. Therefore, the League maintained an opposing attitude towards rearing them. There was just no clear rule that forbade their rearing. Zhou Wen had reared the antelope and chick secretly. Thankfully, the other students and teachers always believed that the antelope had been brought out from Mount Laojun and wasn't aggressive, so they ignored it. As for the chick, most people believed it was Zhou Wen's companion beast. When the trio returned to school, the sky was already dark. Mainly because the walnut was so heavy that the stone she couldn't run fast while carrying it. All they could do was walk slowly. After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen carefully took the walnut down and placed it in the living room. Then, he took out his mysterious phone and snapped a picture of it. He wanted to know if the mysterious phone could tell what it was. However, he was quickly disappointed. The mysterious phone didn't respond, indicating that it wasn't a dimensional creature. It was likely a native product of Earth.
What is this thing?
Zhou Wen took a few photos and sent them to Wang Mingyuan, who was extremely knowledgeable. Perhaps he knew what it was. Wang Mingyuan was surprisingly free. After a while, he replied Zhou Wen with a message.
You can't confirm it just by looking at photos. Once I'm done with the research on hand, you can bring it over. I'll help you to study it. Teacher, how's your research progressing?
All this while, Zhou Wen wasn't very clear what Wang Mingyuan's research was. All he knew was that he was studying what lay below Dragon's Well, and that it was likely a study of the White Dragon. Zhou Wen was originally worried that White Dragon would kill Wang Mingyuan if he angered it. However, after experiencing the might of the paper slip, Zhou Wen felt that his worry was unnecessary. A person like Wang Mingyuan wouldn't easily put himself in danger.
The progress is going quite well, but I've encountered some snags. At the moment, I'm trying to think of a solution.
Wang Mingyuan sighed and said,
Currently, there are signs from other parts of the League that the chance of dimensional creatures breaking out is rapidly increasing. If it continues at this rate, it might only take another few years before the dimensional zones no longer have any restrictions on dimensional creatures, or rather, they will be very weak. When the time comes, humanity's situation will be much worse than when the dimensional storms first happened.
This wasn't the first time Zhou Wen had heard such words. In the past, and Sheng had also mentioned this to him, but he didn't make it as clear as Wang Mingyuan.
Teacher, will the dimensional zones restrictions really fail in a few years?
Zhou Wen asked.
It won't exceed 10 years. When the time comes, the restrictions on the dimensional zones will definitely fail.
Wang Mingyuan answered with certainty.
Only 10 years?
Zhou Wen felt that Wang Mingyuan wasn't someone who would randomly say things. If he said 10 years, the chances were very high that it was the case.
In fact, 10 years refers to the point when the restrictions on the dimensional zones are completely lost. And during this period, the restrictions of the dimensional zones will constantly decrease. Humanity doesn't have 10 years.
Wang Mingyuan paused before suddenly asking Zhou Wen.
Little one, if you are made to choose between pain and death, which would you choose?
Chapter 329 Failed Fusion.
It depends on how painful it is,
Zhou Wen said after some thought.
Worse than death,
Wang Mingyuan said tersely. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss for an answer. This was because the words,
worse than death,
were too vague. He didn't know what kind of concept it was because he hadn't experienced such pain. Zhou Wen felt that physical pain could sometimes be endured for a moment, but a psychological blow might very well result in a pain worse than physical pain. Seemingly sensing that he had been too vague, Wang Mingyuan thought for a while and said,
Let's use a more common analogy. If there's a woman you love very much, and she's raped in front of you, but you don't have the ability to save her, you have two choices. One is to fight to the death. Even though you know you can't save her, you insist on dying to protect her. You will have a clear conscience. The second option is to collude with those people and think of ways to preserve her life. After that, you try to rescue her out of her misery before killing those people to avenge her. If it were you, what would you choose? This is really a difficult question. Reason tells me that I should choose the second option, but I'm ultimately only one person. I'm afraid I wouldn't have the mental fortitude to complete the second choice. Therefore, I believe that if I were to encounter something like this, I would choose the first option,
Zhou Wen said after seriously considering it.
Is that so?
Wang Mingyuan's tone was odd, as though it was both a question and answer. It was unknown if he was asking Zhou Wen or himself.
Teacher, what is the answer to this question?
Zhou Wen knew that some problems weren't limited to the question itself. If he was smart enough, he could think of other answers. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said,
There's no answer. I've asked Jian Yin and the others this question too. Haifeng's answer is identical to yours. Xia said he would kill that woman first and Jian Yin chose the second option. Then what's your answer, teacher?
Zhou Wen asked curiously.
I don't have an answer.
Wang Mingyuan changed the topic.
How's the situation at the Zhuolu battlefield? Have they found your former principal? Not yet. And Sheng called me a few times, but he didn't say anything. However, I can tell that it isn't going well. Perhaps many sacrifices have been made.
Zhou Wen fell silent after saying that. And Sheng seldom contacted him recently, but Zhou Wen knew that the Yin family definitely wouldn't give up. They would definitely get someone to open the doors of the two palaces. When the time came, they would definitely suffer losses. After all, the Yin family didn't have mythical experts. What they could do wouldn't be much better than Zhou Wen's. I recently learned some divination arts. Although I'm not very proficient in them, they seem to be effective to some extent. I did read your former principal's fortune, and the results are that there's a silver lining. He should be fine for the time being, Wang Mingyuan said. Zhou Wen didn't know if Wang Mingyuan was comforting him, or if he really had learned divination, but he felt better after hearing that. After hanging up, Zhou Wen continued grinding. However, he didn't make much progress. Be it the white cocoon in the war wagon or the two palaces in the temple, he was at an impasse. Zhou Wen's strength had seemingly reached a bottleneck. No matter how many primordial energy skills he learned or cultivated any other primordial energy arts, they weren't of much use. He felt that he couldn't continue grinding aimlessly. Therefore, he planned on organizing his thoughts. Zhou Wen, legendary. Life Providence, Sai of the King. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Constitution, 20. Primordial Energy, 21. Primordial Energy Skill, Demonic Astral Wheel, 9 Dragon's Art, Dragon Gate Flying Immortal Skill, Ghost Steps, Transcendent Flying Immortal, Ashen Palm, etc. Companion Beast, Truth Listener, Banana Fairy, Tyrant Behemoth, Mutated Stone Chi, Mutated Sword Fong Fish, Mutated Lotus Flower Ant, Silver Winged Sky Spider Youngling, Ghost Bride, White Shadow of Poison, Mutated Overlord Snake, Dr. Darkness, Mutated Demonized General, Saber Shield Knight, etc. In terms of primordial energy skills, they were mainly focused on speed and movement techniques. There wasn't much of a problem in this area. With sufficiently fast speed, one was better at attacking and escaping than the average person. Among companion beasts, there were only a few that were frequently used. The mutated Lotus Flower Ant was clearly unable to keep up with the current battles. However, the real deciding factor was still the mythical Banana Fairy. Truth Listener had yet to finish its incubation, so it was unknown what changes it would undergo in the future. Typical companion beasts have all kinds of problems. It's not that their stats are bad, but that their life providences are bad or their primordial energy skills are lacking. In short, they have all kinds of flaws. Just like Overlord Spear, Ever Victorious is indeed a good skill, but the mutated Overlord Snake's level is too low. Its stats are only considered average. Even with Ever Victorious skill, it's difficult to use it to the fullest. After some thought, Zhou Wen still had a route to take. That was to use his phone's pet fusion capabilities to fuse the pets, so as to get the life providences, primordial energy skills, and stats he wanted on one pet. First, it's the Ever Victorious skill. I have to think of a way to raise the Overlord Snake's level or fuse this skill with other pets. Zhou Wen matched the mutated Overlord Snake with his other pets, and looked at their compatibility score. Mutated Overlord Snake and other pets had a relatively low compatibility score. It didn't exceed 30% at best. It only had a slightly higher compatibility score with the mutated Sword Fawn Fish. He didn't have any better options, and keeping them didn't seem to be of much use. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bear to risk it. It was still a low chance of success that didn't exceed 50%, just too low. If he failed, Zhou Wen didn't wish to grind the mutated Overlord Snake again. It would be a waste of time. Something about the thought of grinding it made him retch. The success rate of Dr. Darkness and other companion beasts' fusion chance was even lower. Basically, there wasn't one that exceeded a compatibility score of 10%. It was about the same for Ghost Bride. The mutated Demonized General and Saber Shield Knight had a compatibility score of nearly 50%. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and chose to fuse them. The two are very useful now, and if they couldn't progress further, keeping them wouldn't be of much use. Boom! With the sound of the explosion, there was nothing on the phone. The mutated Demonized General and the Saber Shield Knight vanished as the words, "Fusion failed," appeared. Zhou Wen was instantly depressed. The mutated Demonized General could still be grinded, but it wouldn't be easy to obtain the Saber Shield Knight. Unwilling to give up just like that, Zhou Wen fused the mutated Lotus Flower Ant and a mutated Buddha Heart Lotus, hoping to increase its stats a little. The compatibility score was nearly 70%. Zhou Wen originally believed that it would definitely succeed, but to his surprise, with a bang, they vanished once again. That actually failed? Zhou Wen was extremely depressed. He wasn't willing to give up, so he decided to place the mutated Overlord Snake and mutated Sword Fong Fish together and risk it again. Chapter 330 Overlord Sword. I can't fail 3 consecutive times, right? Heavens, please bless me with success. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth as he clicked on the fusion. He saw the sparkling light on the two companion beasts slowly fuse together. Amidst Zhou Wen's uneasy feelings, all he heard was a chime. The phone emitted a light as a new companion beast appeared on screen. I succeeded. Zhou was delighted as he hurriedly checked the new pet. The new pet looked somewhat different from the Overlord snake and the Sword Fang fish. The Overlord snake was black, while the Sword Fang fish was golden. The new pet was a dark gold color. It wasn't as dark as black, nor was it as bright as gold. It looked quite pleasing to the eye. Mutated Overlord Sword Snake. Epic Stage. Zhou saw its name, and saw that it looked like a sea serpent. He didn't waste his time looking carefully, and directly checked its stats. Now, what Zhou was most concerned about was whether the ever-victorious skill was still around. Mutated Overlord Sword Snake, Epic. Life Providence, Overlord of Swords. Life Soul, Sword Flash Snake. Strength, 40. Speed, 39. Constitution, 27. Primordial Energy, 36. Talent Skill, Ever-Victorious, Fang Wheel Sword Flash. Companion Form, Sword. Zhou was immediately overjoyed when he saw this. Although the Overlord Snake's Death Wrap and the Devourer techniques couldn't be inherited, the strongest ever-victorious had been inherited. Fang Wheel Sword Flash was also a very potent skill, so with both present, they could be considered excellent grade. The other stats were all pretty good. The Life Providence of Overlord of Swords could raise the might of the user when using sword techniques, so it had a certain suppressive effect on typical sword-type companion beasts. It was a very good Life Providence. Sword Flash Snake was basically the same as the Sword Fang Fish's Sword Flash Fish Life Soul. When it used Fang Wheel Sword Flash, the Life Soul would enhance the might of the Sword Flash, allowing more sword flashes to appear. If there was anything about the mutated Overlord Sword Snake that wasn't perfect, it was its Constitution 27 points. Even before the fusion, the Sword Fang Fish's Constitution wasn't this low. It was quite a mystery why the RNG gave such a low Constitution. With a poor Constitution, it meant that the mutated Overlord Sword Snake would be easily injured. And when transformed into its sword form, it could easily be damaged or be cleaved apart. The Overlord Sword Snake in its sword form was a dark gold great sword, and the sword's edge radiated a cold glint. There was a black, snake-like pattern on the sword's spine. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the sword had dark fish scale patterns that resembled a pattern that had been tempered and forged countless times. The entire sword was extremely domineering. It was 5 feet long, and with Zhou strength, he could only barely lift it. If he were to strike with it, he probably wouldn't have any strength left after swinging it around. He tried out the might of the Overlord sword in game, and slashed out with his sword. The sword flash transformed into a circular blade that slashed forward. Ever-Victorious also augmented the sword flash, splitting a chi into 2. What a powerful sword flash! Zhou couldn't help but be overjoyed. The might of the Overlord sword was no weaker than Li Xian's Thunder God sword. It might even be stronger. Ever-Victorious was even more powerful than a sword flash augmented with lightning attributes. In a comparison between the two swords, Thunder God's sword might probably lose its accolade as the best offensive pet. The only flaw of the Overlord sword was that its constitution was poor. It was alright slashing out a sword flash, but if the sword were to clash directly with the Thunder God's sword, it would likely crack open a notch. Repeats of this might snap it. How can I raise Overlord sword's constitution? Otherwise, it won't live up to its name. Zhou quickly came up with an idea. If a companion beast were to fuse with a companion egg, it would mainly be the companion beast taking center stage, while the companion eggs became supplements. The Overlord Snake's basic appearance and abilities wouldn't change much other than become stronger. As long as he found a companion egg with a high constitution that had a high compatibility with Overlord Sword Snake, he could increase its constitution. Of course, after experiencing the previous failure, Zhou definitely wouldn't risk it with the Overlord Sword Snake with anything less than 80%. It would be best if the compatibility was above 90% before he made an attempt. However, after a few matches, he realized that the compatibility between the other pets and the Overlord Sword Snake wasn't very high. The highest was less than 50%. Even the compatibility between the Overlord Snake and the Overlord Sword Snake was only 49%. Zhou planned on making a trip to a shop selling companion eggs when he had the time. By matching them together, he might be able to find a companion egg with a higher compatibility score with the Overlord Sword Snake. As for the remaining companion beasts, Zhou looked at them and couldn't bear to fuse them. He had no choice but to leave it at that. He took the Overlord Sword into the underground sea, hoping to see if the Overlord Sword Flash could approach the white cocoon. He once again came into the war wagon and looked at the white cocoon in the darkness. Zhou pulled out his Overlord Sword and slashed at the white cocoon. Immediately, the sword flash of Overlord Sword spun like a circular blade as it headed for the white cocoon. Intense ripples appeared in the air. It was as if a calm water surface had been torn apart as the sword flash approached the white cocoon at a discernible pace. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw this. He watched as the sword flash tore through the invisible force outside the white cocoon and hit it, tearing open a hole. However, before he could make the next move, the black dragon rushed in and swallowed the blood-colored avatar. The game screen went black. A sword flash with Ever Victorious is really useful. Even Zhou Wen was surprised. After all, he couldn't touch the white cocoon back when he used the Overlord Snake. This made Zhou Wen see hope again. Now that he was able to rupture the white cocoon, the only thing he needed to consider was how to damage the white cocoon before the black dragons charged in. He also needed to obtain a drop of blood from the creature inside. The Overlord Sword together with Transcendent Flying Immortal was already fast enough. Together with Ghost Step speed, it was difficult to find someone faster than Zhou Wen at the same level. However, he still wasn't able to complete his goal before the black dragons charged in. Zhou Wen had already done the math. He needed to slash at least 3 times before he could produce a gap that allowed the blood-colored avatar to charge in. After several attempts, he was swallowed by the black dragon that rushed in before he could finish the 3 strikes. From the looks of it, my Transcendent Flying Immortal still isn't fast enough. Other than the 3 strikes, I still need 1 more strike to damage the creature inside the white cocoon to obtain its blood. My sword needs to be even faster. Zhou Wen planned on honing his Transcendent Flying Immortal to raise it to rank 10. The thought of raising his sword speed reminded Zhou Wen of Feng Qiuyan. Hence, he called Feng Qiuyan and asked him if he had the time to be his sparring partner. In terms of speed, Feng Qiuyan was definitely one of his fastest peers. Furthermore, with his swift saber Heavenly King Life Providence and talent, Zhou Wen really couldn't figure out who could be faster than him among his schoolmates. Chapter 331 Who is the coach?
I'm free. Where do we meet?
Feng Qiuyan agreed readily.
Let's go to the training grounds,
Zhou Wen said.
Ming Xiao is here as well. He wants to join. Can I bring him along?
Feng Qiuyan asked.
It's just practice. He can come if he wants to.
Zhou Wen felt that it didn't matter. After all, Transcendent Flying Immortal was no secret.
10 minutes.
Feng Qiuyan hung up after saying that. Ming Xiao really wanted to know how strong Zhou Wen was. Feng Qiuyan, who he had trained, was already so powerful, so Zhou Wen's strength must definitely be stronger. Just as the two left the house, they met Tian Jinjin, who had come to deliver some items to Ming Xiao. Upon hearing that they were going to train with Zhou Wen, Tian Jinjin requested to tag along. Since Zhou Wen didn't mind anyone watching, Feng Qiuyan didn't reject her. The 3 of them headed for the training grounds. As Tian Jinjin walked, she thought to herself, I don't believe that a student can be stronger than Ming Xiao. I have to personally see if Zhou Wen is a cheat. When the trio arrived at the training grounds, Zhou Wen was already waiting inside. He was practicing the simplest drawing of a sword and striking, unwilling to miss out on any possibility of raising his sword's speed. Is that Zhou Wen? He looks very ordinary. Although he's rather good-looking and has a good figure, why does he look a little pale and seem to be very weak? Is such a person really as good as Ming Xiao says? Tian Jinjin was even more suspicious when she saw Zhou Wen. It wasn't her fault. Zhou Wen usually expended plenty of his blood. He had also previously suffered a serious injury, and recently he had been grinding the underground sea in temple. He had died too many times, so his body's ability to regenerate blood could hardly keep up with his expenditure. Zhou Wen had been checking on the information recently. He wanted to see if there were any companion beasts that could enhance his liver and organs, or even companion beasts that could enhance his marrow. Unfortunately, they were very rare. Zhou Wen hadn't discovered any for the time being. After the trio entered the training grounds, Ming Xiao and Tian Jinjin sat on a bench beside the grounds as Feng Qiuyan walked over and asked,
Coach, I'm here. How shall I help you in the sparring? I want to raise my sword speed. You are an expert in this area. Give me some suggestions.
Zhou Wen said to Feng Qiuyan.
Although I use sabers, striking out with a sword or saber is almost the same. A saber strike speed is different from a body speed. Typically, a saber speed is faster than body movement speed. Firstly, a saber is lighter, and a saber's shape is easier to deal with piercing any air resistance. The human body is far lacking. It's heavy and there's more surface area. Therefore, there are fewer things to consider when striking out with a saber. Other than unleashing one's strength, technique is also very important. The correct saber-wielding posture and way to release your strength allow one to increase the speed of the saber. However, to greatly improve speed, one can only focus on the technique when striking. Just like using a gun. A bullet's speed is all the same, but what's key is the instant when the gun is drawn. Whoever draws first can pull the trigger faster, thus determining the victor. Striking with a saber follows the same principle.
Feng Qiuyan explained certain key points to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen tried the techniques and key points that Feng Qiuyan had explained to him, and found them especially useful. Indeed, his strikes were much faster, but such speed still failed to meet his requirements. The freed black dragons are just too powerful. I have limited time after I charge into the war wagon. Such a fast sword speed is still insufficient, Zhou Wen thought. Tian Jinjin was watching from the sidelines with Ming Xiu. After watching for a while, she curled her lips and said, Ming Xiu, how is this Zhou Wen impressive? He's Feng Qiuyan's personal coach, so why is he trying to get Feng Qiuyan to teach him? Who's the coach here? Don't tell me you've mixed things up. Perhaps there's a deeper meaning to Zhou Wen's actions? Ming Xiu said uncertainly. Although from the looks of it, Zhou Wen was indeed seeking advice from Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu had a deep impression of Zhou Wen's potency. Therefore, he didn't think as much as Tian Jinjin, believing that Zhou Wen had plans. Ti. It's obvious. Zhou Wen is learning from Feng Qiuyan. What kind of deeper meaning can there be? Tian Jinjin increasingly felt that Ming Xiu had been brainwashed by Zhou Wen. Watch and see. Zhou Wen likes to do the unexpected. Perhaps this is also a teaching method, Ming Xiu said after some thought. Zhou Wen had already grasped the method Feng Qiuyan was talking about. All he needed was time to practice. However, even if he reached true mastery, the improvement in his speed would still be insufficient. Use your swift saber to attack me, Zhou Wen said to Feng Qiuyan after some thought. He wanted to observe Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques in actual combat to see if there was anything he could use as a reference to raise his sword speed. Feng Qiuyan didn't waste any time. He picked up a practice wooden saber from the rack, but he glanced at the practice great sword in Zhou Wen's hand and said, Coach, if you want to be swift with the sword, this type of great sword isn't suitable. It's best if you use a thinner and lighter one. It wasn't like Zhou Wen didn't want to change it, but only the Overlord sword could break through the white cocoon. As for the Overlord sword, it was a great sword, and its weight was heavier than the practice sword in his hand. Therefore, he had to use the great sword to practice. It would be useless to master it using the thin sword. If it weren't for the fact that the Overlord sword was too heavy, Zhou Wen wouldn't have needed training. Just the technique and speed of Transcendent Flying Immortal were fast enough. I know. I just want to use the great sword to practice my swift sword, Zhou Wen said. When Tian Jinjin heard that, she became more convinced that Zhou Wen wasn't a proper coach. No one would use a great sword to hone their speed. Anyone who practiced swords knew that such a heavy weapon wasn't suited for ordinary sword techniques at all, much less fast ones. Even someone who didn't know how to wield a sword would definitely know that such a heavy weapon couldn't allow one to take the path of the quick sword. Feng Qiuyan only nodded as he drew his saber and slashed at Zhou Wen. It was unknown how Feng Qiuyan had been training recently, but Zhou Wen realized that his saber techniques had become even faster and stronger. Furthermore, they weren't as impetuous as before. He already had the aura of a saber expert. Zhou Wen raised his great sword to block Feng Qiuyan's saber, finding each strike of Feng Qiuyan's saber becoming faster than the last, but it was unusually stable. It was like a flowing river that flowed without end. After Zhou Wen blocked the first strike, he realized that he couldn't find a chance to strike back. Under the relentless inundation of the saber techniques, all he could do was retreat and block. What impressive saber techniques! This fellow's improvement is just too fast. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be surprised at Feng Qiuyan's rate of improvement. He seemed to exude a completely different feeling every time he met him. Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques are really impressive. Although I can learn the same saber techniques and reach a certain mastery as well. However, no matter how I use them, I can't give off the feeling that he does. It's like there's always something lacking, Ming Xiu said in thought. Feng Qiuyan is indeed very strong, but Zhou Wen isn't able to counterattack from Feng Qiuyan's strikes. How is he as strong as you say? Tian Jinjin was almost certain that Ming Xiu had been hoodwinked. Zhou Wen wasn't as strong as the rumor said. Chapter 332 Sword Training. Feng Qiuyan's saber slashed faster and faster. The swift and forceful posture was as though Zhou Wen would have his head chopped off if he blinked. Zhou Wen had switched his primordial energy art to the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. The Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra strengthened his constitution, but it wasn't as simple as that. There were 6 types of the perfection of wisdom, according to Buddhism. The first was True Determination Perfection of Wisdom, the second was Realm Perfection of Wisdom, the third was Linguistic Perfection of Wisdom, the fourth was Enlightenment Perfection of Wisdom, and the fifth was Attendant Perfection of Wisdom. The sixth was the Diamond Perfection of Wisdom, that most people were more familiar with. The Perfection of Wisdom was about wisdom, with the 6 types of perfection of wisdom being the wisdom of the universe. The Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra was the ability to raise one's physical body. It made one's senses sharp enough to understand the underlying laws of the universe. When using the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra, Zhou Wen's body and 6 senses were enhanced. His perception of the outside world also became very sharp. He could sense the minute changes in Feng Qiuyan's saber technique with each delivered strike. Although the saber technique looked simple, it contained an inexplicable technique. Zhou Wen was also able to sense the flaws of Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques. The great sword was too heavy, and it suffered immense resistance as well. He wasn't able to match Feng Qiuyan's speed. Zhou Wen only use the flaws in Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques to barely fend off his attacks. However, it had to be said that Feng Qiuyan was indeed a martial arts prodigy. If Zhou Wen were to exploit any flaws he used once, Feng Qiuyan would immediately correct them, preventing him from exploiting them a second time. Fast. 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 Feng Qiuyan's saber was so fast that most couldn't have a clear grasp of what was happening even without blinking. Tian Xinjun didn't even blink as she watched from the side. However, all she could see were flickering saber flashes and shadows, preventing her from seeing its trajectory. Ming Xiu could only barely keep up with Feng Qiuyan's saber speed and his saber techniques. Zhou Wen, who was directly facing Feng Qiuyan, felt this more acutely. He thought to himself, Feng Qiuyan is really incredible. If I were to fight him, I would have to use all my strength and defeat him with the first few strikes. The longer one delays, the less chance there is of defeating him. After 100 strikes, I'm afraid he'd be truly invincible against all his peers of the same level. No one could stop such a swift saber. It's no wonder his life providence is Swift Saber Heavenly King. He really has the potential to be a king of the sabers. Zhou Wen had reaped immense benefits from facing Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques. The way Feng Qiuyan struck out and withdrew his saber was like a textbook example. It allowed Zhou Wen to realize what he needed to do to be the fastest. If the great sword in his hand wasn't as heavy, he might have been able to keep up with Feng Qiuyan's speed. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't have the talent of Swift Saber Heavenly King, so if he allowed the situation to continue, Feng Qiuyan would definitely be faster than him. It wasn't wrong to say that he was invincible after 100 saber strikes. Even Zhou Wen wasn't willing to fight Feng Qiuyan after he delivered 100 saber strikes. However, Zhou Wen was now learning, so he naturally didn't stop Feng Qiuyan from continuing his slashes. Only through such a swift saber could Zhou Wen more accurately sense how Feng Qiuyan managed to strike and withdraw with his saber. Soon, Zhou Wen realized that Feng Qiuyan was indeed different from the typical person. The average person was quick at striking out, but much slower at retracting. However, Feng Qiuyan's retracting was faster than his slashing, so this resulted in him being able to deliver 3 strikes in a time frame, which most could only deliver 2. This technique was naturally learned by Zhou Wen. At the same time, he realized that Feng Qiuyan would shake his wrist habitually every time he struck. Although this action had benefits in raising the saber's speed, it also made his saber move an additional distance. This distance was already considered a flaw by Zhou Wen. Using this flaw, Zhou Wen dealt a blow with the hilt of his sword and struck Feng Qiuyan's wrist. Indeed, Feng Qiuyan failed to defend against it. His attack instantly slowed down as he ducked Zhou Wen's strike. However, Feng Qiuyan's attack had no intention of stopping. His saber stance didn't stop as he slashed forward once more, but his wrist movement had already vanished. At that moment, Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques were nearly inconceivably fast even though he was only using a rubber saber. Its slashes emitted a cold, sinister aura, as though they would dice up Zhou Wen. Even Ming Xiu and Tian Xinjun, who were sitting by the side, felt a chill in their hearts. It was as though the saber beams could slash at their necks at any moment. This Feng Qiuyan is really incredible. He probably doesn't pale in comparison to Ming Xiu. Although Tian Xinjun had always felt that Ming Xiu was invincible among peers of the same level, she had no choice but to rank him equal to Ming Xiu after seeing Feng Qiuyan's powerful saber moves. She didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. However, when she saw Zhou Wen, who had been suppressed by Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques, she was even more certain that Ming Xiu had definitely been duped. Although this Zhou Wen's strength isn't bad, and he's able to withstand Feng Qiuyan's swift saber for so long, it's impossible for such strength to be enough to be Feng Qiuyan's personal coach. I'll have to talk to Ming Xiu about it later, Tian Xinjun thought to herself. Ming Xiu had experienced Feng Qiuyan's swift saber moves many times. Since he had started the exchange, he had sparred with Feng Qiuyan daily, so he was extremely familiar with his saber speed. However, today, Feng Qiuyan seemed exceptionally strong. Ming Xiu felt that if he was Feng Qiuyan's opponent, the outcome would have been decided long ago. It was impossible for him to continue allowing Feng Qiuyan to slash out, otherwise, he would definitely lose. However, Zhou Wen clearly didn't have any intention of winning. He continued letting Feng Qiuyan's swift saber accelerate even faster. What does coach want? Ming Xiu was puzzled as he frowned and thought. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen had managed to simplify his striking and withdrawal to the extreme. However, he still felt that he couldn't match Feng Qiuyan's saber speed. The saber was so fast that it was almost invisible. Even Feng Qiuyan himself was beginning to lose control of such speed. Veins protruded from his fingers as his hand, which held the saber, trembled. It was as though the saber might lose control at any moment.
Feng Qiuyan, be careful. I'm about to strike.
Zhou Wen was unable to withstand the pressure. He suddenly shouted and dragged the great sword in his hand as he slashed upwards. He had used Transcendent Flying Immortal. Transcendent Flying Immortal had been simplified and improved by Zhou Wen. Although he couldn't reach the level of Feng Qiuyan's saber retraction being faster than his saber striking, he was able to reach near parity. All sorts of tiny actions were simplified to the extreme. Nothing was superfluous or redundant. Compared to the past, Zhou Wen's Transcendent Flying Immortal was more domineering and direct. It lacked some lithe and grace, but it was incomparably domineering. Tian Jinjin originally imagined that Zhou Wen was about to be cleaved down by that unbelievable fast saber, but to her surprise, Zhou Wen's aura changed. Instantly, he resembled a powerful demon that had descended into the world. He became one with the sword and streaked across the sky at lightning speed. Sword shadows intersected with Feng Qiuyan at the center, forming an arc with the sounds of swords and sabers clashing. It was impossible to tell how many times their weapons clashed. Despite Feng Qiuyan's swift saber, he couldn't keep up with the domineering swordplay. After the sword shadows that filled the sky dissipated, Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan stood facing each other. The saber in Feng Qiuyan's hand hung to the ground as Zhou Wen's great sword rested on his neck. This person is too terrifying. Tian Jinjin was alarmed. She felt that Zhou Wen's strike was the most domineering and grandest sword technique she had ever seen in her entire life. Chapter 333 People of Different Realms. Chapter 333 People of Different Realms. Zhou Wen was delighted by the improvement in Transcendent Flying Immortal. He wanted to thank Feng Qiuyan for sparring with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such progress in such a short period of time. However, before Zhou Wen could say a word, Feng Qiuyan said,
Coach, thank you for your guidance. I've learned something. What did you learn?
Zhou Wen was somewhat confused, unsure what Feng Qiuyan meant. Feng Qiuyan said solemnly,
Coach, you specifically came to point out the flaws in my saber techniques. You truly care about me, and I will definitely not disappoint you. I will definitely be accomplished in the future. Coach, don't worry.
Who the hell has expectations for you? Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qiuyan with a mixed expression. Seeing Feng Qiuyan's sincere and serious expression, he couldn't bring himself to thank him. All he could do was say helplessly,
Train well. I have something to tend to. I'll be leaving now. Coach, don't worry. I'll definitely work hard.
Feng Qiuyan shouted as Zhou Wen walked away. Zhou Wen didn't turn his head as he waved his hand. He really didn't know what to say. He clearly hadn't taught anything, but Feng Qiuyan always made rapid progress. This left Zhou Wen puzzled.
Coach's swordsmanship is really amazing.
Ming Xiu walked over and said with a fiery gaze. He had been researching the sword technique his father had passed down. He wanted to modify it so that it could truly join the ranks of formidable sword techniques. Initially, he had no clue how to proceed, but after seeing Zhou Wen's Transcendent Flying Immortal, he had a vague idea. Tian Jinjin said from the side,
Zhou Wen's sword technique is indeed quite good, but he only defeated Feng Qiuyan once.
Tian Jinjin was already convinced that Zhou Wen was very strong. The strike was indeed domineering, and it left a deep impression on her. However, from the beginning to the end, Zhou Wen had been constantly suppressed by Feng Qiuyan. At the end of it, he only had a one-strike advantage. From her point of view, the two of them were evenly matched, and Zhou Wen had only won by a narrow margin. However, Feng Qiuyan shook his head and said,
That's just what you see on the surface. Actually, Coach wasn't asking me to teach him the technique of a swift sword, but to point out the flaws in my saber techniques. Is that so?
Tian Jinjin was quite doubtful of Feng Qiuyan's words. Feng Qiuyan asked,
Didn't you realize that Coach rarely counterattacked? Isn't it because he was suppressed by your swift saber?
Tian Jinjin asked. Feng Qiuyan said in all seriousness,
Of course not. The reason Coach didn't counterattack is that he wanted me to demonstrate my saber techniques to the fullest extent, so that he could find the flaws in them. He didn't counterattack much, but every time he did, he hit the flaws in my saber technique, making me realize my weaknesses so that I can correct them in time. Is that so?
Tian Jinjin's eyes widened in disbelief. However, this came from the horse's mouth. She just couldn't doubt him. Ming Xiu also said,
That's true. Every time Coach made a move, he did strike at the flaws in the saber technique. To be able to see through the flaws in an opponent's saber technique so quickly in a battle, his martial arts attainments are indeed much better than ours. With even Ming Xiu saying that, Tian Jinjin couldn't keep up her doubts. However, Ming Xiu didn't know that Zhou Wen's powers weren't purely because of his martial arts attainments. It was an ability that came with the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra. Feng Qiuyan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Coach is caring.
He knew that my saber techniques were flawed, so he came specially to point them out to me. Only after I corrected all the flaws in my saber techniques did he defeat me with one strike. If he had gone all out from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to withstand that strike of his, so how could I deliver 100 strikes at coach? Feng Qiuyan didn't know that Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal wasn't that strong in the beginning. It was only because he learned the beneficial traits of 100 saber strikes did he evolve it into something so terrifying. That's what happened. Tian Jinjin was alarmed. On careful thought, it did seem to be the case. If Zhou Wen were to directly use that extremely domineering strike, wouldn't Feng Qiuyan have lost in one strike? With this in mind, Tian Jinjin couldn't help but sigh. Sunset College indeed lives up to its reputation as the best college in this district. To think a student could be this strong. My horizons have been too stilted in the past. That's very normal. You guys haven't been here for too long. As time goes by, you will understand Coach's true strength. In the past, when Coach played games on his cell phone while competing with me, he didn't even spare me a glance. I wasn't his match either. Furthermore, I was completely defeated. The competition Feng Qiuyan mentioned was actually back during their first encounter at the ball launcher. It wasn't a real battle. However, when Tian Jinjin and Ming Xiu heard this, it left them shocked beyond words. An expert like Feng Qiuyan, who could fight Ming Xiu to a draw, could actually be defeated by Zhou Wen with one hand. Furthermore, he was gaming on his phone. This was unbelievable. Coach, is he really that powerful? Tian Jinjin changed the way she addressed Zhou Wen, no longer calling Zhou Wen by his name. I wouldn't call him strong, but that he's on a completely different realm from us. Alright, it's time for me to train. After Coach's guidance, not only did he make me correct the flaws of my saber techniques, he even made me realize something new. His final strike was to tell me that no one would foolishly wait for me to deliver more than 100 strikes. If I can't resolve this problem, my saber techniques can only be considered inferior. Now, I'm going to practice my saber techniques and resolve this problem. After saying that, Feng Qiuyan turned and left. I'm also going to practice my swordplay. Coach's strike has inspired me greatly. I think I have a direction in my research of my own sword technique. Ming Xiu also left hurriedly. Tian Jinjin followed Ming Xiu with a complicated expression. She turned back and looked in the direction in which Zhou Wen had left. I thought Ming Xiu was invincible among his peers. I never expected there to be such a strong peer in the world. It's truly terrifying. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know what they were thinking. Now, his transcendent flying immortal had improved significantly. All he needed to do was train for a period of time to hone his striking and retracting, allowing him to advance to rank 10 quickly. Zhou Wen didn't do anything significant for the next few days. He just trained his transcendent flying immortal in game. He wanted to push it to the limit and slice through the white cocoon in a perfect manner to obtain a drop of blood from the terrifying creature within to see if he could advance to the epic stage. Although he already had quite a number of epic pets, such as the mutated stone Qi, the purple air bell, and the white shadow of poison, which were all very strong, he would ultimately suffer if his strength was too weak. It didn't matter how powerful his pets were if he were to be killed. All of them would vanish and be of no use. Chapter 334 Something happened. Chapter 334 Something happened. Zhou Wen, something happened. Come to Old Dragon Cave quickly. Early in the morning, Zhou Wen was still sleeping when his phone rang. When the call connected, he heard Zhong Zia's anxious voice. Zhong Zia was usually an indifferent person who didn't take anything to heart. Zhou Wen had never heard him speak in such a panicked tone before, and had an ominous feeling in his heart. What happened? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. The League Special Inspector Bureau sealed the laboratory, saying the teacher is a spy from overseas and has arrested him. The school is negotiating with the Special Inspector Bureau. Zhong Zia hurriedly explained the situation. What? Zhou Wen was immediately stunned when he heard that. He couldn't connect Wang Mingyuan to being an overseas spy. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Zhou Wen didn't believe that Wang Mingyuan was a spy. Furthermore, with his understanding of the Special Inspector Bureau, he knew their modus operandi. They would place a groundless, trumped-up crime on their target. He was a living example. When Zhou Wen arrived at the scene, he realized that the entire Dragon Gate Grotto was sealed off. The uniformed inspectors from the Special Inspector Bureau probably numbered about 1,000. Many of them had high-ranking epaulets on their shoulders. Zhou Wen recognized Liz from before, but from the looks of it, she was only qualified to stand guard at the entrance. There were also Luoyang military, college management, and students outside, making the scene look extremely chaotic. Zhong Zia, Hui Haifeng, and Jiang Yin were outside, their expressions grave. What's the situation now? Is he alright? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. It must be a mistake by the Bureau. How could teacher be a spy? Zhong Zia said. Hui Haifeng comforted. It should be fine. This is Luoyang, and tutor is from Luoyang's Wang family. If there's no concrete evidence, even the Director General of the League's Special Inspector Bureau being here in person wouldn't be able to take him away so easily. Ms. Wang Fei and the school's management and Deputy Governor Qin are inside. It won't be that easy for the Bureau to frame tutor. Zhou Wen felt better hearing Hui Haifeng's words, but on second thought, he felt that something was amiss. The Deputy General of the Special Inspector Bureau is here? Zhou Wen asked Hui Haifeng. Hui Haifeng nodded slightly. It was obvious that he was very worried about this. If only they were ordinary inspectors, even if they were ministers of a particular ministry, everything could be easily resolved. It was almost impossible to take someone away from Sunset College. However, it wasn't an easily resolvable task if the Special Inspector Bureau's Deputy General was here personally. There was only one reason for him to come personally. The 6 hero families had already reached a consensus on the matter. This might be extremely disadvantageous for Wang Mingyuan. The 4 of them no longer had any desire to speak. They looked at Dragon Gate Grotto eagerly, hoping to see anything or hear good news. Not long after, they saw a group of people approaching them from the stone staircase. Many of them were part of the school management, including Wang Fei and Deputy Governor Qin, but their expressions were sour. However, when they saw Wang Mingyuan, their bodies trembled. Wang Mingyuan was held by 2 inspectors at gunpoint. He was handcuffed. Zhou Wen and company knew very well what this meant. Even Deputy Governor Qin had been unable to stop Wang Mingyuan from being arrested. The situation was already at a terrible level. Teacher! Zhong Zia called and wanted to charge forward, but he was stopped by 2 inspectors. Zhong Zia had a fearless personality. He tried to force his way in as though he would stab anyone who dared touch Wang Mingyuan even if they were a god. Zia, stop it! Wang Fei came over to stop Zhong Zia. Zhong Zia knew of Wang Fei and Wang Mingyuan's relationship, so he didn't charge madly when she stopped. However, his eyes remained glaring at the inspectors. They're Wang Mingyuan students, right? Bring them in for interrogation. A brawny, elderly man in a military uniform and jacket said, as he glanced at Zhong Zia and company. Yes, Deputy General. Some of the inspectors immediately took the order and wanted to arrest the rest. Deputy General, they are only ordinary students. They only have an ordinary student-teacher relationship with Wang Mingyuan. As to them having any problems, we will conduct a thorough investigation. There's no need to trouble your bureau. Deputy Governor Qin extended his hand as a gesture. The troops beside him immediately protected Zhou Wen and company, forming a confrontation with the inspectors. Governor Qin, there is concrete evidence that Wang Mingyuan is an overseas spy. Can you guarantee that his students weren't brainwashed by him and have been made downlines? The elder said coldly, as he stared at Qin Wufu. No, which is why I'll take them in for proper investigation. Our Sunset Army will not spare a bad person, but we won't malign a good person either, Qin Wufu said. With Qin Wufu not backing down, the elder frowned slightly. Xiao Siyuan walked over and whispered something into the elder's ear before looking at Zhou Wen. Earner. The elder's gaze landed on Zhou Wen, and he said indifferently, So he's from the Yin family. It's no wonder that Governor Qin is protecting him so flagrantly. Forget it, I'll let him off on account of the Yin family. However, if our investigations show that he's involved, I'm afraid the Yin family won't be able to shirk their ties with him, even if they want to. Then, he ignored Qin Wufu's reaction and led the inspectors outside. Wang Mingyuan appeared very calm while he was being escorted out. He nodded at Zhou Wen and company with a smile, but he didn't say a word. Ms. Wang Fei, did they frame him? Think of something. We can't let them take him away. The Special Inspector Bureau is a place where even the innocent will come out half dead. We mustn't let teacher enter a place like that, Zhong Zia said as he tugged at Wang Fei. He knew that with his own strength, there was no way he could save Wang Mingyuan even if he were to risk his life with the Deputy General present. Wang Fei held back Zhong Zia as she said with a heavy expression. We'll talk when we get back. Everyone watched helplessly as Wang Mingyuan was escorted away. However, there was nothing they could do. Ms. Wang, can you explain the situation? Zhou Wen asked. Wang Fei sighed softly. Although I don't believe that Uncle Mingyuan would be that kind of person, the evidence is conclusive. The 4 of them were stunned when they heard that. Zhong Zia said. Impossible. How can teacher be that kind of person? It must be the Special Inspector Bureau wronging teacher. They are a bunch of mad dogs that bite anyone they see. Wang Fei shook her head slightly and said with a wry smile. Those documents have Uncle Mingyuan's signatures. Many of the things were gathered by Uncle Mingyuan himself. Those things can't be faked. Zhou Wen and company were taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 335 Meeting. I don't care if teacher is an overseas spy. I absolutely cannot let them take him away. Death is inevitable in a place like the Special Investigation Bureau. Ms. Wang, think of a way to snatch him back before they leave Luoyang and destroy the evidence. Then, we can just let teacher escape into dimensional zones, Zhong Zia said. Wang Fei shook her head and said, Don't spout nonsense. You can't do that kind of thing. There's no way for him to be a barbarian forever in the dimensional zone, right? Besides, the Director General of the Special Inspector Bureau brought a mythical companion beast with him. Who could snatch him under his nose? Upon hearing this, Zhong Zia felt deflated. He frowned and said, Is there no other solution? Wang Fei remained silent. If she had had a choice, the Wang family and Luoyang military wouldn't have allowed the Bureau to take him away from the school. Jiang Yin suddenly said, Perhaps Tutor has been expecting this. Since he didn't escape, it means that he doesn't plan on escaping. What do you mean? Zhong Zia asked with a glare. Jiang Yin pondered for a moment before continuing. Think about it. Wouldn't there always be someone in the laboratory amongst the four of us? Yet for some reason, none of us were in the laboratory out of coincidence. No one was there. Isn't that a coincidence? If teacher had really predicted this, why didn't he destroy the evidence beforehand? Without the evidence, he wouldn't have been caught red-handed, and the Bureau shouldn't be able to take him away, right? Zhong Zia said. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly. Let's not talk about Zhou Wen. Hui Haifeng often goes out too. The two of them can't be counted. But the two of us spend our days in the laboratory, and we seldom head out at the same time. Even if something happens, someone will usually be left behind in the laboratory. I left because teacher asked me to go to the Myriad Buddha Cave to hunt golden warriors. What's the reason for you not being in the laboratory? Teacher got me to buy something outside campus for him. Zhong Zia also felt that something was amiss. It seemed as though Wang Mingyuan had deliberately sent them away. Hui Haifeng added, I was planning to go to the lab today, but yesterday, Tutor told me of a new fist technique that led me to practice late into the night, so I didn't go in. The four of them increasingly felt that Wang Mingyuan had really expected that something would happen today before he sent them away. Let's leave the talking until we are back in the military camp. Before the Bureau leaves, don't go back to the dorms. Besides, there are some questions that you need answering. Qin Wufu got the soldiers to take Zhou Wen and company back. Firstly, it was to protect them. Secondly, they also needed to be investigated thoroughly. If Wang Mingyuan was really an overseas spy, they needed to eliminate the quartet's suspicion. Otherwise, any further problems would pose a threat to Luoyang. Zhou Wen had no idea what was up with the overseas spy. When he was questioned privately, he only recounted the details of his interaction with Wang Mingyuan. After that, the four of them were detained in the military camp and were not released. However, the treatment they received wasn't bad. Each of them had a single room. Ms. Wang, what's up with being an overseas spy? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement when Wang Fei came to see him. Wang Fei sighed and said, The overseas factions were established during the early stages of the League. They were a few devils who escaped overseas to create a human faction. Before the appearance of the 6 heroes, they did whatever they wanted and committed countless crimes. Every one of them was an evil fiend. Their hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. The most famous Jing Daoxian was one of them, but for some reason, Jing Daoxian remained in the League all year round and seldom returned overseas. You mean that teacher is one of those devils? Zhou Wen really couldn't believe that the gentle Wang Mingyuan was a vile devil. Although I don't believe it either, the evidence is just concrete. Furthermore, he was caught red-handed. Even Uncle Mingyuan didn't provide an explanation and tacitly admitted it. Despite having her doubts, Wang Fei had no choice but to believe the truth. Although that was what was said, Zhou Wen still couldn't believe that Wang Mingyuan would be such a heinous devil. The military camp had its rules. Zhou Wen's phone and whatever he had on him had been temporarily confiscated by the military. Without his phone to game, Zhou Wen could only wait in a single room. This didn't last long. The next day, Qin Wufu ordered his subordinates to release the four. He also told Zhou Wen that the Bureau had already escorted Wang Mingyuan back to Holy City yesterday. Zhou Wen got back his phone and items, all of them untouched. Only then was he slightly relieved. The four returned to the lab at Old Dragon Cave and found it in a mess. Not only was all the furniture and equipment damaged, but there were also holes dug into the walls. The quartet exchanged looks. None of them spoke for a moment. They were unable to accept the fact that Wang Mingyuan was an overseas spy. Jiang Yin, you have the best solutions. Tell me, is there any way to save teacher? Zhong Zia asked while gritting his teeth. Jiang Yin shook his head slightly. Unless we can advance to the mythical stage, no one can save Tutor in this situation. Then, how will they deal with him? Zhong Zia asked again. Jiang Yin thought for a moment and said, If Tutor really is an overseas spy, and even the Director General of the Bureau was activated, then his status can't be low. Or perhaps, he has some secret that even the Senate wants. That's why he was forcefully arrested. In that case, it's possible that they won't kill Tudor for now, or, if he is willing to give them what they want, he might still have a chance of surviving. Other than that, we can't do anything. Although Zhou Wen knew that it was useless, he still made a phone call to Sheng and asked his opinion of Wang Mingyuan. Although he wanted to know his thoughts, he actually wanted to know if Sheng had any way to save Wang Mingyuan. If it was for himself, Zhou Wen definitely wouldn't have asked Sheng. However, Wang Mingyuan's position in his heart was different. Unfortunately, Sheng told Zhou Wen with sure certainty that since Wang Mingyuan was caught red-handed, there was no room for negotiation unless Wang Mingyuan could produce something that was satisfactory to the League. Only then did he have a chance of survival. Zhou Wen originally imagined that the matter would end there, but to his surprise, he, Hui Haifeng, and company received a notification from the League that Wang Mingyuan wanted to see them a few days later. However, Wang Mingyuan didn't insist that they come. He said that they could come if they wanted. They could likewise stay. After that, the four of them even had a video call with Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan only said that he wanted to meet them, as he had some things he wanted to say to them in person without any elaboration. Zhou Wen could sense that Wang Mingyuan appeared to have something he needed to tell them. Chapter 336 Holy Tower. Although it was very dangerous to head to Holy City like this, Zhou Wen and company ultimately chose to head there. Zhou Wen didn't know why Hui Haifeng and company had chosen to go, but although Zhou Wen hadn't spent much time with Wang Mingyuan, he had provided him plenty of help. He had even saved his life. This meeting might very well be his last meeting with Wang Mingyuan, so Zhou Wen insisted on going. Wang Fei and Qin Wufu had persuaded them not to go, but no one was willing to give up the last chance to see Wang Mingyuan and resolutely boarded the plane that the League had sent to pick them up. Qin Wufu wanted to attach his personal guards to Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen rejected his offer. This was because bringing two top epic experts was useless in the Special Inspector Bureau's territory. The Special Inspector Bureau inspectors were very polite to them. They didn't look as arrogant as they usually did. They tried their best to satisfy their needs along the way. After arriving in Holy City, they politely got them to stay in a guest house under the jurisdiction of the Bureau. Originally, they thought that the Bureau would fall out with them the moment they arrived, but none of that happened. The Bureau continued to feed them delicious food, as though they were afraid of ill-treating them. When can we meet, teacher? Zhong Zia asked an inspector impatiently. That will depend on the arrangements of the top brass. I'm just an ordinary inspector. I only listen to orders from above, the officer said with a smile. Originally believing that they could quickly see Wang Mingyuan, it took them until the third day before an inspector actually got them to prepare to meet Wang Mingyuan. After passing through multiple layers of security, Zhou Wen and company entered a secret base located in Holy City. They met Wang Mingyuan in a heavily guarded room. Wang Mingyuan's condition didn't seem too bad. He hadn't been subjected to inhuman treatment as they had imagined. He didn't look injured, and he still wore a warm smile on his face. However, Zhou Wen felt that Wang Mingyuan was still somewhat different. Yet, there was a sense of familiarity which he couldn't put a finger on. The feeling was very subtle. You guys came. Wang Mingyuan smiled at the four of them. Teacher, are you alright? Zhong Zia asked worriedly. Wang Mingyuan shook his head slightly and asked with a smile. Do you still remember the question I asked you previously? The four of them were slightly taken aback as Zhou Wen immediately recalled the question Wang Mingyuan had asked him about pain and death. He asked curiously. Is it the choice between death and pain? Wang Mingyuan nodded and said. Yes. I've asked all of you before, and all of you gave your answers. Later on, all of you asked me how I would choose. At the time, I hadn't decided, but I now have an answer. The four of them looked at Wang Mingyuan in confusion. They didn't know why he would still care about that question at this juncture. However, they all understood Wang Mingyuan's character. They knew that he wasn't someone who would do things without a reason. Now that he raised that question, perhaps there was some deeper meaning behind it. Zhou Wen was also pondering over the matter, wondering if Wang Mingyuan was hinting to them about something. However, Zhou Wen recalled every word Wang Mingyuan said, and compared it to every word he was now saying. He couldn't think of any other underlying meanings. In another room separated by a wall, the Director General of the Bureau, Shen Yuqi, Qiao Siyuan, and the other important personnel of the Bureau were all watching the conversation between Wang Mingyuan and company through a one-way mirror. Director General. Wang Mingyuan is part of Luoyan's Wang family. He has so much family, including his blood-related brothers. Yet, he didn't choose to meet them, and instead chose to meet his 4 students. Why do I feel that something's amiss? Qiao Siyuan said. This is our Bureau's headquarters. Are you afraid that he can escape? Who cares who he wants to see? Once he's done with the meeting, Wang Mingyuan will be able to help us do what we want, said a director of the Bureau. Xiao Ziyuan frowned slightly. What he hated the most were these people who spent their days in offices without doing anything, just causing trouble for them all day.
Listen to them. When we send them away later, separate them and ask them what Wang Mingyuan's question was,
Shen Yuqi said.
Yes, sir,
Xiao Ziyuan replied. In the room next door, Wang Mingyuan's gaze swept across Zhou Wen and company's faces before he said with a smile.
My answer is that, like Jiang Yan, I'll choose the second option.
With that said, Wang Mingyuan stood up without waiting for them to react. He faced the mirror and said,
All right. I've said what I wanted to say. Now, you can do what you want to do. However, I have a condition. I need the four of them to follow me.
Zhou Wen and company wore looks of astonishment. Clearly, Wang Mingyuan's words weren't directed at them. They didn't know what was happening, nor did they know what Wang Mingyuan was up to.
Sir, Wang Mingyuan can't be trusted in the police station. He must have some plans for taking Zhou Wen and company with him. We can't agree,
Xiao Ziyuan said.
It's just 4 students. Even if we let him take them, what trouble will there be?
The director was always at loggerheads with Xiao Ziyuan. Shen Yuqi frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying into the microphone.
Wang Mingyuan, you have too many requests. As the only person who can open the Holy Tower, I don't think I have a lot of requests, right?
Wang Mingyuan smiled, as if he was certain that Shen Yuqi would agree to his request. Shen Yuqi's gaze passed through the glass and met Wang Mingyuan's eyes. After a while, he said coldly,
This is your last request. If I hear any requests from you again, I'll kill one of your students with every new request. Deal?
Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, unsure what Wang Mingyuan meant. However, Jiang Yan muttered to himself.
Didn't the Holy Tower shut down long ago? Can Tutor open the closed Holy Tower?
Zhou Wen heard Jiang Yan and was about to ask something when an inspector came over and led Wang Mingyuan, Zhou Wen, and company out. Very soon, they were escorted to a car. There seemed to be a special design in the car that prevented them from hearing or sensing anything outside. They didn't even know whether the car was driving or not.
Teacher, what's going on?
Although there were still inspectors monitoring them, Zhong Zia couldn't help but ask Wang Mingyuan.
I've already told you the answer. Now, I just want you to accompany me along my final journey.
Wang Mingyuan said calmly, his gaze complicated. Jiang Yan said,
From what I know, the Holy Tower is likely the defensive hub of the entire Holy City, and it's also the hub of Holy City and Holy Land. Originally, the 6 hero families could use the connection between the Holy Tower and the 6 holy temples in the Holy Land to form a defensive net with the strength of the 6 holy temples. The strength of the defensive net was so strong that it could even stop a mythical creature's attack. However, Jing Daoxian used some unknown method to shut down the Holy Tower, causing the defensive net in the Holy City to vanish as well. As a result, Jing Daoxian was able to storm the League building and launch a killing spree. Although the League has been researching this matter all this while, no one has been able to reactivate the Holy Tower to this day.
Chapter 337 Blast of Light. Chapter 337 Blast of Light.
Teacher, can you activate the Holy Tower?
Jiang Yan asked Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly but didn't say a word. Instantly, the vehicle fell silent. The Holy Tower was not actually a tower in the ordinary sense of the word. It was a divine statue that was over 100 meters tall. It was snow white like jade, as if a person had spread open his arms towards the heavens and was praying for something. Legend had it that before Jing Daoxian stormed into the League building and started his massacre, the statue emitted infinite holy light that enveloped the entire holy city. No matter how many powerful dimensional creatures there were, they were unable to tear through the holy light. However, even though the statue remained white and clean, it didn't have any of its godly radiance. It was just a majestic statue. In front of the statue, there were many military officers and inspectors. Among them were 6 eye-catching figures, 4 men and 2 women. If anyone knew them, they would be shocked to see all 6 appear at the same time. These 4 men and 2 women were the heads of the 6 families right now. They were senators from the Senate. When the 6 of them stood together, they had even more authority than the League president. After all, the League president's bills had to be approved by the Senate.
Sir, Wang Mingyuan is here.
Even the powerful Shen Yuqi had to be respectful in front of the 6 of them. He did not dare commit a faux pas. One of the 6, a noble, goddess-like lady, asked calmly,
Is everything ready? Everything is ready. Wang Mingyuan has already agreed to activate the Holy Tower.
Shen Yuqi said.
Very good. We have been waiting for this day for too long. If Wang Mingyuan can really reactivate the Holy Tower, he would be the greatest contributor to the League. It's just a pity.
Another elegant middle-aged man said calmly, but he didn't finish his sentence.
Based on the information obtained from him, it's indeed feasible. However,
There are 1 or 2 key points that our researcher can't figure out. We need Wang Mingyuan to do it personally. A secretary-looking person said. Then let him go, the woman said calmly. Yes. Shin Yuqi responded and got someone to bring Wang Mingyuan over. When Wang Mingyuan walked past the 6 of them, the elegant man looked down at him superciliously and said, Wang Mingyuan, after the Holy Tower is reactivated, we will pardon all your crimes and give you the chance to redo things. You must seize this opportunity and not waste our kindness. I will grab hold of the opportunity. Wang Mingyuan wore shackles, a manifestation of a special companion beast. Even a mythical creature would find it difficult to escape if it was bound by the shackles. With the inspectors escorting them, Zhou Wen and company followed Wang Mingyuan to the statue. Are the 4 youths Wang Mingyuan students? The elegant middle-aged man asked as he looked at Zhou Wen and company. Yes, one of them is related to the Yin family, Shin Yuqi said. In extraordinary times, even the ANS are no exception. To be able to sacrifice for the League is considered priceless. I believe the ANS can understand, the elegant middle-aged man said ethereally, as though he had determined Zhou Wen and company's fate. Wang Mingyuan stopped in front of the Holy Tower. In front of him stood a stone cauldron, which was in front of the statue. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Even the 6 people standing at the top of the league couldn't help but stare at Wang Mingyuan, anticipating his actions. Wang Mingyuan turned to look at the league official beside him and said, The sacrificial ceremony can begin. Let's go according to procedure. If anything goes wrong, it won't be my fault. If something goes wrong, you'll be the first to die. That official gave a cold snort before looking at where Shin Yuqi was. Seeing Shin Yuqi nod slightly, the official gave the order. A group of soldiers walked up and lined up before the stone cauldron. Then, they cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood into the stone cauldron. As more and more blood dripped into the stone cauldron, it suddenly ignited. It was as if the blood was gasoline. The more blood dripped into the cauldron, the stronger the flames inside the cauldron became. Glee appeared on the 4 men and 2 women's faces. If the Holy Tower could really be reactivated, the safety of Holy City would be greatly increased. Even if all the dimensional zones in the future were to lose their binding forces, the Holy Land would remain the last bastion of humanity. No dimensional creatures could storm in. But as more and more soldiers offered up their blood, the flames in the stone cauldron rose higher and higher. Yet, there were no other changes. The statue did not emit any holy light. Seeing that the last soldier had left the altar after sacrificing his blood, the official frowned and asked, Wang Mingyuan, what do we do next? Next requires a sincere prayer, Wang Mingyuan said. The official was slightly taken aback as he asked in puzzlement. Is praying useful? If prayers were useful, there wouldn't be so many poor people in the world, Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. Are you messing with me? The official was enraged. He pointed at Wang Mingyuan and said, You'd better activate the Holy Tower, or I'll make you regret that you were ever born. Wang Mingyuan suddenly moved and slammed into the official. The official's strength was average to begin, and held a desk-bound job. His combat skills were almost nil. Caught off guard by Wang Mingyuan's collision, he involuntarily retreated and slammed into the stone tripod cauldron. Immediately, he fell into the burning stone cauldron. The official's entire body burst into flame. He screamed and tried to climb out, but it was as though a pair of hands were pulling him from inside the stone cauldron, preventing him from climbing up no matter how hard he tried. Wang Mingyuan! What are you doing? Shin Yuqi was furious. All the soldiers and inspectors aimed their firearms at Wang Mingyuan. With just an order from him, they would immediately riddle Wang Mingyuan with holes. Wang Mingyuan ignored him, and turned to face the statue. Shin Yuqi frowned and shouted a few more questions, but Wang Mingyuan ignored them. He just stood there and looked up at the statue. The noble woman stopped Shin Yuqi, who was about to personally deal with Wang Mingyuan. She pointed to the statue and said, Hold on, look at the statue. All they could see was a bright glow on the hands of the divine statue. Even though it wasn't very bright, it was something that had never happened before in their years of research on the Holy Tower. It left them ecstatic. The tragic cries of the official and the flames began to weaken, but the glow on the statue grew stronger and stronger. Not only its hands, but the entire statue emitted a holy glow, as though it was really manifesting its divine powers. In a sacrificial ritual, a sacrifice is obviously needed. Wang Mingyuan wore an odd expression and muttered as he watched the holy brilliance rise up. Zhou Wen and company were inches away. As they looked at Wang Mingyuan's expression, they felt that he looked extremely unfamiliar at that very moment. He didn't seem like the same person in their memories. Shin Yuqi and the other 6 high and mighty existences were all filled with excitement. They saw that the light above the 2 hands of the statue shot up into the sky, turning into a halo that spread out in all directions, as if it wanted to turn the entire sky into a holy resplendence. All the residents of the holy city saw this strange scene. Some of the older elders couldn't help but cheer. They still remembered the time when the holy city was enveloped by the holy light. Those were the safest periods of their lives. Chapter 338 A Farewell Gift. Chapter 338 A Farewell Gift. The divine statue's radiance was dazzling like a divine tower that reached the sky. A godly glow spread out across the sky, bathing the entire holy city. Those who knew of the radiance of the holy tower were overjoyed. The 6 senators were also overjoyed. After decades, the holy city's brilliance finally appeared in front of everyone once again.
This is the real holy city. This is the holy brilliance that can stir the souls of everyone. With the holy city around, the league is eternal.
A senator said feverishly, his eyes burning with excitement. Shinyuchi was also excited. To be able to accomplish such a great thing was undoubtedly a great contribution, all thanks to the Special Inspector Bureau. In front of the holy tower, the entire altar was lit up with a bright holy brilliance. The humans inside seemed to melt like snow. Shinyuchi and the 6 senators were not surprised because they already knew that such a thing would happen. Back when the 6 families first activated the holy tower, something similar had happened. How could a human be able to taint the holiness of God? Once the holy tower was activated, everything on the altar would be purified. This was something that couldn't be avoided. No human could survive on the altar, including the 6 heroes of the past. They knew very well how terrifying the power of the holy tower was. It was a power that came from the 6 holy temples. Other than the mighty existences within the holy temples, no human could withstand it. Zhou felt his body being corroded by the intense holy brilliance. He hurriedly summoned the stone chi and transformed into a stone armor to protect his body. However, the armor rapidly melted under the terrifying holy brilliance as though it was being eaten by termites. Jiang Yin and the others were in similar circumstances, looking extremely uneasy.
Teacher, let's escape now,
Zhong Zia said as he slashed at the brilliance before him. However, his sword ended up being melted. He failed to deal any damage to it.
Escape? Why would I escape? I came here to wait for this moment.
Wang Mingyuan looked at the resplendent statue in front of him with a determined gaze.
Teacher, what are you trying to do?
Although Zhou Wen had always felt that Wang Mingyuan wouldn't harm them, everything Wang Mingyuan was doing now was beyond his imagination. Wang Mingyuan turned his head and said to Zhou Wen and company,
We're master and disciple after all. There are some things I need to give to you. Just treat it as Wang Mingyuan's final inheritance in this world. Keep it as a memento.
Crack! The shackles on Wang Mingyuan's body split apart automatically and fell to the ground like garbage. Before they landed on the ground, they were melted by the holy brilliance. Wang Mingyuan exuded a strange power that blocked the holy brilliance, preventing his 4 students from suffering any more damage from it. Zhou Wen looked at the power emitted by Wang Mingyuan and felt that it was somewhat familiar. However, he couldn't figure out the reason for its familiarity. Wang Mingyuan had been held for many days. He was probably only left with his prison uniform. However, when he extended his palm into the void, he seemed to tear through it as he grabbed something out of thin air. It was a thick diary that looked old, but it was very well preserved. Zhou Wen had seen it in the past. It was a diary that Wang Mingyuan had always carried with him. Whenever he had any ideas and inspiration, he would jot them down in the diary.
Jiang Yan, your personality is the most similar to mine, and you like research. This contains my years of experience and thoughts. I'll give it to you,
Wang Mingyuan said as he handed the diary to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin took the diary with both hands, saying nothing. Wang Mingyuan didn't say anything further. The power around him grew stronger, his body seemed to be affected by it. It was as though he was gently trembling. Zhou Wen could even see the rippling power flowing around him. Wang Mingyuan took out another sheathed sword and handed it to Zhong Zia.
You're too extreme, so it's inevitable that there will be some deviation in what you do. Perhaps giving this sword to you will be of some help to you.
Zhong Zia remained silent as he received the sword and stared straight at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan knew what Zhong Zia wanted to hear, but he didn't tell him anything. Instead, he took out something else and handed it to Hui Haifeng.
You have great ambitions, and will definitely accomplish much in the future. These are the savings that I've saved over the years. They're useless now. Take them. Yes, tutor.
Hui Haifeng didn't decline it. He respectfully received the small box, unsure what it contained. Finally, Wang Mingyuan's gaze landed on Zhou Wen as he said with a smile.
You are the simplest of the 4 of them. You don't have as many thoughts and desires as the 3 of them, but you're also the most difficult to understand. Although I know what you want, I can't do it now. Apart from that matter, what other wishes do you have? There's no harm in telling me.
At this moment, the power on Wang Mingyuan's body was almost tangible, transforming into streams of light that constantly circulated around his body. The familiar aura Zhou Wen sensed intensified. Now, Zhou Wen finally remembered where he had felt such an aura. Beneath the dragon's well, the white cocoon protected by the white dragon contained the same aura. However, the white cocoon's aura was very weak, so weak that it was almost undetectable. This left a very vague impression on Zhou Wen. However, Wang Mingyuan's aura was very strong. It was so strong that it left Zhou Wen stifled. Could it be that teacher? Zhou Wen had an extremely nasty thought as he looked at Wang Mingyuan.
I don't have much time. Answer me. What do you want?
Wang Mingyuan had a strange expression as his entire body trembled. His voice seemed to be suppressed. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan with some bitterness. After a moment he said,
Teacher, can you give me a drop of your blood?
Zhou Wen's words stunned Wang Mingyuan, Zhong Zia, and company. Wang Mingyuan looked at Zhou Wen and smiled.
You're indeed the most difficult person to understand.
With that said, Wang Mingyuan ignored Zhou Wen. He slowly turned around and back-faced the four of them as he gazed at the resplendent statue.
I'm really very happy to spend time with you guys. Unfortunately, things must always come to an end. Today, we shall bid each other farewell. From now on, we will be unrelated. As a final farewell, I'll give you another tiny gift.
With Wang Mingyuan's trembling words, the power in his body exploded, spewing out like an erupting volcano as his body changed. The black hair on his head instantly turned white and quickly grew. It almost reached the ground, and a pair of crystal-like horns grew on his head. His entire body was undergoing an unusual transformation. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen and company couldn't see Wang Mingyuan's face. Otherwise, they would definitely discover that his face had turned handsome and strange. His eyes emitted an indescribable odd glow. That terrifying power rose up from his body, like countless divine beams of light that surrounded him. His clothes moved without any help from the wind as his body floated up to the statue. Chapter 339 A Drop of Blood.
What is that?
The 6 excited senators suddenly saw a figure appear within the resplendent holy brilliance. It was right in front of the statue. The noble woman stared at Wang Mingyuan, who was before the holy statue, and said in surprise,
That's Wang Mingyuan. No. That aura. Why does it feel like a dimensional creature? What is he trying to do?
The middle-aged man frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Naturally, no one could answer his question. They didn't know what Wang Mingyuan wanted to do. They even believed that Wang Mingyuan should already be dead. No human could survive the holy brilliance. He should have been purified a long time ago. Shin Yuqi's expression was also changing at the same time. He had an extremely ominous feeling, as if something terrible was about to happen. Although all of them wanted to stop Wang Mingyuan, no one moved. They didn't dare enter the statue's confines. The holy brilliance came from the power of the 6 holy temples, so entering the altar was equivalent to fighting the 6 holy temples. Even a mythical companion beast wouldn't be able to withstand it, and would be purified in the holy brilliance. Levitating in front of the statue, Wang Mingyuan stared at the statue and muttered to himself,
If there is an unforgivable crime in this world, then let me be the one to bear it.
With that said, Wang Mingyuan slowly raised his arm high like a blade. His fingers pointed into the sky as the strange powers on his arm condensed into something corporeal.
What is he trying to do?
Shin Yuqi's voice was already trembling. He seemed to have guessed what Wang Mingyuan was up to, but he couldn't believe that something like that would happen.
Wang Mingyuan.
The 6 senators roared in unison, but it was of no use. Boom! Wang Mingyuan slashed down with his arm. The terrifying power was like the heaven's blade, forcibly slicing the giant statue into 2. The split statue slowly collapsed to the sides. The whole of Holy City fell into a state of panic. Everyone stared blankly at the god-like figure floating in the air, as well as the 2 halves of the collapsing holy statue. Their hearts seemed to crumble along with it. Boom! Holy City seemed to quake due to the collapse of the holy statue. It shattered into pieces, but the holy brilliance coming from the sky didn't come to an end. Beams of holy brilliance descended from the sky like God's punishment. It was akin to the apocalypse. Without the holy statue that prayed to the heavens, Holy City directly crumbled to the ground. No one could predict what the consequences would be. Perhaps the whole of Holy City would be reduced to rubble. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Even the powerful senators, who possessed mythical companion beasts, felt their scalps tingle as they quickly retreated, hoping to escape this area. Boom! The bombardment of the holy brilliance did not hit the ground. In the air, the godlike Wang Mingyuan suffered the brunt of the terrifying holy brilliance. The boundless holy brilliance inundated him, bathing his body in it. But he didn't seem to be injured at all. Instead, a terrifying power gathered in him, causing his body to continue to undergo a strange change. Boom! Amidst the holy brilliance, 6 pairs of butterfly-shaped wings of light appeared behind Wang Mingyuan, as a halo that represented godhood appeared behind him. It was as though a true god had descended. On the altar, Zhou Wen and company were already stunned. Wang Mingyuan exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They had never seen such a terrifying existence. Even though Zhou Wen had seen the white dragon at the bottom of Dragon's Well, and had seen the 9 black dragons in the underground sea before, none of them were as terrifying as the present Wang Mingyuan. Compared to them, the difference was like night and day. Wang Mingyuan emitted an indescribable god-like halo. When the halo landed on Zhou Wen and company, it made them feel as though their bodies had been baptized by holy water. Their bodies, flesh, and bones, every cell, were transformed. It was as though they had been reborn. Now, Zhou Wen finally knew what the last gift Wang Mingyuan mentioned was. However, Zhou Wen wasn't delighted when he saw the godlike Wang Mingyuan in midair. Instead, he felt strangely upset. Wang Mingyuan's aura transformed into a dimensional aura. Zhou Wen could no longer sense a human aura from him. It was as though he was no longer a human, but a dimensional creature that was an enemy of humanity.
Little one, what will you choose, pain or death?
Zhou Wen couldn't help but recall the question Wang Mingyuan had asked him. Now, Zhou Wen seemed to understand something. Wang Mingyuan had been doing research all these years, hoping to find a way out to deal with the situation after the restrictive forces in the dimensional zones vanished. However, he didn't see any hope, so he chose another path. Just like the question he asked, he chose to live in pain. The pain he endured might not be physical, but mental pain and anguish, one far more tortuous than physical pain. In the sky, the godlike Wang Mingyuan looked up with a cold expression. He said calmly,
"Since this world lacks the power to eliminate demons, I'll devolve to become a demon and become a demon among demons."
As soon as he said that, the terrifying power in him surged into the sky. Even the holy brilliance was dispersed by his power, piercing into the void and tearing apart a huge black hole. Countless illusions appeared within the black hole. There were flying fairies, terrifying dragons, roaring behemoths, holy angels, and savage demons. Everyone stared at the black hole in the sky in a daze. Before they could react, countless roars could be heard coming from the black hole. 100-meter-long black centipede rushed out as it flapped its 6 wings. In the next second, all sorts of terrifying dimensional creatures rushed out of the black hole, instantly blotting out the sky. It was as though the apocalypse had dawned. Wang Mingyuan looked down at Zhou Wen and company before decisively turning around to walk on air. He slowly walked towards the black hole in the sky. Despite the countless powerful dimensional creatures present, none of them dared approach him. They automatically made way for him, as though he was the king of this world. Any creature that stood in front of him could not afford to withstand his rage.
"Teacher!"
Zhou Wen felt an indescribable pain in his heart, as though he had lost something. He couldn't help but cry out. However, no one responded to him. Wang Mingyuan had already entered the black hole, and his body gradually vanished. However, a drop of red blood flew across space and floated in front of Zhou Wen like a drop of crystallized blood. The drop of blood was bright red, giving off a warm feeling. It was holy, and without any evil. Chapter 340 Disaster. Holy City was in pandemonium as terrifying dimensional creatures endlessly rushed out of the black hole like locusts that blotted out the sky. They charged into Holy City and wreaked havoc. The clashing of forces and human cries were everywhere. Many innocent humans died, and countless families had been destroyed. Zhou Wen didn't know if Wang Mingyuan's choice was right or wrong. That wasn't something he could figure out yet. He extended his hand to grab the crystalline blood, and the Lost Immortal Sutra immediately circulated crazily and absorbed it. Zhou Wen immediately felt a strange force spread across his body.
"What are you waiting for? Take the opportunity of the chaos to storm out of Holy City. Do you want to wait to be caught?"
Zhong Zia pushed Zhou Wen. He wasn't sad anymore. No matter what Wang Mingyuan had become, Zhong Zia felt that it was enough as long as Wang Mingyuan was alive. Jiang Yin and Hui Haifeng ran out. Holy City was in a mess. Humans were fighting the dimensional creatures everywhere, so no one had the time to pay attention to them. The 4 of them retreated as they fought. They saw powerful humans riding gigantic dragons and streaking across the sky to fight the dimensional creatures. There were also people wielding flying swords. The sword beam shot out like thousands of shooting stars, instantly wiping out a large number of dimensional creatures. Various terrifying experts tore through the air to engage in combat, but they were unable to kill all the dimensional creatures that had invaded Holy City. Furthermore, the black hole was constantly open, allowing dimensional creatures to constantly charge in. The flames of war raged non-stop. Boom! Zhou Wen and company were fleeing as a tyrannous 8-headed snake landed in front of them. The 8 heads spewed various powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, instantly turning the area into a doomsday battlefield. Many ordinary people who were escaping died due to the various terrifying forces. With the 4 of them cornered, all they could do was retreat. Zhou Wen's figure flashed using ghost steps, as he dodged the venom that spewed at him. But just as he was about to get his footing, the winged scorpion descended from the sky, its tail radiating a cold light as it shot towards him. Zhou Wen drew his saber and slashed the scorpion in half. However, more flying scorpions rushed over like locusts. Hui Haifeng, Jiang Yan, and Zhong Zia were also engaged in tough fights. All of Holy City was filled with dimensional creatures, so it was really difficult for them to storm a path to freedom. When everyone was scattered, Hui Haifeng shouted, "Find your own opportunity to charge out. Leave if there's a chance. Rendezvous in school." Zhou Wen knew that their strength was minute in such a battlefield. Just barging out was impossible. All he could do was seek out an opportunity to escape without any other considerations. He believed that with Jiang Yan, Zhong Zia, and Hui Haifeng's abilities, they wouldn't die so easily. Boom! A mountain-like monster landed several hundred meters in front of Zhou Wen, but with it punching the ground, the streets and buildings that spanned thousands of meters were instantly reduced to fragments. The fragments collided with other objects, killing all the humans caught in between. Zhou Wen hurriedly brandished his bamboo blade and slashed apart the fragments that were flying towards him. He was still wearing the stone armor for defense, but many spots on his body had been pierced through by the fragments. He was already injured. He gritted his teeth and ran in another direction. The lost Immortal Sutra in him continued circulating rapidly, as though it had reached a critical point and was about to break through. Boom! The mountain-like monster once again slammed the ground, but this time, the ground didn't shatter. Instead, it created a powerful suction force that sucked in everything around it. Zhou Wen stabbed his bamboo blade into the ground, but his entire body was dragged towards the mountain. Despite leaving a deep mark on the ground, the bamboo blade failed to stop him from flying towards the mountain-like monster. Zhou Wen turned his head to look and saw countless gaping mouths on the mountain-like monster. The humans that had been sucked in had been devoured. He had no idea what their outcomes were. With a thought, he activated the demonic astral wheel, using its suction force to keep him firmly on the ground and resist the mountain's suction force. This prevented him from flying towards it. However, the strange mountain suction force was just too potent. Zhou Wen was ultimately unable to escape the suction force. He could only barely stop himself from being sucked in. Just as Zhou Wen was wondering how he could escape the suction range of the mountain, he saw a figure tear through the air. It was a woman dressed in black. She had appeared on an ancient bronze sword and entered the region of the strange mountain, but she wasn't pulled in by it. All she did was float in front of the strange mountain. With a pull of her hands, a sword flash immediately condensed between her hands. With a nudge, the sword beam flew towards the mountain. As the sword beam flew, the surrounding void trembled as the sword beam split into 2, then 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and 8 to 16. By the time the sword beam reached the strange mountain, it was already a cloud of swords. The strange mountain opened its mouth. After all, it was covered with mouths. It swallowed the cloud like sword beams. The black-robed woman frowned slightly. As she landed on the ancient bronze sword, the sound of the ancient greenish bronze sword reverberated. She flew back into the air and charged towards the strange mountain. The strange mountain didn't hesitate. It opened its mouth and sucked at the ancient bronze sword. However, a moment later, rays of sword light emerged from the strange mountain, piercing through its body like sharp swords, and soon, the strange mountain resembled a porcupine. Boom! The strange mountain suddenly crumbled as the ancient sword returned to under the woman's feet. She didn't stop and flew towards other terrifying dimensional creatures on her sword. Wherever she went, the sword beam was like a turbulent river that slew countless dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to watch further. Once the mountain was dead, the suction force would naturally vanish. He chose a direction and charged out of Holy City. However, there were too many dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen killed many as he ran, but he only reached the third ring road of Holy City. Jiang Yan and company were nowhere to be seen. Apart from the dimensional creatures, he could only see humans fighting for their lives. The majority of them were soldiers, as most ordinary people had turned into corpses. A little girl was crying in the ruins, and a centipede that was several meters long was crawling towards her. Zhou Wen's rationality told him that it wasn't the time to be nosy. Escaping Holy City was imperative, but he couldn't help but slash out a saber beam, cleaving the centipede into 2. "Follow me now!" Zhou Wen saw that there was nothing around her, except for corpses. Even if the girl's parents and family weren't dead, they probably weren't nearby. All he could do was take her out of Holy City before making plans. Chapter 341 Condensing a Life Soul. The girl was rather obedient as she reached out and hugged Zhou Wen's neck. Although she still had tears on her face, she had stopped crying. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt his heart palpitate as he slashed at the girl in his arms. At the same time, he pushed her away with his other hand. The girl instantly retreated more than 10 meters. Blood was left on the corner of her mouth as she stuck out her tongue to lick it. Her face was filled with a look of greed. Zhou Wen touched his neck and his hand was immediately covered with blood. There were 2 rows of teeth marks on his neck. If he had been any slower, his neck would have been bitten off.
Are you a human or a dimensional creature?
Zhou Wen held the bamboo blade as he calmly sized up the girl. Up to this point in time, he still had not realized that the girl had the aura of a dimensional creature. She looked like a 2 or 3-year-old human girl no matter how he looked at her. However, her actions and ability proved that she was no ordinary human girl. The girl ignored him. Her figure flashed as she pounced at Zhou Wen, so fast that she left blurry shadows in her wake. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen used his bamboo blade coupled with transcendent flying immortal. Instantly, blade beams flashed as they slashed at the girl. However, the girl was surprisingly fast. Zhou Wen's lightning-like saber technique had actually been dodged by her. She was even faster and more bizarre than Ghost King's movement technique. The girl charged through the gaps in the saber strikes and lunged forward, wanting to bite Zhou Wen's neck. The banana fan appeared in Zhou Wen's other hand. It fanned at the little girl who came at him, sending her body flying into the air. Zhou Wen followed with ghost steps and slashed out demonic astral wheel in midair. The blood-red saber beam slashed out, slashing at the girl like a blood wheel. It ripped through her clothes, but the demonic astral wheel failed to slice through her tender-looking, fair skin. It was as if the skin was not made of flesh and blood, but extremely tough steel. Zhou Wen could still understand the failure of demonic astral wheel, but when the sharp bamboo blade slashed at her, it actually failed to rip her skin apart. It left him alarmed. Bamboo blade was sharp. Even an epic creature with a relatively stronger physical defense couldn't completely withstand it. However, this slash didn't even manage to pierce through her skin. It merely sent her flying. All of this was quite frightening. The little girl landed on the ground as if she wasn't injured at all. She was only slightly angry as she pounced forward again. Zhou Wen retreated as he fought. Despite using all sorts of means, he was unable to injure the little girl. The girl was odd. She didn't have the aura of a dimensional creature, but her actions were like one. What was even stranger was that she didn't have any special powers. Other than having tremendous strength and extreme speed, as well as unimaginably tough skin, Zhou Wen wasn't even able to injure her when using Ashen Palm to inject a devastating force into her. Unable to kill her, Zhou Wen wanted to escape from her, but she had a deep hatred for him. She was constantly in hot pursuit. He had tried using ghost steps several times to escape, but she quickly caught up to him every single time. The girl was like a vengeful ghost that would not stop unless she had him dead. She kept chasing and attacking him, seemingly hoping to devour him alive. Zhou Wen could neither kill her nor escape. All he could do was retreat as he battled. The black hole in the sky slowly shrank, significantly reducing the number of dimensional creatures that rushed in. The 6 hero families had used everything they had in Holy City, cooperating with the military to slay the invading dimensional creatures. Although the situation was gradually brought under control, the losses this time were unprecedented since the establishment of Holy City. Back then, Jing Daoxian had only rushed into the League building and killed some League officials. Now, the disaster had embroiled all the ordinary citizens of the Holy Land. Countless people had died. Zhou Wen was certain that after today, his teacher would likely replace Jing Daoxian and become the devil that everyone despised. He would probably become even more infamous than Jing Daoxian. Teacher, is this really worth it? Zhou Wen didn't know if Wang Mingyuan's choice was right. Just like Wang Mingyuan had said, risking his life to save that woman or choosing to join the villains before thinking of a way to save her was a difficult question to begin with. Without any further time to think, Zhou Wen had already rushed out of Holy City's vicinity. There were fewer dimensional creatures around him, but the girl continued pestering him. Zhou Wen even struck her using Overlord's sword with Ever Victorious, but no matter how many times he did so, the girl didn't suffer any injuries as she continued pestering him. What in the world is this thing? Zhou Wen had a hard time battling her. If not for his companion beast's help giving him a chance for a breather to recover his primordial energy, he would have been bitten to death by the girl a while ago. Zhou Wen felt the lost Immortal Sutra in him circulated faster and faster. His entire body seemed to be undergoing a tumultuous change as a kind of force was growing inside him. The origin of that force was his life providence, but it was connected to his blood and soul. It was an indescribable feeling. If he had to describe it, Zhou Wen felt as though his soul was being split. Of course, this was just what he felt. Am I about to condense a life soul? What is my life soul? As Zhou Wen retreated, he thought about it. Could it be a life soul in the form of a woman? Or could it be an artifact? The reason Zhou Wen thought of a woman first was because of his Sai of the King Life Providence. He vaguely felt that it had the appearance of a woman. Typically, a life soul would be tremendously influenced by a life providence. For example, a person with a Buddhist child life providence would likely have a revered Buddha shadow or Buddha statue as their life soul. For someone like Feng Qiuyan, who had the life providence of Swift Saber Heavenly King, it was a certainty that his life soul would definitely be related to a saber in the future. Therefore, Zhou Wen believed that his life soul was likely in the form of a woman, but this was just a guess. Crap. Zhou Wen's life soul formation reached a critical moment. His entire body was undergoing sublimation, and his soul had seemingly left his body. This temporarily stopped him from moving. To his chagrin, the girl was still chasing after him. Zhou Wen stood motionless as the girl immediately lunged forward and opened her mouth in a bid to bite his neck. Damn it, why has it got to happen at this moment? Zhou Wen was so depressed that he nearly vomited blood. Unfortunately, the Lost Immortal Sutra wasn't under his control. After absorbing Wang Mingyuan's drop of blood, it automatically activated an evolution. Chapter 342 Epic Advancement. The Stone Chi and Overlord Snake were still in armor and sword form. Without Zhou Wen's order, it was impossible for them to turn into pets and fight the enemy. Although White Shadow of Poison charged towards the little girl, it did not have much effect on her. The little girl's speed was above it, and its poison couldn't hurt her. Dr. Darkness's scalpel was unable to immobilize the little girl. The syringe was unable to penetrate her skin, so he was utterly useless. The other companion beasts like Tyrant Behemoth were too low level to be useful, so Zhou Wen didn't even summon them. With the girl already charging at him, Zhou Wen's consciousness was completely drawn by the power in his body. Unable to care about the outside world, he appeared to be in mortal danger. With a bang, Banana Fairy automatically got out of her companion form without any orders. She recovered her original form and sat on the banana leaf, putting herself between Zhou Wen and the girl as she exhaled. The grinding wind immediately blew the little girl hundreds of meters away. The little girl knocked into a forest, slamming through many thick trees that spanned 2 arm widths. She left a long ditch in the forest. But very quickly, the little girl rushed out of the forest. There was still frost on her clothing, but her body wasn't injured. Seeing the little girl rushing back, Banana Fairy gritted her teeth and blew out another grinding wind, blowing the little girl away. However, this time, the grinding wind was clearly much weaker than the first. The distance the girl traveled wasn't as great as before. She only fell into the forest and slammed through 2 trees. The grinding wind expended plenty of primordial energy. The short interval limited the amount of primordial energy that Banana Fairy could restore. Thus, the grinding wind she blew out naturally weakened. The girl was too obstinate, as though she wanted to fight to the death. She charged over and pounced at Zhou Wen again. Banana Fairy blew another mouthful of grinding wind, sending her flying again. She repeatedly prevented the girl from rushing towards Zhou Wen, who was condensing his life soul to advance to the epic stage. However, the grinding wind that Banana Fairy blew out was weaker with each instance. It started with sending her flying a few hundred meters and leaving a long ditch in the ground. However, after 10 instances, the grinding wind could only blow her a few meters away. After the girl landed, she dashed towards Banana Fairy quickly again, not giving her a chance to catch her breath. Banana Fairy's face was pale. The grinding wind that she could produce had weakened drastically, but she remained in front of Zhou Wen without any intention of backing off. A gust of grinding wind blew out again, but the girl wasn't sent flying. She continued walking towards Zhou Wen against the strong wind. At the instant the grinding wind stopped, the little girl flew up and grabbed Banana Fairy's neck. She yanked her off the banana leaf and pressed her to the ground. The girl's eyes were ice cold as her palm was about to snap Banana Fairy's neck when she suddenly felt a force blast out from Zhou Wen. She couldn't help but look up. An invisible force surged from Zhou Wen's body, making his body float up uncontrollably. His body emitted a strange force that enveloped his entire body. The girl stared at Zhou Wen in midair as her eyes shimmered. It was as though she had seen something that surprised her. She was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Zhou Wen finally opened his eyes. Simultaneously, wisps of invisible flames rose up from him, a kind of indescribable force. It contained Zhou Wen's primordial energy, or even his essence, vitality, and spirit. However, it was different from ordinary primordial energy. It was not a pure energy body, like a companion beast. It was a magical power that resembled a form of energy, but also a form of life. The energy kept rising in Zhou Wen's body as it slowly gathered behind him, as though it had formed the legendary entity known as a life soul. Zhou Wen could sense the existence of his life soul, and could sense the terrifying power that came with it. However, he couldn't see it, as though it was transparent and invisible. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to figure out why he couldn't see his life soul. When he saw the little girl pressing Banana Fairy's neck to the ground, he was already raging inside. He drew his bamboo blade and slashed it at the girl. However, with this slash, Zhou Wen felt that it was somewhat different from usual. Usually, when he slashed out, How much strength the blade had was limited by his own strength. But now, with this slash, Zhou Wen felt an additional force that exceeded his limits, being injected into his saber. More accurately speaking, his entire body seemed to be enveloped by a strange force. When he swung his saber, it was as if someone was holding his hand before swinging the saber with him. The slash completely exceeded Zhou Wen's expectations both in speed and strength. The blade seemed to teleport as it vanished briefly before appearing in front of the girl. The girl revealed a look of surprise as she extended her arms to block the blade. Immediately, blood splattered as the girl's arm was sliced open. Through the wound, he could see the flesh and bones inside. Her body was also sent flying and, when she fell to the ground, she created a 100-meter-long ditch in the ground that had roots entrenched in it. Zhou Wen looked at the saber at his hand in a slight daze. The strength of the saber had far exceeded his expectations. Logically speaking, although he had advanced to the epic stage, his physical stats hadn't been raised. It was unlikely he had suddenly become this strong. Even if he could become stronger, that would be when he absorbed stats crystals and increased his stats to a higher level. But now, he had not done anything, yet, he was already so strong. Is this the power of a life soul? Zhou Wen inspected himself, but he didn't see anything. He clearly felt that there was a life soul outside his body, but he couldn't see it. Banana Fairy flew back and rubbed her neck, looking very uncomfortable. Zhou Wen glanced at the girl and saw her get back on her feet. He couldn't help but frown slightly as he clenched the saber in his hand, preparing to completely finish her. He absolutely couldn't let such a vicious creature live in this world. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. With her vengeful personality, she definitely wouldn't stop until Zhou Wen was killed. Zhou Wen drew his saber, and was about to head towards the little girl, who had just gotten up when he suddenly saw a sword flash in the sky. A black figure appeared on a flying sword, blocking him. After Zhou Wen saw who it was, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The person riding the sword in front of him was the one who had killed the strange mountain back in Holy City. Chapter 343 Sword Snatching. Why are you killing a child? The woman in black was clearly the same as Zhou Wen. She only believed that the girl was a human child. She had passed by and seen Zhou Wen slashing at the girl from midair. She didn't know of the development prior to that. After confirming that the little girl was not a dimensional creature but a human, the woman in black stood in front of the little girl on her flying sword. However, she had no intention of taking action. She just wanted to figure out the situation. She's not human, Zhou Wen said to the woman in black. How can she not be? Before the woman in black could finish her sentence, she felt a searing pain in her calf. The little girl had lunged forward and hugged her leg. She had imagined that the little girl had done so out of fear, but the little girl ended up biting her calf. Her white teeth pierced into her flesh, almost snapping off her calf. The woman in black was at the peak epic stage with high hopes of stepping into the mythical stage, but her ancient sword was already a mythical companion beast. With the toughness of her body, it naturally wasn't something a human child could injure. It immediately made her realize that what Zhou Wen was saying was the truth. This was indeed not a human child. Bam! The woman in black instinctively raised her leg and kicked the little girl away. Then, just as she was about to attack, her body suddenly shook and she almost fell to the ground. Her vision blurred, and she immediately felt something was amiss. She barely ordered the ancient bronze sword to attack the little girl, wanting to kill her now. However, as the ancient bronze sword flew out, she had already fallen to the ground. It was unknown if she was dead or alive. Zhou Wen was secretly alarmed as he subconsciously touched the wound on his neck. The woman was so strong, but with just one bite from the girl in moments, her fate was in question. He had been bitten by her too, but he was fine. He considered it extreme luck. The ancient bronze sword continued flying towards the girl and penetrated her body. It then flew back and automatically floated above the woman in black. Zhou Wen knew that the woman wasn't dead, otherwise, the companion beast would have dissipated after her death. Since the ancient bronze sword remained, it implied that the woman in black was still alive. Zhou Wen ignored her and charged at the girl, who had fallen onto a grass patch. Although her heart had been pierced through by the ancient bronze sword, Zhou Wen doubted that she was truly dead. When he rushed to the grass where the girl had fallen, there were some bloodstains on the grass, but there was no sign of the girl. Clang! Zhou Wen heard a noise coming from the direction of the woman in black. He hurriedly turned around, and saw the girl grabbing onto the hilt of the ancient bronze sword. Blood covered the sword as it trembled without killing the girl. Although Zhou Wen didn't know that the ancient bronze sword was a mythical existence, he had seen the might of the bronze sword killing the strange mountain. Such might was something that the epic Banana Fairy couldn't match up to. Even after its master stopped directing it, it wasn't likely to be seized by someone else. However, the girl held onto the ancient bronze sword. All it did was tremble without releasing any sword beams as an offensive. This left Zhou very puzzled. Soon, he realized that something was amiss. The ancient bronze sword was covered with blood, the girl's blood. The blood was slowly seeping into the ancient bronze sword. The latter wasn't simply stained with blood, but rather, the quality of the ancient bronze sword was undergoing changes itself. The originally bronze material had turned to the color of purple copper after being soaked in blood. It looked extremely bizarre. Furthermore, as the blood seeped into the ancient bronze sword, the resistance it put up increasingly weakened. Zhou was alarmed. He didn't dare hesitate. He slashed his saber over, hoping to kill her. Clang! The girl brandished the ancient bronze sword in her hand, and clashed with the bamboo blade. Although she wasn't able to stimulate the power of the ancient bronze sword, Zhou's bamboo blade wasn't able to slice through the sword. All it did was send the girl and the sword flying. Before the girl landed, Zhou had already closed the distance with ghost steps. He delivered Transcendent Flying Immortal once again, as saber beams crisscrossed in a bid to slay the girl. The girl brandished the ancient bronze sword to block Transcendent Flying Immortal, but she was unable to completely block its saber forces. With the augmentation of a life soul, Zhou's Transcendent Flying Immortal was even faster and more ruthless than before. He forcefully slashed across her, producing a bone-deep wound. The little girl flew as the ancient bronze sword landed beside her. Having been stabbed through the heart by the ancient bronze sword, Zhou didn't dare hope that one strike was enough to kill her. He immediately rushed to her. Indeed, she wasn't dead. She even glared fiercely at Zhou as he slashed down with the bamboo blade in hand. Hum! With a sword hum, Zhou immediately felt that something was amiss. He instantly activated Ghost Steps. When he appeared dozens of meters away, he saw a sword beam sweep past the spot he had been standing on. It left behind a deep rift spanning hundreds of meters. The companion beast that had turned into a purple copper ancient sword floated beside the girl. Purple sword flashes shimmered, like a venomous snake flicking its forked tongue, one that could devour at any moment. How can this be? Zhou wore a strange expression. It was almost impossible for a companion beast to betray its owner the moment it signed a contract. A companion beast's life was intrinsically tied to its owner. Although there were some methods that could tear up a companion beast contract, it was done at a huge price. Even so, the owner had to give permission. It was unheard of for companion beasts to betray on their own accord, nor had he ever heard of companion beasts being snatched away and used by others. Where exactly is this girl from? Zhou was alarmed. Zhou's first thought was to turn around and flee. He had seen the might of the ancient bronze sword before it could kill a suspected mythical creature like the Strange Mountain. Although he had advanced to the epic stage, he was still no match for it. Now that the ancient bronze sword was under the girl's control, there was a high chance that she would launch a terrifying offensive against him. As expected, the girl grabbed the ancient sword's handle and swung the sword at Zhou. Purple sword beams immediately tore out of the sword in an indomitable fashion, having everything that stood in front of her. Zhou was next. The sword beam was just too fast. Zhou barely dodged with Ghost Steps, partly thanks to his life soul's augmentation. The sword beam shot out thousands of meters into the forest. Everything that stood in its way was severed, including the hard mountain rocks. It was like slicing through tofu. Chapter 344 Pursuit. The girl had an indescribable ferocity. She brandished the ancient purple copper sword and charged over again. The injuries on her body were almost fully recovered. Her recovery speed was not inferior to Li Xian's immortal god of combat, and was perhaps superior. Zhou didn't escape again when he saw the staggering sword beam brought about by the ancient purple copper sword. He advanced instead of retreating, pushing Ghost Steps to the limit as he dodged the sword beam. This allowed him to approach the girl as he slashed at her neck with bamboo blade. If the ancient purple copper sword had been fighting autonomously, Zhou would have fled as far as he could. However, he realized that the girl held a purple copper sword in her hand as she fought. This made him feel as though he had a chance. The girl was very strong, and her speed was very fast. Coupled with the indomitable sword beam from the purple copper sword, she looked terrifying. However, she clearly didn't know any combat techniques or sword techniques. All she did was fight based on instinct. Her fighting with the sword was inferior to having the sword fight alone. This allowed Zhou to see an opportunity. He was like a ghost as he pushed the Dragon Gate Fairy skill, 9 Dragon's Art, and Ghost Steps to its limits. The limited primordial energy problem that he had before was now gone. With his life soul, he felt as though he had infinite primordial energy. He could continuously use Ghost Steps, Transcendent Flying Immortal, and many other primordial energy expensive primordial energy skills, but he could not sense any signs of his primordial energy weakening. With his life soul, Zhou felt as if he had activated a cheat that gave him unlimited skills. All sorts of primordial energy skills could be used without considering the primordial energy consumption. Although he was facing a huge crisis, Zhou Wen felt extremely carefree right now. The feeling of being able to use any primordial energy skill as he wished was just too good. In the past, he needed to do all kinds of calculations and conservation. Even with the augmentation of his Dao body, he could only use primordial energy skills intermittently. But now, the exhilaration of using one skill after another ad infinitum was something he had never experienced before. Now, Zhou Wen felt as though he had become an enhanced version of Lance. Lance could deliver an infinite primordial energy skill combo because he chose primordial energy skills that expended very little primordial energy. In contrast, Zhou Wen could now use all sorts of devastating, expensive primordial energy skills repeatedly. Furthermore, Zhou Wen's every move seemed to be equipped with a booster. His strength and speed increased greatly, as every step he took seemed to have him pushed forward by a booster rocket. Now, Zhou Wen really wanted to check his in-game stats and know what his life soul was. Although he enjoyed the benefits brought about by his life soul, he couldn't see what it was. Zhou Wen's figure kept flashing around the girl. Although he couldn't clash with the ancient purple copper sword's beam, the girl's brandishing was insufficient to hit him. Instead, Zhou Wen's bamboo blade would slice through the girl's body from time to time, producing cuts on her skin. If it wasn't for the ancient purple copper sword's immense strength and how annihilative the sword beam was, forcing Zhou Wen to retreat at times, the girl would have long been slain by him. The girl also felt that she was in extreme danger. No matter how she brandished the purple copper sword in her hand, it couldn't touch Zhou Wen's body. This infuriated her. The girl gritted her teeth and dragged the purple copper sword as she fled. How could Zhou Wen allow her to escape? He held the bamboo blade and pursued her. This girl was so vicious and terrifying. If she wasn't killed today, she might become greater trouble after she grew up and learned some techniques. She might even become another terrifying demoness in the history of the League. Zhou Wen wished for nothing more than to slay the girl under his blade. However, the ancient purple copper sword's beam was too powerful, making it difficult for him to directly slay her. It was also because the girl held it and limited its strength that Zhou Wen could chase after her. If the girl were to throw it out and let the ancient sword attack autonomously, the one running would probably be Zhou Wen. The girl clearly didn't understand this logic as she kept slashing with the purple copper sword, but it failed to hurt Zhou Wen. Instead, Zhou Wen left deep wounds on her body, one so deep that her bones could be seen. The two engaged in combat as the pursuit continued. Soon, they rushed into the mountains. The purple copper sword's staggering sword beam sliced through some of the hills, testimony of the sword beam's shocking prowess. What was even more shocking was that the girl had gradually begun imitating Zhou Wen's movement technique and various techniques in battle. Although she was far inferior to Zhou Wen and could hardly cause trouble for him, she was improving rather quickly. What kind of origins does this fellow have? If she's human, how can she have such a terrifying physique and capabilities? A powerful existence like the woman in black had been bitten by her, and her outcome is now unknown. Even the ancient bronze sword has been forcefully snatched away. Such an ability is too terrifying. It's impossible for a human child to possess such powers. But if she's a dimensional creature, why doesn't she have the aura of other species on her? She looks human in every single way. Zhou Wen recalled the dimensional black hole that Wang Mingyuan had opened. If this girl had really come from the dimensional black hole, her origins were definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, all this was just speculation. Zhou Wen didn't plan on figuring out her origins. He only wanted to quickly kill her so that she wouldn't grow stronger. There were already many wounds on the girl's body. Many of the wounds would have been fatal to ordinary people, but she had managed to survive them. Furthermore, she could continue fighting. The wounds on her body also healed quickly in battle. Now, other than beheading her, Zhou Wen had no idea how he could kill her. As the pursuit continued deep into the mountains, the girl suffered another strike from Zhou Wen, sending her flying as she landed beyond a cliff. Zhou Wen immediately rushed over and slashed his saber at the girl's neck, giving her no chance to land on the ground. The girl was in midair when she forcefully produced a sword beam, forcing Zhou Wen to dodge. He circled in the air like an eagle to dodge the sword beam, before lunging at the girl, who had fallen to the bottom of the cliff. The girl clearly didn't have the ability to fly. Without any place to land her feet to propel her elsewhere, she was unable to dodge. Her face finally revealed a look of panic as she desperately swung the purple copper sword furiously. Zhou Wen flew through the air like a fairy, dodging the shocking sword beams. Finally, he approached the girl and slashed at her neck. Fresh blood splattered. Although the girl had tried her best to twist her neck, she suffered a horrendous wound. Zhou Wen had sliced a fifth into her neck. Zhou Wen was just about to continue striking the wound when he suddenly felt a terrifying force spew out from beneath the cliff. Chapter 345 Death. Chapter 345 Death. A large number of strange vines extended from the bottom of the cliff. A few of them managed to bind the girl while the other vines swept towards Zhou. Zhou slashed with the bamboo blade. He managed to damage them, but was unable to sever them. Seeing that the vines were still sweeping towards him, he had no choice but to use fairy skill to dodge their attack. The girl had already been pulled to the bottom of the cliff by the vines. Zhou summoned White Shadow of Poison. With a flap of its wings, it chased the vines down the cliff. He wasn't sure what the vines were, but he knew that he couldn't let the little girl live. Otherwise, it would only spell doom in the future. Vines swept towards Zhou, but thankfully, with the White Shadow of Poison and his movement techniques, he dodged the vines' attack and chased the girl to the bottom of the cliff. The scene below left Zhou alarmed. Beneath the cliff was a gigantic mushroom, about 2 to 3 stories tall. Or perhaps, it was a Ganoderma lucidum or something similar. Either way, it was a fungus. The huge mushroom cap was black. Whiskers that looked like vines extended out from under the cap. They wrapped around the girl and the purple copper sword in her hand as they attacked Zhou. The girl was entangled by the mushroom whiskers and looked to be in extreme pain. The whiskers were like blood-sucking leeches, clinging onto her and piercing into her skin to extract her blood. The purple copper sword was bound by the mushroom whiskers and couldn't break free. A plant-type dimensional creature can actually hold back that ancient purple copper sword so that it can't break free. What in the world is this place? It has such a terrifying plant-type dimensional creature. Zhou looked around, completely unaware of where he was. He had pursued the girl in too deep, so he had no idea where he was. Mushroom whiskers swept over like an inescapable net. Zhou slashed with the bamboo blade, his body constantly moving as he barely managed to dodge the sweep from the mushroom whiskers. However, he was unable to do anything to the gigantic mushroom or even approach it. Just as the little girl was about to be sucked dry, she let out a painful scream. Her body withered rapidly. Her face contorted into an excruciating grimace. Get reborn in a good family for your next life. Zhou frowned slightly as he summoned the Overlord sword. His body rapidly flashed as he found an opportunity to strike out and stab through her body. Although the girl was doomed, and Zhou didn't need to add this additional strike, her death meant the wiping out of the grudge between them. There was no need for him to see her die in pain. It was better to let her rest in peace early. Zhou stabbed through the girl's body with his sword. At that moment, the girl might have been drained of too much blood by the mushroom, and was on the brink of death. She was slain immediately upon being struck by Overlord Sword's beam. Just as Zhou was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt the mysterious phone vibrate before flying out of his pocket. The phone screen automatically lit up. This was something that had never happened before. The last time Zhou's phone was taken away by the military, they had checked it, however, it couldn't be switched on as though its battery was flat or damaged. But now, the phone actually moved on its own. The screen showed the Dead Man Tree's interface, and at the same time, the camera on the phone focused on the slain girl and automatically snapped a picture. Then, Zhou saw the girl's corpse and the purple copper sword vanish together. And on the Dead Man Tree, there was a tiny sprout. The huge mushroom immediately went crazy when it lost its target. Countless mushroom whiskers extended out from beneath the mushroom cap and swept towards Zhou like a tidal wave. Zhou didn't dare hesitate. He grabbed the phone floating in front of him and flew up, heading for the cliff. However, the whiskers flew even faster than Zhou, instantly catching up to him. The grating wind from the banana fan only blew some of the mushroom's whiskers askew, while even more mushroom whiskers swept over. All Zhou could do was make a sacrifice. He summoned several companion beasts that he didn't usually use, throwing them at the mushroom whiskers. Taking the opportunity, while the mushroom whiskers bound his companion beasts, Zhou flashed away and dodged the attack from the other mushroom whiskers before finally rushing out of the cliff. He turned back and saw the golden warriors and Stone Qilin being caught by the mushroom whiskers. In a blink of an eye, they were reduced to dust that scattered everywhere. What a terrifying plant-type dimensional creature. Zhou didn't dare stay any longer as he charged into the sky. He saw the mushroom whiskers soar up like a volcanic eruption, but they failed to catch up to him. Zhou didn't dare fly randomly in midair. After leaving the cliff, he retraced his steps. The mushroom whiskers had limited length, so there was no way they could chase after him. This relieved Zhou. After running for some distance, with no dimensional creatures appearing anywhere, Zhou finally heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly checked the information on his phone. The blood-colored avatar's information had undergone a huge change, somewhat different from the one he had undergone during the legendary stage. Zhou, Epic. Life Providence, Sigh of the King. Life Soul, Slaughterer, Primordial Body. Strength, 22 Sun. Speed, 22, Trajectory. Constitution, 22 Guilt. Primordial Energy, 22 Taboo. Poison, 17. Wind, 11. His primordial energy skills and companion beasts were still the same. The 4 basic stats were now 22. Behind Constitution was the word Guilt. Zhou Wen didn't know what it meant, but from the looks of it, the postfix was similar to the other 3 stats after he broke through each limit. He just didn't know why using his teacher's blood to break through would be Guilt. His life soul's name was Slaughterer, but when he looked for the information on the life soul, he realized that it was blank. He didn't know why his life soul had the name of a slaughterer. He was clearly a pacifist and didn't like slaughters. As for the postfix of the primordial body, Zhou Wen had already learned that the life soul of humans was different from the life soul of dimensional creatures. A dimensional creature's life soul was fixed, remaining the same after birth. However, a human's life soul could grow. In the beginning, it was a primordial body, and after a single evolution, it would be an evolved body. A second evolution was a perfect body. Currently, the most powerful epic stage life soul for humans was a perfect body. Legend said if a perfect body further improved, one would reach the mythical stage. Of course, this was only a legend. Zhou Wen had never heard of any human having evolved to the mythical stage. Zhou Wen didn't wish to stay in the wilderness for too long. Thankfully, his memory was outstanding. He still remembered how he came. He rode the mutated stone Qi and ran towards a small city nearby. When he arrived at the location with the signal, Zhou Wen gave Sheng a call and asked him about the situation. Chapter 346 Return. Chapter 346 Return. Young Master One, you shouldn't have gone to Holy City. Holy City suffered casualties this time. Wang Mingyuan's crime has implicated the Wang family. If it wasn't for the fact that they have some influence in the League, the entire Wang family would have been doomed. Even so, the Wang family is still in a terrible fix, and they won't have it easy. As for the 4 of you being Wang Mingyuan students, I'm afraid no one in the League will dare to hire you in the future. And Sheng clearly knew of what had happened at Holy City as he spoke to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen fell silent. He didn't mind if no one dared to hire him, but with Wang Mingyuan's infamy that would last generations, there was probably no way to whitewash him. Many lives were lost because of his actions. There was no way he could be rid of the guilt. Young Master One, where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. As long as you return to Luoyang, no one in the League will touch you. And Sheng said, There's no need. I remember the way. I can head back myself. Zhou Wen rejected Sheng. As the path Sheng had taken previously wasn't too dangerous, he could return to Luoyang safely with his present strength. Alright, be quick. Now that Holy City is in a mess, the 6 families and the Special Inspector Bureau don't have the time or manpower to do anything to you. However, things will be different after a while. You have to return to Luoyang as soon as possible, said Sheng. After hanging up, Zhou Wen rode the stone Qi and headed for Luoyang. Sheng was right. He needed to return quickly. In the past, the Bureau had tried to arrest him simply because of a tiny bit of suspicion. Now, his teacher, Wang Mingyuan, had committed such a huge crime, and they had been right beside him when things went down. Therefore, Zhou Wen refused to believe that the 6 families would ignore them. Therefore, he had to return to Luoyang as quickly as possible. If there was no other choice, he could only escape into a dimensional zone. He didn't encounter any danger along the way. Zhou Wen rode on the mutated stone Qi that moved faster than a car. However, it was too bumpy, making it very uncomfortable for gaming. Zhou Wen observed the dead man tree on his cell phone every day, and saw the flower sprout growing bigger by the day. It was very similar to the situation after Yanjin's death. From the looks of it, after Yanjin died the last time, he was sucked in by the dead man tree. That's why no one saw his corpse. Zhou Wen roughly gained an understanding of what was going on, but he still wasn't sure if this was a good or bad thing. The dead man tree was an unknown and terrifying existence. Previously, everything on the phone had been under Zhou Wen's control, but now, the dead man tree seemed to exceed his control. However, it was useless to worry about these things now. He couldn't throw away his phone just because of the dead man tree's existence. Xia Xianyu, can you tell me exactly what happened? Xia Dongyu stared at Xia Xianyu, his eyes filled with rage. Xia Xianyu was one of the geniuses that the Xia family had. She had the greatest hope of advancing to the mythical stage. Her life soul had reached the perfect stage, and the mythical companion egg the Xia family had obtained from a dimensional zone was given to her because of her outstanding performance. Xia Xianyu lived up to everyone's expectations. With the Xia family's resources, she had advanced the ancient sword to the mythical stage in less than 6 years. It could be said that Xia Xianyu was the main pillar of the Xia family, but she ended up heavily injured while in the wild. The Xia family found her and managed to save her life, but she claimed that the ancient sword was gone. Xia Yunyu was extremely calm as she recounted what happened that day. Are you telling me that you fainted after being bitten by a 3-year-old child? After you woke up, that ancient sword companion beast was gone? Xia Dongyu found it unbelievable. After a moment of silence, Xia Xinyu said, Now that I think about it, the young man was right. That child really wasn't human. What's that young man's name? What does he look like? Find him. As long as he's not dead, we must figure out the truth. Xia Dongyu held back his anger as he spoke. That was a mythical companion beast. The Xia family didn't have many mythical companion beasts. With one gone just like that, how could he not be angry? Xia Xianyu knew what Xia Dongyu was suspicious of, but when she thought of the youth's appearance, Xia Xianyu said, I didn't take a careful look at that young man back then. I fainted after I was bitten. Now, I can't remember his face anymore. I just found him very ordinary looking, without any obvious characteristics. Xia Dongyu was even more furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. After venting his anger, he allowed Xia Yunyu to leave his office. That young man must be one of Wang Mingyuan's 4 students. I just don't know his name. Xia Xianyu was also in front of the Holy Tower back then, so she naturally recognized Zhou Wen, but she just didn't know his name. After she returned, Xia Yunyu found information from the bureau and quickly confirmed that the young man she had met was Wang Mingyuan's disciple, Zhou Wen. Forget it. If I hadn't stopped him from killing the girl, such a thing wouldn't have happened. It has nothing to do with him. He's already in enough trouble, so why should I heap more on him? Xia Xianyu closed the window containing Zhou Wen's information, having no intention of pursuing the matter. When Zhou Wen successfully returned to Luoyang, and Sheng and Ouyang Lan had also rushed back from Zhuolu. He was taken to Ouyang Lan before he even entered the city. Punk, why are you so unlucky? It doesn't matter now that Wang Mingyuan's dead, but he sure brought hellfire on the Wang family and his students. Ouyang Lan sighed as she held Zhou Wen. How are Hui Haifeng, Zhong Zia, and Jian Yan? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. He hadn't encountered them the entire way back. Hui Haifeng's family background is clean. There shouldn't be any problems. He should be at home now. If there aren't any problems, he should return to school for a lesson shortly, Ouyang Lan said. What about Zhong Zia and Jian Yan? Zhou Wen realized that something was amiss. Ouyang Lan shook her head and said, No one knows. There hasn't been any news about them to date. I wonder if they died at the mouths of those dimensional creatures, or if they managed to escape and have hidden themselves. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He believed that it was unlikely for the two of them to die so easily. As long as they didn't fall into the hands of the Special Inspector Bureau and the 6 families, they still had a chance of meeting in the future. Sis Lan, how's the situation at Zhuolu? Only then did Zhou Wen recall that if Ouyang Lan and Sheng had returned, did that mean that there had been some new developments? There's no progress. The inner sanctum is guarded by mythical creatures. Our men cannot enter unless Tianzhua brings his companion beasts over, but Luoyang isn't stable either. It's impossible for him to leave for so long. Otherwise, Luoyang might be the next holy city, Ouyang Lan said with a sigh. Clearly, she was helpless on this matter. From the looks of it, I can only rely on myself. Zhou Wen knew that the Yin family couldn't be counted on. He had to think of a way to crack the inner sanctum and find the former principal. Although he knew that the odds were against the former principal, Zhou Wen refused to give up until the time he saw his corpse. Chapter 347 Slaughterer. After returning to the school's dorm, Zhou Wen continued studying his live soul. When an ordinary person advanced to the epic stage and condensed a live soul, they would sense their live soul to a certain extent and would know its approximate powers. However, Zhou Wen was very puzzled about his live soul. He could sense the existence of Slaughterer and sense its close relationship with him, but he was unable to communicate with it. It felt like Zhou Wen's live soul was a lifeless robot. All it knew was to follow a program. In any case, this feeling was extremely odd. Zhou Wen didn't discover anything after looking through the college's records regarding the epic stage. Why are my life providence and life soul so strange? It's fine if I can't read the information about the life soul, but I can't even see it. What's going on? Zhou Wen had tried many times in game his life soul didn't seem to have a corporeal body. When attacked, Zhou Wen could sense the life soul on him, but it didn't stop any attacks. Any force would penetrate it and affect Zhou Wen as though it didn't exist. Zhou Wen couldn't command Slaughterer to take the initiative to attack, nor could he allow Slaughterer to use any skills. It was as though Slaughterer's effect was to passively increase Zhou Wen's strength and speed, as well as provide an infinite reservoir of primordial energy. Why does my life soul and life providence seem to be swapped when compared to others? Others have a life providence that provides passive abilities, while their life soul has active skills. Why is my life soul a passive ability? Zhou Wen found it very strange. Zhou Wen wished that his life soul was like Dr. Soul's. It could aid Dr. Darkness and could also attack independently. That was Zhou Wen's ideal life soul. In fact, most life souls were like that. The life soul of the mutated stone Qi was in an offensive and defensive state. At the very least, even Wang Mingyuan's life soul was a bottle with a healing ability. However, Zhou Wen's life soul had no ability to attack on its own. It could only attach to him to provide support. Zhou Wen wanted to test out Slaughterer's support, so he planned on heading to a test venue. After all, he had advanced to the epic stage, and the ordinary testing apparatus in his dorm didn't have such a high upper limit. He couldn't accurately make measurements with them. Just as he walked out of Four Seasons Garden, he saw Wang Fei walk over.
Zhou Wen, do you have time? Can we have a chat?
Wang Fei walked over and asked.
Miss Wang, what's the matter?
Zhou Wen guessed that Wang Fei was probably going to tell him about Wang Mingyuan. Indeed, Wang Fei sighed and said,
I shouldn't have introduced you to Uncle Mingyuan. I originally wanted you to study well, but I ended up bringing you to harm instead. Miss Wang, it's nothing like that. I don't regret learning from teacher. No matter how others see him, he will always be my teacher,
Zhou Wen said with a serious expression. Wang Fei stared blankly at Zhou Wen for quite some time. After confirming that he wasn't joking, she shook her head and said with a bitter smile,
Even those who share the same blood can't compare to a student. This world is really different. Ms. Wang, has something happened?
Zhou Wen felt that the Wang Fei today was a little different from the tutor Wang Fei he had known before. Wang Fei shook her head.
It's nothing. From tomorrow onwards, I won't be your tutor anymore. I came to see you before I leave the school. I originally wanted to apologize, but since you don't mind being Uncle Mingyuan's disciple, there's no need for me to say sorry. Ms. Wang, you are leaving the school?
Zhou Wen said in surprise. Although he wasn't quite studious usually, this didn't stop him from believing that Wang Fei was a good tutor.
After Uncle Mingyuan's incident, I can no longer remain in the school as a tutor. I'm a family member of a monster who betrayed all of humanity. No one can tolerate such a person to continue teaching. The League can't tolerate it, nor the parents of the students, so I, as a relative of a sinner, can only resign,
Wang Fei said self-deprecatingly. Zhou Wen was at a loss for words. Wang Mingyuan's incident was terrible, and there were far-reaching influences. This was something expected. Anyone could be willful and say that one had to be responsible for their own actions. However, if something were to really happen, certain influences couldn't be avoided.
That's good too. I've always felt that I'm unsuitable being a tutor. Perhaps the battlefield is where I belong.
Wang Fei looked at Zhou Wen and said,
Zhou Wen, study hard. Don't let others look down on you. After all, Uncle Mingyuan and I have taught you before.
With that said, Wang Fei waved her hand, indicating that Zhou Wen need not say another word. Then, she turned and left. Zhou Wen felt somewhat uncomfortable as he watched Wang Fei leave. He ultimately believed that she was a good tutor.
No one's more suitable as a tutor than you,
Zhou Wen said to Wang Fei's back. Unfortunately, Wang Fei had already gone too far and couldn't hear him. Before Zhou Wen could enter the testing hall, Li Xian called him on the phone, requesting he head to the activity room of the Xianwen Club.
Old Zhou, are you alright?
Li Xian asked as he sized up Zhou Wen.
Why wouldn't I be? I'm more curious about why you're looking for me,
Zhou Wen said casually.
Our Xianwen Club has been established for quite some time now, but we haven't organized many activities. Now that you're finally back, I plan on inviting all the members over for an event,
Li Xian said with a smile.
It's not a good time now, right?
Wang Mingyuan's matter had just happened, and all of the League citizens all knew about it. As for being Wang Mingyuan's disciple, although there wasn't any news about this spreading, many people on campus, especially the members of the Xianwen Club, knew that Zhou Wen was studying under Wang Mingyuan.
This is the best time to run one. Only then will we be able to tell who truly is a trustworthy partner,
Li Xian said with a smile.
I've informed all members, and also told them that you will be coming. As for how many will eventually come, I don't know. There's no need, right? It's just a school club, and we aren't real companions. Why do you need to know so clearly?
Zhou Wen said disapprovingly. Li Xian played it off with a laugh and said,
We recently recruited quite a number of people, and it feels quite troublesome. We can take this opportunity to kick a portion away, so that it will save us the trouble.
Zhou Wen didn't say anything else. After some time, people slowly straggled in, but most members didn't come. Some gave excuses while others didn't even reply, nor were they seen. What surprised Zhou Wen was that Gu Dian was here. Fang Ruoshi and Tian Xiangdong had also come. Then, there were Feng Qiuyan and Wang Lu. The Xianwen Club, which had reached a membership of almost 30 people, had now been reduced to the few of them.
Those who came today are all true friends of our Xianwen Club. Okay, let's cut the chatter. In the future, none of you will be left out when there are special activities. This is some bonus from the club.
I know no one will be impressed by it, but just treat it as a little token from Zhou and me. Li Xian distributed the special passes he had prepared. They were passes to dimensional zones that students usually couldn't enter. Never expected such a bonus. Can you count me in as well? Someone pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 348 Storming Through Tiger Cage Pass. When Zhou saw that it was Huang Ji, he said with a smile, Senior, are you using us for amusement? Zhou knew that Huang Ji had an extremely odd personality. Although he had a terrifying cultivation, he never participated in any school activities. He hadn't joined the student council when they invited him to be its vice president. Do I look like I'm joking? If you don't find me a hindrance, then help me with the sign-up procedures, Huang Ji said. Nothing of that sort, Senior Huang. We fully welcome you joining our Xianlin Club. I'll do the paperwork for you. Li Xian was very happy. He originally thought that he would be purging members today, but he never expected to have one join. Furthermore, it was the famous Huang Ji. It was truly a pleasant surprise. I'll leave the administrative procedures to you. Zhou, we've already finished the game's alpha version. Try it out. Huang Ji unlocked his phone and handed it to Zhou. It's been made? Zhou was delighted. He never expected that the game could be made in such a short span of time. It's just an alpha. The map uses Tiger Cage Pass. Try it and give me some feedback. Huang Ji urged Zhou, clearly looking forward to his evaluation. Under Huang Ji's guidance, Zhou tapped an icon and soon entered the game interface. How is it? Huang Ji asked eagerly. Zhou looked at the game interface and gaming characters as his expression turned odd. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled a 2D side-scrolling game from the past. Zhou could only describe this game interface using one word: crude. After all, it's just an alpha. I think it will get better in the future? Zhou could only console himself. Li Xian and company crowded over to take a look at the game Zhou and Huang Ji had come up with. Zhou had no choice but to control the character and try out the controls. The controls were very smooth and the character design included 4 skills, ones that were common on campus. One typically could obtain them easily. The controls were pretty alright, but the in-game monsters were demonized soldiers from Tiger Cage Pass. Although their styles were a little crude, one could tell that they were demonized soldiers. However, the demonized soldiers in-game were a little stupid. Although their attack patterns were the same as real ones, they weren't as intelligent. He easily killed a few demonized soldiers. After walking a short distance, he realized that there was no path ahead. Where should I go? Zhou looked at Huang Ji. This is just an alpha. The map is only that big. What do you think? Huang Ji asked Zhou with an expectant look. I invested 1.5 million, and you are giving me this. Zhou really wanted to point at Huang Ji's nose and question him. In what universe did such a game look like it was worth 1.5 million? However, seeing Li Xian and company looking at him, Zhou could only grit his teeth and say, Not bad. Keep up the good work. I look forward to the day the game truly launches. Having already made the investment, it was too late to say anything now. In order to accentuate his persona of a gaming fanatic, he had no choice but to suffer in silence. Huang Ji imagined that Zhou was really looking forward to seeing his game, so he said excitedly, I knew you would like it. Don't worry, I'll speed up the progress. The first map I'm preparing to do is Tiger Cage Pass. After it's created, I will add more common primordial energy skills that are readily available in our school, allowing the students to choose their own primordial energy skills to game. I'll also add a demonized general as a boss, and add all the skills and behavior of it. As long as other students play our game, they will have a more comprehensive understanding of the demonized soldiers and demonized generals. Zhou no longer had much hope for Huang Ji. It seemed like the quality of the game he developed wasn't as high as his cultivation. However, since he had already spent the money, and Zhou wasn't really hoping to play the game, all he could do was grit his teeth and agree, expressing his anticipation. Huang Ji was delighted, his enthusiasm boundless. After settling the sign-up procedures, he went back to work on the game development. Old Zhou, I think the game seems a little too simple. Although Li Xian usually only played simple games to kill time, he could tell that the game's interface was truly terrible. Zhou had no choice but to speak up for Huang Ji. What's important isn't the game's graphics, but the content of the game. In the future, the game will add all the dimensional zones on campus as dungeons. When the time comes, one will be able to understand the behavior and various skills of dimensional creatures by gaming, so it will be very beneficial. Is that so? Li Xian and the others expressed their doubts. Although the current level of technology wasn't much better than it was more than a decade ago, the standards of a 3D game were already rather mature. In terms of side-scrolling games like Huang Ji's, it just didn't seem right. However, they didn't really play games, so they didn't have much of an opinion about it. On the contrary, Wang Lu seemed somewhat interested in this. She got Zhou Wen to let her have a spin after the game was done. After Wang Fei left, the school assigned another tutor to their class. However, Zhou Wen had already advanced to the epic stage, and was on the same level as his tutor. The teaching content used to teach ordinary students was useless to him. The school was most useful to Zhou Wen because of that massive database, and those dimensional zones. Therefore, when he had nothing to do, Zhou Wen would crazily grind the dungeons. After entering Tiger Cage Pass, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to rush for the city gates. Sitting on the mutated stone, she made him look domineering. All the demonized soldiers and demonized generals that approached were killed by the beam of light that shot out from its eyes. Otherwise, it would summon large swaths of spears that erupted from the land, piercing to death hordes of demonized soldiers. When the arrow flew over, the mutated stone Chi's eyes blasted out a beam that collided with it and exploded. The beam dissipated and the arrow shattered. The blood-colored avatar continued charging forward as huge amounts of arrows rained down. A grayish-white stone dragon appeared above the stone Chi's head. It spewed out large amounts of grayish-white smoke that immediately petrified the arrows as they crumbled to the ground. The blood-colored avatar didn't do anything as the mutated stone Chi leaped up and jumped onto the city gates. The black-armored general at the pass pulled out his halberd and smashed it at the blood-colored avatar on the mutated stone Chi's back with terrifying demonic flames. Zhou Wen summoned his overlord sword as his greatsword clashed with the halberd. With a clang, the halberd was flung away as overlord's sword deviated from its trajectory. Neither side gained the upper hand. However, in the next second, Zhou Wen used Transcendent Flying Immortal. He became one with the sword as he transformed into sword shadows that slashed at the black-armored general. The black-armored general's demonic flame surged into the sky as he brandished his halberd and blocked the attacks. It was as though he had 3 heads and 6 arms as he successfully blocked the Transcendent Flying Immortal. What a powerful demonized general! Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. Chapter 349 Tiger Cage Pass Boss. Chapter 349 Tiger Cage Pass Boss. Although his attributes hadn't increased much after he advanced to the epic stage, with the addition of Transcendent Flying Immortal and the augmentation of the Slaughterer Life Soul, ordinary epic creatures couldn't withstand a single strike from Zhou Wen. Yet, the black-armored demonized general was actually able to block his Transcendent Flying Immortal. Furthermore, the strange weapon didn't snap from the blow. It left Zhou Wen somewhat surprised. However, Zhou Wen's strongest strength now wasn't one Transcendent Flying Immortal strike, but infinite Transcendent Flying Immortal strikes. The mutated stone Chi pounced at the demonized soldiers that came charging forward. The blood-colored avatar's figure flashed as it pulled the distance with ghost steps, delivering wave after wave of Transcendent Flying Immortal. Sword shadows danced wildly as they constantly struck the black-armored general. Although the black-armored general's combat strength was extraordinary, and he was able to block Transcendent Flying Immortal, he couldn't use his primordial energy skills repeatedly like Zhou Wen. In the gaps of his skills, Zhou Wen slashed at the joint between the helmet and armor. Boom! Zhou Wen originally imagined that even if this strike couldn't kill the black-armored general, it would still be able to severely injure him. However, to his surprise, the demonic flames on the general's body turned into a 3-headed, 6-armed devil. Among the devil's 6 arms, he held a halberd condensed from 3 demonic flames. One of the halberds had blocked Overlord's sword. Although the halberd condensed from the demonic flames was shattered, the black-armored general managed to escape the certain doom. Furthermore, the shattered halberd quickly reformed. The blood-colored avatar's fight with the black-armored general was like facing the black-armored general and his 3-headed, 6-armed life soul. It was unable to take him down quickly. However, infinite ghost steps and Transcendent Flying Immortal were just insane. Even with the help of his life soul, the black-armored general was only able to withstand less than 20 consecutive Transcendent Flying Immortal strikes before being killed by Zhou Wen. Killed epic creature, Tiger Cage Demonized General. Discovered Dimensional Crystal. Zhou Wen saw a crystal drop out of the black-armored general's body. Picking it up, he saw that it was a strength crystal with a value of 31. He immediately absorbed it and raised his strength stat to 31 points. The mutated stone Chi was still engaging in a slaughter amidst the demonized soldier horde. Zhou Wen ignored it and charged straight into Tiger Cage Pass to see what was inside. However, despite killing everything in the pass, he failed to discover any other dimensional creatures of notice other than the Tiger Cage Demonized General. Strange, is that all Tiger Cage Pass has? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. Although the Tiger Cage Demonized General was indeed very powerful, and should be a top-notch epic creature, there was no reason why the college couldn't crack Tiger Cage Pass if that were the case. No matter how powerful the Tiger Cage Demonized General was, it would be impossible for him to withstand the siege of numerous epic experts. Suddenly, Zhou realized that something was amiss. Ever since he had entered the city, he had killed countless demonized soldiers and demonized generals, but none of them dropped dimensional crystals. It was rather abnormal. Zhou took a look at the in-game notification, but he didn't discover anything special. It kept notifying him that he had killed demonized soldiers and demonized generals, but nothing dropped. After storming through the city a little bit more, his suspicions were confirmed. No matter how many he killed, the number of demonized soldiers and demonized generals in the city didn't seem to lessen. Zhou had deliberately summoned Banana Fairy to get her to engage in a mass slaughter with the mutated stone chi, but a large number of demonized soldiers and demonized generals continued to surge over. Thanks to having unlimited primordial energy, Zhou could continue. Any other epic expert would probably be exhausted from handling the endless horde. Zhou carefully observed and discovered that the demonized generals and demonized soldiers surged out from the city gate's entrance. With a thought, Zhou controlled the blood-colored avatar and charged towards the city gates. When he saw the city gates closing from afar, he saw someone standing above them. He had not seen this person when he stormed in, nor when he was on the city gates. Zhou did not believe that he was seeing things. This was because the person was completely different from ordinary demonized soldiers and demonized generals. He wasn't wearing any armor or equipment. Instead, he wore a cotton shirt, one that looked odd. It resembled a Taoist robe, but there were differences. That person stood on the city gates, wearing a devil mask on his face. It was impossible to tell what he really looked like. He reached into his pocket and dug out something before scattering it into the city. Finally, Zhou got a clear look. What the person scattered were black beans. When the beans hit the ground, they turned into demonized soldiers. Some of the more special beans became demonized generals. Is this the legendary caste beans for soldiers? Zhou was dumbfounded when he saw that. Then, he was delighted. If he were to kill the strange person, he might be able to have the caste beans for soldiers' primordial energy skill drop. Since ordinary demonized soldiers and demonized generals were no match for Zhou, he stormed a bloody path and charged towards the city gates. The devil-masked man sprinkled a few more beans. Upon seeing that the demonized soldiers and the demonized generals weren't able to withstand the blood-colored avatar, he stopped. He then took out two items, a pair of scissors and a stack of yellow paper. The strange person held a pair of scissors in one hand and a piece of yellow paper in the other. With a few crunching sounds, he cut the yellow paper into a human shape and threw it into the sky. The sky was filled with yellow paper, and when the yellow paper landed, it transformed into a tiger cage demonized general. More than 10 tiger cage demonized general instantly surrounded Zhou as they charged at him from all directions. Zhou sidestepped and dodged a few halberds. At the same time, he slashed out with Overlord's sword, clashing with a tiger cage demonized general's halberd. Then, he was astonished to discover that the tiger cage demonized generals, which were cut from the yellow paper, were actually comparable to a true tiger cage demonized general in terms of strength and speed. What was even more unbelievable was that all the tiger cage demonized generals produced a 3-headed, 6-armed devil life soul. Holy sh*t, who's that strange person? This is way too sick. Zhou was alarmed. This was the first time he had seen such a primordial energy skill. It was unimaginable that just a paper figurine would be able to reach the standards of a tiger cage demonized general. Could it be that the strange person is at the mythical stage? Zhou guessed inwardly. At the same time, he also knew why no one could leave alive after entering Tiger Cage Pass. It was really difficult to stay alive with someone like that guarding Tiger Cage Pass. Shoot the horse before shooting the rider. Capture the leader before capturing the looting throng. It's useless for me to kill these Tiger Cage demonized generals that are made from paper figurines. I might as well charge over to kill that strange person. Zhou exerted strength under his feet as he unleashed his full speed with ghost steps, dodging the Tiger Cage demonized general's encirclement. He soared into the sky and attempted to fly up to the city gates. However, the strange person held a tiny triangular flag and waved it at the sky. Instantly, dark clouds gathered as lightning bolts struck down and hit the blood-colored avatar. The blood-colored avatar immediately went numb as it fell from the sky. Chapter 350 Magic. Chapter 350 Magic. More than 10 Tiger Cage demonized generals immediately charged forward, bent on slashing the blood-colored avatar to death. The mutated stone chi roared, and the stone dragon life soul spewed out large amounts of grayish-white smoke. It made several Tiger Cage demonized generals have no choice but to brandish their halberds to fend off the gray smoke. Meanwhile, Banana Fairy spat out a mouthful of grinding wind. Instantly, a Tiger Cage demonized general beside her was blown away before slamming into the city wall, causing bricks to fly everywhere. The blood-colored avatar thankfully didn't die after being struck by lightning. It immediately used ghost steps to dodge the Tiger Cage demonized general's attacks. The devil-masked man on the city gates took out another stack of yellow paper and cut it into a human shape. Scattering it again, more than 10 Tiger Cage demonized generals descended. Who could withstand that? A Tiger Cage demonized general was already a top epic creature. Now, there were about 30 of them. Jowen had to fight one against 30. If it wasn't for the fact that his live soul was empowering, and he had 2 powerful companion beasts helping him, he would have died long ago. Banana Fairy! Come! Jowen controlled the blood-colored avatar to beckon at her, summoning the Banana Fairy into his hand. He shook the fan and fanned a few times. In the past, due to his limited primordial energy, he had to rest once he fanned. He would wait until his primordial energy recovered before doing it a second time, but now, he was frantically fanning. He didn't have to worry about the primordial energy expenditure. Although the grinding wind produced by Jowen wasn't as strong as Banana Fairy's use of it, he could do it as many times as he wanted. As the fan fanned in every direction, gust after gust of grinding wind swept out, sending the Tiger Cage demonized generals flying into disarray. They slammed into one another or crashed into buildings, causing many of the buildings to collapse. With the Overlord sword in Jowen's other hand, he slashed out without any hesitation, beheading the Tiger Cage demonized generals in midair. Bam! 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 White smoke spewed out from the Tiger Cage demonized generals' heads, reducing them to paper figurines. They floated to the ground, but nothing dropped. Clearly, the Tiger Cage demonized generals transformed from paper figurines weren't real dimensional creatures. They were just the strange person's primordial energy skill. Seeing so many Tiger Cage demonized generals killed, the strange person began cutting paper again. Jowen didn't give him the chance to do so. The 2 wings on his back, which were formed from white shadow of poison, flapped as he activated Flash to instantly close in on the city gates. With Transcendent Flying Immortal, he wanted to slay the strange person under his sword. However, the strange person reached out and threw a rope that shot into the sky like a rod. Dark clouds appeared above his head. The strange person held the end of the rope, pulling it into the dark clouds. When Jowen's Overlord sword hit the clouds, the terrifying sword beam sliced apart the dark clouds, but the strange person was nowhere to be seen. In the next second, he saw a strange figure appear on the roof of a small building in the city. The strange person scattered the yellow paper in his hand, as more than a dozen cut Tiger Cage demonized generals landed and relentlessly charged at Jowen. Who is this fellow? He has terrifying and bizarre powers. Jowen charged forward with Banana Fairy, as he kept fanning the banana fan, sending the charging Tiger Cage demonized generals flying. This time, Jowen was too lazy to kill the paper-created Tiger Cage demonized generals. Killing them was useless. Nothing dropped from a piece of paper. Therefore, Jowen rushed straight for the strange person on the roof as he slashed out Demonic Astral Wheel with Overlord sword. The strange person dodged Demonic Astral Wheel, but didn't expect it to boomerang as it immediately struck his back. Jowen was delighted when he saw the strange person sliced in half. However, white smoke emitted from the strange person's body as 2 halves of a yellow piece of paper fluttered down. On the other end of the city gates, the strange person appeared again. He casually threw out yellow pieces of paper that transformed into Tiger Cage demonized generals. Jowen battled the strange person in Tiger Cage Pass, but all he killed were either being soldiers or paper generals without any benefit. He wanted to kill the strange person, but the strange person's extremely arcane primordial energy skill made it seem like a magic trick. Even if Jowen's sword managed to behead him, the strange person would turn into yellow paper the very next second, and his real body would appear someplace else. I can't take it anymore. If I continue, my primordial energy might remain full, but my body won't be able to take it. Jowen was extremely exhausted. His muscles were aching. Although he had sufficient primordial energy, he had maintained such a high-intensity use of primordial energy skills that his muscles were about to tear. Jowen had no choice but to leave Tiger Cage Pass. Killing the final boss of Tiger Cage Pass didn't seem like it would happen anytime soon unless he found his weakness. Killing him with brute force alone was impossible. Although he didn't have the ability to kill the devil-masked man, Jowen could rush out of Tiger Cage Pass alive. He was already a rare, powerful existence at the epic stage. Any ordinary epic might not survive in there. After quitting the game, Jowen went online to search for information. The school's database did not have any records of the strange person. Jowen also checked the history of Tiger Cage Pass and discovered that section of history was rather vague, with only a few recorded folklore tales in the Three Kingdoms. However, the Three Kingdoms records basically pointed to military generals who appeared at Tiger Cage Pass. There was no one who was proficient in Dawa's spells. However, there were indeed some legendary characters in the Three Kingdoms: Yu Ji, Zhuxiai, Immortal Nanhua, as well as the latter's 2 disciples, who seemed to have such abilities. All of them seemed to be possible candidates. However, such information wasn't of much help for Zhou when slaying of the devil-masked man. After all, the books didn't provide any methods to crack their Taoist spells. Zhou Wen roughly compared it, and felt that the strange person was either Zhuo Ci or immortal Nanhua and his lineage. Zhuo Ci was adept at all kinds of magical arts, and was best at various bizarre spells. Immortal Nanhua's lineage was represented in the 3 kingdoms, as using spells related to talisman soldiers. Zhou Wen studied it for a while, and found several ways to deal with paper generals online. The most direct way was to attack with water. Paper figurines were the most afraid of water. Legend had it that once it rained, those paper generals would be useless. However, how could it rain in-game? The more realistic method was to find a companion beast that could spray water. As long as he could crack the strange person's paper figurines, there was a higher chance of killing him. Apart from the paper figurine avatar, the strange person also had a skill that allowed him to crawl into the clouds with a rope before vanishing. After Zhou Wen checked the internet, he found that there actually were such techniques recorded. Legend had it that these techniques were known as the Immortal Chains, but they had long been lost. There was no way to crack them yet. After some thought, Zhou Wen ultimately decided to leave the Tiger Cage Pass as boss for the future. This fellow was too difficult to kill. He would try again when he obtained a companion beast that could spray water. Zhou Wen decided on going to Ant Nest to kill the golden flying ant.